obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun eveniment de până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sper să fiu nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
Yeah.
Sweden, are you ready for a little challenge? You need to write down the first thing that comes to your head when I say the following words. So the first one, vertigo. I like how you're looking around to see what your teammates are writing. Yeah, got it. Wait, are you ready? Worst map, I like that, Pubg. Yep, that's good. What is that? What? Bottom fragger. Okay, Where's the last one? ZTR, wow, you're all half each other. Move. Ah, he's for some reason. You guys had kind of friendly ones, that's fine. Beta. Beta. ZTR. Disgusting. ZTR, you got a lot in this, bro. We now know that ZTR is the official beta for the team. Alright, 2 more to go. Counter-Strike. You ready? Oh, still some writing going on. Flip it. Goat game, goated game, life. I like that life. Best FPS. Better than League. Better than League. Better than Valorant would have made more sense, but I'll take better than League as well. Team Sweden, are you ready for a little challenge? You need to write down the first thing that comes to your head when I say the following words. So the first one, vertigo. I like how you're looking around to see what your teammates are right. Yeah, go on, are you ready? Worst map, I like that, Pubg, yep, that's good. What is that? Like crib. Bottom fragger. Okay. Where's the last one? ZTR, wow, you're all half each other. Move. Ah, he's for some reason. You guys had kind of friendly ones, that's fine. Beta. Beta. ZTR. Disgusting. ZTR, you got a lot in this, bro. We now know that ZTR is the official beta for the team. Alright, 2 more to go. Counter-Strike. You ready? Oh, still some writing going on. Flip it. Goat game, goated game, life. I like that life. Best FPS. Better than League. Better than League. Better than Valorant would have made more sense, but I'll take better than League as well.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female teams. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams.
Welcome back to the 15th World Esports Championship, live from Iasi, Romania. My name is Felix. Joined with me today again is the beautiful Kovo. Welcome back to PUBG Mobile. We have seen 5 games yesterday. There will be 7 more today because we have to make up for the last one that we missed, unfortunately, due to some of the issues. But we have resolved them all, and we are pretty sure we're going to get started in just a couple of minutes.
I can't wait. We said yesterday, 3 days of PUBG. Now we have an even longer day of PUBG. 7 games, as Felix said. We're keeping up with the matches. We're making sure we're getting that Miramar back in. And I think everybody that's watched yesterday has seen some absolutely fabulous PUBG already.
Yes.
We had massive performances from some of our teams, Kyrgyzstan, Turkey, pulling slightly ahead there. But then we had a pretty good nice comeback from Argentina as well. And we'll have a look at the leaderboard in just a few minutes here. You're going to see that there's a lot of teams that are still really in the runnings for this.
Absolutely. Some surprising statistics as well that we will have to talk about sooner or later. Because, yeah, it's not only Turkey and Turkmenistan, it is Kyrgyzstan, excuse me. It's not only Turkey and Kyrgyzstan, it is actually Egypt as well that have been performing yesterday really, really well in terms of damage dealt. They're actually in the second place, which was kind of surprising to me when I saw the stats after yesterday. So, yeah, a couple of other teams we have to talk about. First of all, we have to talk about the elephant in the room, right? Two teams taking back-to-back chicken dinners has been kind of surprising even to us.
Yeah.
Because we have had lots and lots of favorites in this tournament. It's been around 5-6 teams that we've named personally, and some of the other teams have named as well. And these are just two of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think everybody that's watched the first two games thought, well, this is Kyrgyzstan's show. This is unstoppable right now. The third game as well, they did fantastic. But then they fell kind of flat, and Turkey picked up the slack, put themselves very close on that leaderboard. So it goes to show that even though they pulled off insane things at the start, they're not unbeatable. They are quite human indeed. And I think usually when we played 3 days, we say after the first day everybody can still win the event. It's just you need to put yourself in the right position on the second day. A lot of teams have pushed themselves far forwards on the scoreboard on day one. Everybody that's in this can really still catch up on day two here. The question is, do they get it done today? Because if they don't, if you're at the bottom of the scoreboard starting tomorrow, you're probably not going to be fighting for the top 3 slots.
No, you're probably not. Talking about Turkey really quick, we have seen back-to-back chicken dinner as well from them. They are a world champion squad.
Yeah.
And we were talking to them yesterday. They said they're going to come out swinging. They're definitely going to take the one spot, just as much as Kyrgyzstan said today. But first two games hasn't really worked out. We still saw kind of what they were going for. Very centralized position, very early rotates. Is that something you expect from coming in from today as well? Because it hasn't worked on the first two rounds. It's worked out perfectly getting to a good spot, but then the points were just missing. They fixed that. And I feel like Kyrgyzstan, on the other hand, they were just coming out swinging in terms of eliminations, more so instead of position. So is that maybe something you expect to see today as well?
Absolutely. I think they're taking it slow. They're taking their time. They're playing position over fights most of the time. And in a lobby like this, you'd expect that to work out pretty nicely because we've seen some chaos. We've seen some crazy eliminations. We talked to old boy from Ukraine for a bit, and he said, there's no way we lose that game. There's no way the Turkey just runs us over and takes that game away from us. So they can pop off in the late game. They can come out swinging. At the bottom, you'll see the first few matches we're going to be playing today. Remember, there's one more Miramar on that list somewhere. And yeah, that's what you have ahead of you coming into the next few days. We are going to be going to a short break, I'm hearing. And then we'll get you underway for the first few games of PUBG Mobile.
Oh, guess we're not going into a break.
Some confusing information going on.
Guess we'll stay here. You guys have to stick out with us. Anyways, talking about the maps, so we will start off with SANHOK again. We saw a good performance yesterday in SANHOK from Kyrgyzstan. Yeah, they were just plowing through essentially. Now, I want to talk about some of the individual players yesterday because we had plays from almost every single one of them. Yeah. And then Hart was kind of, I feel like a little bit lacking behind. I mean, individually, you got to say, if you're talking about the weakest link to some degree, he has to be named. But Flyke especially is a name that we have to highlight again. His performance yesterday, his impact frags in the mid rounds were sensational. So I'm definitely hoping we're going to see that today again. And he seems to have been in a good mood. I was talking to him just a couple of moments ago, and I was asking him, "What do you guys expect to do today?" He said he was looking at me dead in the eye. He said, "Just smash."
Smash.
So that's the strategy today. Just smash. So Kyrgyzstan fans in the chat, just go ahead and support your boys even more. We saw you guys a lot in the chat yesterday, so if we want to keep on supporting them, I'm sure it's gonna do wonders today too.
Absolutely. We'll have a look at the total leaderboard, we'll see how things shape up. No surprises there. Kyrgyzstan in first, still 14 points ahead. But when you looked at the leaderboard after game 3, you thought it wouldn't get that close. They had a solid, I think, 70 points roughly after game 3, and then they really slowed down in the last 2. As Turkey in 60 points, just in second. And then we have a pretty considerable gap down to Argentina and Egypt, who are tied right now on 43 with Romania on 40. So that's the teams we also have to talk about. It's very easy to focus on the top 2. but there is definitely a lot of teams that are in that chasing pack with Egypt, Argentina, Romania, that can absolutely, just with one good game, can close that gap.
Easily. We're going to talk about Romania and Morocco as well. Morocco especially coming in here with a full squad as well. They do play together as a team. They're playing the Pro League as well. So that is something that I maybe didn't expect as much to be seen yesterday, but they did perform really, really well too. So, yeah, Morocco and, I mean, obviously Romania. We've talked about them yesterday. We said in the late games, they do get to the late game occasionally, but in the late game, they've just struggled to make the edge play work as much as they wanted to. I feel like they got caught off guard in that one situation on ERANGEL on the southern edge line where they got caught off guard in a 2v4 situation. Redos was rotating in very late, and he got caught off guard completely. That 2v4 was kind of a testament to what was going on wrong yesterday, right? Yeah. They just couldn't get the edge play to work. They just couldn't win the most important fights in the rounds. But they did get into a good position. I feel like it's just a matter of time at this point on when Romania is going to come out swinging. One game is going to put them up into the top two. Absolutely. If they do have a good game, if they win one game even. So, I mean, I'm not worried for Romania either, to be honest.
No, and I think they've shown very good consistency. I think they and Egypt especially have been very good at isolating their fights, picking up a few points here or there. Just because you haven't made it work every single game, just because you haven't made it into these 25-point games that some of the top teams have done, that doesn't mean that you're not doing a good job. Sometimes things don't go your way. Sometimes a tiny individual mistake can cost you a full game, can cost you 10, 15 points. And they're in a position where they can easily just clean that up a little bit. I think we saw similar things from maybe Serbia. You can see them right behind us, where tiny little issues, tiny little mistakes maybe really cost them a whole lot of points. You clean those up, or things just flow a little bit better on day two. You're a little bit more ready. You're a little bit more warmed up with the equipment at hand. Things can easily swing a different direction. Yeah,
definitely. We were talking about us seeing a lot of DMRs yesterday as well, and that's just a testament of how things can change. We're talking to the players especially. I mean, sure, DMRs have been used more now in esports just generally, but especially in this tournament, we've seen massive impact, especially long-range shots, lots of damage being dealt. Egypt especially has been just farming damage numbers throughout these 5 games yesterday. Absolutely. And I feel like DMRs right now in this tournament, at least up until now, have definitely had that impact. So yeah, getting used to the new LAN environment, some players will do better than others in that regard. Talking to Ukraine as well, Old Boy, for example, he said that yeah, it's definitely a skill set as well to get used to this equipment. And yeah, you have to play off of your strengths, or maybe play off of the weaknesses that you have in this specific environment right here.
Yeah, and you just mentioned a good point. You just mentioned damage. We'll have a look at some of the team stats, some of the team summaries, and there's some very interesting findings there once production throws it up for us. We talked about Egypt. They've been maybe on the leaderboard, they've been a little bit more subtle, but they have been putting in a lot of damage. They've been putting in a lot of numbers, and there's a few teams like them. We see Romania as well. They pop up in every single stat here, and they even though they haven't been as dominant as Kyrgyzstan, topping off every single one of them, they've been consistently doing work throughout all these games.
Absolutely. Interesting to see Ukraine up there in the total number of kills, because I feel like if they do frag out, it's only been up until mid-game. SANHOK, for example, yesterday was kind of a good showing in that regard on why it's not been working on the late game. They have had struggles to get into the very far late game, so I'm hoping to see that change as well. They are confident, and we did see them having the problem of having to hard drop essentially as well. Now, it wasn't like a full-on hard drop, at least not in all of the rounds on ERANGEL in Rajok. But it was a hard drop still that kind of, I think, caught them off guard. And they did lose some players in some of the rounds as well. So we're going to see if that against Brunei is going to change as well. I'm expecting it not to change, but I'm hoping for it.
Yeah, the one other thing I want to talk about that we just saw there was Argentina. They weren't in any of the stats, but they were in the stats for time survived. That goes to show you always have to be a little bit careful with stats. They can be a little bit hard to interpret sometimes, especially when you've only played 5 games, right? Yep. But them being in the top survived time and not in the damage, not in the kills, does kind of provide a little bit of testament to how they've been playing. Yep. And but also the cards they've been dealt. They've played very good compounds, they've played very center compounds, and they've played it very safe and secure out of there. Yep. That is not to say they could have played more aggressive. I am just saying the way the games have been flowing for them have been fairly passive, fairly quiet until they explode in the late game. Last game, Miramar yesterday was a really good example where they completely took their time.
As well.
And then, exactly. SANHOK was sort of the bad side of it, where they took their time, they come out of their compound, they get slaughtered. The Miramar game was exactly how it should go down.
But that's what you said, kind of the cards that they've dealt with. That specific compound on SANHOK, just west of the bridge, of the Midland Bridge, was exactly the kind of scenario that you were talking about. Sometimes you just don't get the frag potential. You just get zone after zone after zone. That's what happened to Turk in the first two games as well, to some degree. They got into late game, but up until that point, they didn't even see anything. They didn't even have any kill potential. Every decision to push out of the compounds they could have done would have eventually been the wrong one in regards to actually picking up that round. And I think it's interesting because imagine Argentina would have won that 1v1. I think it was Octi at that point, Octi against Flyke. Imagine they would have won that 1v1. They would have actually been standing here with 2 chicken dinners instead of just one. So we did actually have another team that came very close to 2 chicken dinners, and it has been Argentina. And also, the playstyle they have, I feel like, is, together with Kyrgyzstan, the one that sticks out the most in terms of just what they're going for.
Very, especially because there isn't a whole lot of other teams that are playing the same way. Maybe Turkey, but we talked about Turkey plenty yesterday as well, where when they have the chances, they do flex out and they do get aggressive. Argentina is a lot more reserved, a lot more slow, a lot more taken back. Like we said yesterday, if you figure out when to be aggressive, when to be passive, if you do that right every single time, you've basically won PUBG Mobile at that point. You've basically completed it. So them both being on respective sides of the spectrum, on different sides of the spectrum, just goes to show the variety of strategies you can employ and how they both can absolutely work.
Yeah, absolutely. We got to talk a little bit more about the favorites that maybe we haven't seen yesterday as much. Algeria, so some of the Algerian fans as well in the chat. Algeria has been kind of lackluster yesterday, and I'm hoping that's going to change today. They did have some lineup changes coming to the qualifiers as opposed to where they play now. But still, these guys are also experienced players, and I feel like we haven't seen any fights that have just gone straight up their way. Almost no clean fights, and it's always been in the mid and early game as well. They always, I feel like they rotate a little bit too late, and then they get stuck, and maybe just don't fight a way out of that one. So I'm hoping to see that change for Algeria as well.
Yeah, I think there's a few teams like that. There's a few teams that haven't really hit the ground running, that haven't really been able to get a whole lot going. Surprisingly, I think we saw them take out Kyrgyzstan in one of the games, right? South of Pachinki. That was the one time where we kind of were counting them out. The fight looked very good. Yeah. Very good for Kyrgyzstan, good angles, good space control. And they did win that out. So they do have their chances. But like we said before, tiny mistakes can really ruin a game very quickly. You make a little bit more mistakes than the teams around you, and suddenly your game's over. It's like a game of chess. Small mistakes can cost you rounds. Big mistakes will always cost you rounds. A lot of these teams, I'd say, struggling to get a grasp on the lobby, struggling to try and figure out what they want to do with it. But that's no shame. Like you said, we have world champions in this lobby. We have full teams like Romania, right, on your cams right now. That's going to be hard to deal with, but we're not going to make you wait any longer. We have a short break coming up for you guys, and so we'll head into a break, and then we'll be back with game 1 of day 2 in just a few minutes.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female teams. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there, but this is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets it advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is the one true 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against Mom.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul Esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the Pantheon of Champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female teams. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul Esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sper să fiu nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul Esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the Pantheon of Champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing balance.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game as itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul Esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the Pantheon of Champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against Mo.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female teams. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. But this is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against Mo.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe.
Welcome back to the 15th WEC. It's been a quick break, but ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. The players in the lobby. We are just about ready to go.
Yes.
I know it's been some time, but I'm still so... I can't even say... I'm almost did some swear words here, but I'm still hyped. I'm very much hyped. So let's get into the games. We just got some new information for you guys out there as well. We will play 6 matches today, and as planned, the last game from tomorrow, the Miramar game that we are missing, will be played tomorrow at the very end. So you will... Yeah, we will see the 6 games that we have planned for you guys, so make sure to stick around for SANHOK that we have just about coming up.
Again, we're only playing 3 SANHOKs for the tournament, and the second one is about to come up. First one, dominant performance, Kyrgyzstan, absolutely
Very
insane. But also a pretty solid game when we talk about Egypt, how they came out of that one. And we talked about it a little bit before the games. Argentina was in the mix there too. Lots of teams that showed good signs on SANHOK, got into the late game, got themselves some kill points. So I'm excited to see how that turns out. I'm excited to finally jump into the games. I want to get going.
Yes, very much so. Do be reminded that we have $80,000 up for grabs. The first 3 will be getting the lion's share of it. The first one will get $40,000. The second one will get $24,000, and the third will still take home $16,000. So from all of these favorites that we have just named, all of the favorites you see in the background as well, we have Serbia, for example, up there. We have Argentina in the background. I think you might just be able to see. Yes, all of these. Plenty of them will go home with the experience only, which is, which is a good thing. But obviously, they want to make a move on towards that top 3 scenario where we have Turkey and Kyrgyzstan sitting very comfortably right now. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time! It is time to get right into the action. SANHOK starts just now.
Finally getting into the game, finally seeing the lofty grounds of SANHOK again. Second time is the charm. 60 players in the lobby. As we are heading for the ground. We'll see if there's any hot drops. We'll see if there's any contestants. We didn't have any real hot drops on the first.
We didn't actually, which is interesting.
We had 2 teams in our tin, but that was about it. They separated nicely, and right now it's looking pretty calm and collected, pretty nicely spread all across the map.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens again. We can see Colombia kind of opting for a different kind of split, which I really like, by the way. They have lots of control. I'm very surprised that we are seeing Kazakhstan and also, I'm pretty interested. Lots of space on the eastern side, which is kind of what I'm trying to go for. We might just see a restart. We'll see. But lots of space on the eastern side, lots of space on the northwestern side. So if they actually opt to go for not only Camp Alpha, but also towards these eastern compounds, they might just have a really good split going, actually. So, yeah, we'll see. We might just have a restart, actually. So,
Looking like it.
Maybe we'll see the same playing path.
Maybe something wrong with the lobby, we'll see. Room owner has stopped the match, Felix. We are not 100% sure what's about to go on. Looks like a restart, and well, we'll be sure to bring you another SANHOK. That is for sure. We're not going to skip that one. We're not going to rob you of the experience.
I really want to see it as well.
Yeah.
To be honest, because we have so many frag-heavy teams, and some of these individual performances that we saw yesterday, most of the clutch scenarios as well came from SANHOK. To be honest,
it was a crazy game. We talked about how sick the end games were. But I think SANHOK was, for me, the craziest one because it was just sheer dominance.
Yeah.
Like, Kyrgyzstan on these rocks, taking out Brunei to their south, instantly pivoting back, taking out a team on their north. Turkey runs up, gets absolutely smashed. They were ready for everything. They had the high ground. They were just bouncing around between all these teams. I think we saw some beautiful utility from Flyke versus the northern team. We saw beautiful shots versus the southern team. And then in the end, they are able to clutch it out.
All right, so we did have some sound problems apparently from one of the players, so we will make sure he gets that one fixed. So props to the production crew to make a quick restart now that we have still the early stages of that game. So it should be just a matter of minutes at most. So guys, once again, stick around. But yeah, either way, no hard drops, which is very surprising to me. It was the very first game on the very first day.
Yeah.
So they literally haven't played any games beforehand.
Absolutely.
So not seeing any contests on SANHOK. And especially, while we did see the hard team one, well, it wasn't really a full
That was
one.
not a hard drop,
and
right?
I think,
that was a shared hard
Yes,
tip.
and I think that's why we're not seeing the hot drop today either.
Yeah.
Because they probably just then realized that they actually have a hot drop, and now they're actually opting for a different kind of...
Probably depends on the playing path a little bit too. If you have a fairly northern playing path, you can't reach your spot on the south, you might share a northern location like that.
Also, we didn't see anyone yesterday in Picado. That is something I'm looking so forward to on the Miramar rounds, because there is no way none of these teams have looked to the VODs and have not seen that. Because Picado, I mean, no matter where you kind of want to loot or where you are looting normally, there's lots of IGLs that would still prefer this over having 200 rounds of experience on La Corbriera, for example.
Yeah.
Like, you would still go for Picado, right?
Especially if you're an edge team and you like to play your edge, you like to play it slow, you like to play it sure.
Yeah.
But there's plenty of teams that loot rather central spots that are just probably slightly inferior to Picado. If you're a Minas team, if you're maybe not a power grid team, but you're a Chumacera team, all those spots, they get slightly improved when you move towards Picado. And since plenty of great teams loot Pachinki Picado, you'll have plenty of material to look at as well and see, okay, what are their timings like? Where do they get their cars? How's their loot pathing? It's very easy as a location to study. And it's probably, I think on Miramar, you want to say Power Grid and Picado are by far the best spots. On Erangel, it's a little bit more balanced because rotating on Erangel is a little bit easier than on Miramar. But Picado on Miramar is definitely something you want to grab. And like you said, I'd be very surprised if nobody just snacks that away.
Yeah, we'll see about that one. Also, who did we have in bootcamp yesterday? Because I was almost very
That was Brunei, I think.
That was Brunei? Okay,
I think so. We didn't have a hot drop whatsoever. And like you said, teams were sharing locations like Hatin. Nobody was hot dropping in the center. I think that's reasonable, but it's also something you very often see at the start of the tournament. People are not really as confident and as crazy going into the first match. You want to feel it out. You're still a little reserved. You've been sitting on stage for a little bit. Maybe some of your players still have the jitters, but you're not in the flow yet. You're not aggressive, hyped up, you know, in the moment. Tournaments tend to start a little bit more passive, a little bit slower.
You are, from personal experience, there is this thinking, it's kind of that mindset that I always had when it was the very first round of a tournament, where it's like, you don't want to be the first one to go out, right?
Yeah.
It's like this, no matter what you do, just don't exit your vehicle too early, just don't, I don't know, drive off a cliff or some, do some idiotic stuff. That's kind of what always went through my mind. But as soon as the game started, to be honest, as soon as you're like 10 minutes in, some of these players just have this like tunnel vision. I for example, had that.
You get in the flow. You get rolling.
Or you just don't want to be the first one. If you're the first one to go down in any tournament, it's always like, come on, man, that's just not how. Come on, we can't start it like this. Come on.
Especially you're sitting there waiting for the games to start. You've prepared for this for so long. The hype is slowly building up, and then you really don't want to have to sit there after 10 minutes and be like, all right, I'll watch 30 minutes of the other guys play, and that's fantastic.
Yeah,
you know? You really don't want to go out early. You don't want to throw away that chance. But it's also, I think, it's kind of subconscious sometimes. You're just not, as I said, not in the flow as much as you are. Let's say you win the first game. Let's say you're Kyrgyzstan. You're completely rolling, double-digit kills. You've completely rolled over the lobby. You're in a completely different mindset than before that first game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it really does. It's always interesting to talk about this kind of stuff, because before I was playing esports as well, I always thought, does that really matter? right? Because you always look at these kind of players as like machines to some degree. You miss the personal aspect. But now that I played esports and now that I've played at a professional level, it's been some time now, but when I did, I got to realize how much that actually matters, and sometimes it matters way more than like strategic decisions and like analyzing stuff and all that analyst work. Because at the end of the day, it's probably the same for any sports, not only esports, any sports at professional level. At the end of the day, it's still only human. There's only humans at the other side of it. And just as much as your chat support, for example, matters to them, just as much does it matter if you start off around with a kill notes. These small details matter.
And I think it's in every sport, like you said, mental is a massive part of it. In esports, it's even bigger. Because you're of course, there's hand-eye coordination. You still use your body, but it's less. It's way more about what happens in your head than some of the other sports. And PUBG is even harder than some other esports, because if you go down in a PUBG game, you'll be sitting on that stage for 25 minutes, watching everybody else around you get points for themselves, get kills, get placements, pop off.
That is true.
You'll hear Argentina screaming after their win while you've been sitting there waiting 30 minutes because you died in phase 1. Mental is massive in this game. Mental is massive in every esports, but in this game, even more than others.
Absolutely. So we do have the information that we will start very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. So that next game, that SANHOK game, that first one, we were waiting so patiently now, is gonna kick off in just a couple of minutes at most. I think actually it's gonna be faster than that. So yeah, any predictions for today? I know we've had the absolute favorites. We've been looking at the scoreboard. In case you've missed that, just scroll back in the beauty. We've seen the favorites, right? We've seen some of the favorites at the very top as well. Egypt maybe kind of a surprising factor. What do you think about them today?
I think Egypt look like a team that should stay consistent and consistently well. If they can't step it up massively, they'll still be at the mercy of a team like Kyrgyzstan or Turkey, who've just been able to snowball that a little bit more, put more points on the board. But I think all these teams in the pack hunting the top, all these teams around 30, 40 points, you have your Romania, you have your Egypt, you have your Argentina, all those teams are teams to look out for. I'm excited to see what Kyrgyzstan can do, because we've seen two very different shapes of that team. We've seen the team that has absolutely obliterated everyone in the first 3 games, and we've seen them get almost nothing done in game 4 and 5. So can they keep it up? Was it just a fluke for them, or are they going to be dominating today? That's really what I have my eyes on, because the Kyrgyzstan from the start was not to be stopped, and then didn't really keep it up all the way through the day.
Well, they did keep it up in the 3rd round, which is already surprising. But then, you were saying in the 4th and 5th, it kind of just went back down.
They got about almost 70 points in the first 3 rounds, and they ended on 74 after 5. So they really, really fell off hard. You can do that when you have pop-up performances like that, but the trend cannot continue for them. The trend has to be reversed. Maybe the reset's there for them. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. That's my biggest surprise.
Just smash.
Turkey, I expect them to be more consistent than Kyrgyzstan.
Oh, yeah, I do so too.
Doesn't mean they're better, but I think more consistent.
Yeah, because the first 2 rounds, even though they didn't get as many points as Kyrgyzstan did, not even close, you could tell that they were still in positions where if you play that round, I don't know, like 7 out of 10 times again, they will win at least one of these. Because they put themselves up in good spots. They realized they got a good feel for the lobby. They put themselves into very good positions. That the rotations were on point. And they didn't play as aggressively as we saw, for example, on their last ERANGEL game, where they actually pushed out towards that church area, for example. This is something that maybe they didn't do beforehand. But then again, these are the kind of decisions that, they differ from round to round. So I'm totally fine with Turkey. And
that's the thing. Starting slow is much easier explained. You're getting a feel for the lobby. You're trying to figure out how the other teams are playing. You're getting in the groove. Starting hot and then falling off, you don't really have a good excuse for it. If you start slow in a lobby, that doesn't really mean that you're lacking. That can just mean you have to figure out how everybody else is playing. Your playstyle is a little bit dependent on predicting what other teams are doing. There is teams that do better in some lobbies and worse in others. So you gotta pull your adaptations. You gotta learn your lessons sometimes. So that's why I'm not too concerned about Turkey. But we have finally the SANHOK coming at you. Match 7 out of 18 of the grand finals of the WEC, the World Esports Championship. We're flying across the map, a very northwestern plane, Felix, but finally heading into game.
It is. We've waited for this for quite some time now, but it is here. So let's see if we have got some of the hot jobs that we've seen yesterday. I mean, at Hard Tin, we can kind of already tell that it's just not going to be the case, luckily for these teams. But yeah, I was talking about Colombia with this split. Very big split, right? You've got that northwestern hillside towards a little like ruins kind of building, and then you've got on the northwestern side, I think you've got Romania. So lots of space. Just got to be careful of Romania maybe making any kind of move, and then you've got Morocco, as you can see here, on the very far northern side on Hard Tin. Actually, there's Georgia in the middle of it as well. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how all of that is going to play out. Definitely good spots for all of these three teams. Yeah. Always good rotations. Can see the first one, Kerry Boy grabbing himself a quick vehicle. That's a very important one for Hard Tin as well, depending on the kind of rotations that you need to take. Depends on the first circle and how important that's going to be, because we have seen plenty of northwestern circles as well. At that point, Hard Tin pretty much becomes one of the strongest spots anyways. But yeah, other than that, actually Nexus not going to be the northwestern island. Kind of mistaken on that one. Looked kind of different from the PoE, but they will be up towards that northern side as well.
Yeah, northern side of the map, northeast, taking their time. Phase 1 is popped. Looks like it's a northern circle. We've seen a glimpse of it on the mini-map, and that is a bit of a hot drop with Armenia and your favorite team, the Philippines. Nice bolt shot landing. Rotello has to run for the hills. We'll see how aggressive they are. Right now it's looking like Armenia's on the push, but Suro, well, he's not anywhere to be found, so it's gonna be max 3 players here for the Armenian squad.
Yes, it will be. I was highlighting Philippines yesterday and their ability to fight. I know people were making fun of me and how much I highlight them in terms of, you know, where they actually stand on the leaderboard, but I do really believe that they have good fighting power. We will see in just a couple of seconds actually on how strong it is. You've got Armenia on the other side. Couple of Armenian chatters as well in the chat. So quick shout out to all of you guys supporting your nations and making sure this whole tournament, the spirit of it is being upheld, the unity, the coming together, celebrating esports as a whole, representing your country, just having lots of fun. That's what at the end of the day this is all about. And sure, some of these players are going home with a whole bunch of money as well. So as I said, make sure to continue to support your teams. Countries. Absolutely. Countries and teams.
Countries. I mean, it's a national team, right? It is,
yeah, right, true. National teams.
You can go whichever way you want to go with this, but let's focus on the hot drop at hand. Nice few shots for Cello. Oh, he's got to be hitting the prone position. He's got the Zyga though, at least. Shotgun in hand, ready for it. DBS from Casito as well. It's a hard push to take for Armenia. Maybe they can get an off angle though. Remember, Zuro was a little bit late to the fight. If he can wrap around the south and figure out an off angle to catch someone off guard, that'd be massive for them. As well, they will have to see what comes out of this. They're not close to the circle. They're not anywhere close to the playing zone. So just hiding out, waiting around for the enemy to make a mistake is a good tactic in a fight, but not necessarily a good tactic for the whole game.
Yeah, the problem with both these teams is right now, if you've looked at the circle is very far northwestern. So it's good actually that we're talking about all these teams in the northwestern area, right? Colombia, Georgia, and Morocco, because all of these teams are pretty much in the deep center right now. So I know you haven't seen the circle, but it's on the far northwestern side. So no matter how this one goes, both of these teams have lots of rotation path right in front of them, and they will need to hurry up. So yeah, we'll see on who's going to have maybe have an advantage on this one. I think the first frag is going to be massively important. Barodi actually knows the Viking is just behind that tree, but he just about misses the opportunity. There's like a millimeter that is missing to get that initial knock, unfortunately. But still, Armenia, interesting setup. 2 down low, 2 up top. Might just be pretty good.
Yeah, especially this off angle for Armenia is beautiful. We saw the Philippine player just proning out, just waiting.
Oh, he got it.
There's the flush. We saw them just waiting for a flank around the sides. So Armenia read that well, was ready for it, but Barode has the off angle on a different side of the circle. Now, out of bullets for the M4. He's going to have to try and loot anything back up. The push comes out, though. They've secured power in numbers. Now they want to get aggressive. Philippines flying over the top. The DBS comes out. That is another knock inside of the camp, and that puts them down 4-2 right now. They have all the numbers in the world. Armenia is folding. Just X-Got left alive. He's running for the hills. He's trying to reposition. He's getting the hell out of there.
And his position is known as well. Great fighting coming in from the Philippines. Make sure to support your national team, because that has just been very, very clean. Now, let's not hype it too much, because at the end of the day, it's still one player left, and we've seen that for the pod as well. Looking at Serbia almost clutching that 2v4 yesterday, but it doesn't look like he's going to be going to be fighting this one. Zoro is going away, and that's exactly what the Philippines should do as well. Hunt him. It is one single frag. Very likely you're going to get that one. And one point in the end of the day could make the difference between third and fourth.
Yeah, it's a hard question. When do you stop? Because you don't want to go too far, right? You don't want to commit too hard. But your favorite team, the Philippines, yeah, Bias Caster on my side. Casino picks that one up. Second kill for him for the Philippines. You're already late to the circle at that point. You're already going to be the last team entering. So why not take that extra kill?
Absolutely.
And with the way that they read that and with the way they realized he was going to be running for the hills, they did the exact right play. They made the right decision, and they're going to reward themselves. Again, circle is northwest. Circle, we saw Brunei, I think, sitting in one of the center compounds there. Similar scenes from the game one. But Nexus, Romania, they've flown on in. They're trying to contest for Hatin, and they've already taken 2 casualties. They have to make sure to try and speed up that fight to make sure that they can get any of these reses. Not looking good right now. That's the first one confirmed. Octavian going down. And they have a 3v1 in Hatin or 3v2 maybe, but they're already losing numbers.
Yes, they are. Interesting that Romania opted for that rotation that late, I gotta say. If you are on the other side, you kind of have to make an early rotation. At that point, you know Morocco's going to be in there. So it's kind of a tricky spot, but then again, there isn't really any option to go a different route, right? You can just cross the bridge, maybe with a full-on vehicle rotation, but even that isn't safe. So yeah, not really blaming Romania to kind of take this fight at this point. But still, Morocco still being in there this late, I think that's why they're kind of trying to dodge this. I think just they're totally fine with just taking that one elimination point and just driving off. But Senkai actually still doesn't leave it. Still doesn't leave the city. Could have.
Saved his car. Used the smoke to reposition it, realized it wasn't that easy.
It's dangerous, though.
It wasn't that easy to get out of the gaps in the walls. He had a few small gaps, so now he's just trying to delay. He's hoping for some support from his team. But Kapahala is cooking a good nade on that. That could hit right on the mark. Ooh, barely explodes in front of the wall. He's got to get it behind it. He's trying, he's looking, he knows there's a player there, and they know that they have the man advantage to this situation. But Redox on the other side, well, he's at a man disadvantage. He's surrounded by Marshall and Lazy Boy. Morocco is not messing around. Carry Boy not anywhere close to this fight, but Morocco want to speed it up and they want to clear it out.
Absolutely, they do. Unfortunately for Romania now that they did lose that one play. Otherwise, I think they would have definitely aggressed on towards Senkai a little bit more. And I mean, generally, playing this kind of circle up from the northern side of Hatin is always something you can definitely do. There's lots of frag potential from even inside the city as well. So unfortunately for them, they're just not going to have as much control as they would have wished for.
Struggles around the bridge. Serbia not doing all that hot, taking a little bit of damage. Circle went far to the northwest, centering on the island, so Hatin not all too bad. Serbia has to fight their way on in, and that's why we see such a focus on that Hatin area. We also see a new team popping up there in the distance, northern side, fairly in the hands. As Redox, another reposition for him. Another try to make anything work. They're torn a little bit here, it feels like. Both these teams have tried to be aggressive. They haven't really made it work. They haven't really pulled it off. And they've had to slow things back down. Beautiful nade from Doran. Opens things up towards Senkai. They equalize the numbers. They know where Lazy Boy is as well. Oh, it's a good dodge from Redox. They're really trying to make this work, but it's a back and forwards fight.
Yes, it is. Redox, he still hasn't found the correct angle. And the meanwhile, Bisky goes down with the most important fragments for Serbia. He will be falling short in round number 1 of today. Unfortunately for his team, kind of got caught off guard on the cross there. It's not an easy cross, so I can totally understand his problems. And, you know, the sightline's just not being perfect. Maxa, one of the newest additions on the Unicorns roster, European organization. So, yeah, also him, maybe on his, I do believe on his first LAN experience, someone that now has to pick up on and where Bisque has left this whole situation off. Now, Argentina on the other side, they're playing the compound, who would have thought?
Who would have thought? Similar compound that they had in the first Miramar. Lots of buildings, lots of windows to be peeking from, and they're going to be holding this slow. I think they were the team as well, holding out Serbia. So just taking out one member from Serbia is already going to pay dividends for them. That's going to make that fight and that breach so much harder for the Serbian squad. So this is something that you love to see from teams. Picking off one player and then falling back, realizing that you shouldn't be in this fight right now, realizing that you should be heading the hell out of there, and just making sure you've weakened the team around you, you've done your job, you can reset it. Egypt, Felix, on a boat rotation.
Yeah, let's see how that one's going to work out. We saw boat rotations In none of the SANHOK games so far, well, in the one SANHOK game, I don't believe we saw a boat rotation. So maybe this time around, they might actually have an impact. I mean, on the northwestern circles or the southwestern circles, it really does become kind of vital if you're on the very opposing side of the new safe zone. But yeah, maybe in this one, it's a little bit too late. We'll see. Kyrgyzstan, though, trying to find an entry. They did get spotted out, though. I mean, it is only phase 3 that starts in 5 seconds. I think they will have enough time to rotate off towards the other bridge, but they still did lose Nod, unfortunately.
Yeah, and well, that other bridge is occupied as well. That's not looking good for Kyrgyzstan. It's looking good for everybody else that is trying to play catch-up right now. We have teams occupying the western bridge as well. Serbia's still looking, not entirely sure that the opposition is gone, but Kyrgyzstan, they're going to be sailing right past some of these teams. They're going to be getting in the midst of it. You see Algeria is ready and waiting, as Philippines still in the kill feed. They're just around that western edge as well. And they are also trying to struggle their way on in. So far, not gone too well for them.
No, it really hasn't. Yeah, really unfortunate. That edge is so hard, though. I mean, they can play, if they have lots and lots of smoke, they can maybe play the southern side of the hill. But even then, they have to go very far to the southwestern side in order not to be spotted from Argentina. But look at this. Is he just rotating towards Kyrgyzstan? Because I think both of these teams would eventually not find. Okay, so he goes down at least. That's one frag. Fourth, actually, no, so excuse me, the second frag for Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah.
Philippines still picking up 4 elimination points. But yeah, I mean, still, I don't really see another way for Kyrgyzstan in there.
That's the problem as well. If that player is coming back, that should tell Kyrgyzstan, well, that bridge is not across. Yeah. That is not possible. Like, if this guy, as a solo remainder of his team, decides to come back here, there is no way we can cross that same bridge.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard. I mean, on that southern side, on the other side of the bridge, you could see people were scouting it, but then again, it's only really one team that is all throughout that southern side. Maybe Argentina and maybe Serbia's going up there as well. Actually, Serbia's going towards the western side and China rotated uphill. But yeah, it's only one, maybe maximum 2 teams on the southern side. I could still see Kyrgyzstan maybe on timing rotating in as soon as these teams on the southern side start fighting. That's the opportunity I see right now.
Can they hold up that long is the question. Can they hold the blue damage and have enough meds to actually make that cross? So that's the real question here. Turkey, under a lot of pressure. They have decided to make their move up on the hillside. Reasonable position for them to take, but one that will put you under a lot of pressure. You have to hold out until the late game. Chile coming in on that northwestern side with a boat, and there's Turkey taking that pressure that we mentioned from the top. It is the Kazakhstan squad that is raining down fire, and they've been farming. They've been putting damage down range. I don't think they've really taken any damage, but they're just up there, lots of bullets, scoped ARs, and being absolute harassment to everyone below them.
Yeah, there's the job coming in as well. Not sure if anyone's going to take this. And then meanwhile, though, it's going to be Doran opening things up against Chile. Let's see how this one's going to happen. First of all, Turkey, though, in a pretty good spot. I got to say, surprisingly, I don't think they realize Brune is just walking right below. How is this happening, though? Is Turkey open from any of the sidelines? Or why are they not looking downwards? I feel like they should be. Somehow Brune is going to get away with this. Are they going to get away with this?
Turkey should not be able to overpeak that too much because everybody else can see them as soon as they peek their heads over the rocks. You can see a little bit of the same thing for Kazakhstan happening, where they have to play with their angles, they have to toy around a bit, not overstep too far. You want to be peeking the players below you, but you have to be sure that, for example, Romania is busy in Atin and not shooting back at you, because you can get knocked very quickly, you can get taken out of the game. This is, like you're seeing here, there's lots of fire coming in from afar. It's actually going to be, again, Kazakhstan from the top, and the second Turkey gets too greedy, they take damage and they have to fall back. So you really got to be playing with your angles, you really got to be sure that you're safe at what you do, and as we saw before, lots of pressure coming in from the top dogs on top of the hill.
Well, look at this. Silas immediately has got the angles covered. He knows exactly where to look, and he's got his teammate immediately traded. As soon as he saw that his team was being shot at, he immediately traded it out. Look at this, Joe. Georgia trying to exit Camp Alpha. That's the original teams that actually landed here. Both of these standing right next to each other. So Morocco and Georgia, they will eventually fight actually on this northwestern side, even though they landed on opposing, landed like, I don't know, 300 meters away from each other. So interestingly enough, both opting for similar positions. So look at this. One already taken down. That's SANHOK actually. Caribon lays one of the last two alive. Now the push coming in. Diego just on the door. Maybe that DBS is going to be proving vital. All these just looking for the initial pre-fire shots. No knocks other than Marshall down so far.
He was looking for the pre-fire. They're playing around the angles. Pressure's mounting now. Castrix is on the outside. Doesn't have anyone covering for them. Should be going down there. UMP does so much damage. 95, 5 HP on LazyBoy. He's trying to find anything. They're trying to alleviate some of that pressure. Player steps on in, takes him down. Carryboy, he's got to make it work for his squad. Wow. He cannot. 2 strong bits of damage towards the Georgian squad, but we said they needed to get something going. They do here. 4 kill points for them and a good chance to move into the bottom side of that hill.
Oh, yes, they do. We can see Georgia fans in the chat already. Let's go, Georgia, because, yeah, they're sitting all the way down in 14th place, so that was one hell of a fight. That's going to give them a lot of control in the circle as well. Romania now, in the meanwhile, rotating uphill. We saw Octavian being taken out very early, but they're not stopping right there. Doran picked up 3 frags, and then meanwhile, it's going to be Turkey now in all lots of trouble too. 2 of the players have already been knocked down, and I think they will be flushed as well. That's going to hurt them a lot. I think it's Silas and Hamzi all the way up towards these hillsides, so maybe they will be surviving. Maybe even Razy is going to be reviving. I think Nexus or Romania can't really pressure this too much, since there is a 3rd team just on the eastern side, and lots of them around here as well.
This is a very complicated area to play. There's so many high ground positions, and as soon as you walk up on top, sure, you have the best spot, but everybody's going to be looking at you. Kapahala right now, he's playing around, he's looking, he's waiting for someone to pop up from below, but he's got his teammates far away, holding above him. There it is, that cover you talked about earlier, Felix. Right now, Nexus, Romania doing the exact same thing, making sure their teammates can stay alive, holding each other's backs is absolutely vital in the zone. Look at Kazakhstan as well. Takeoff is on the other side of that mountain, completely split off from the rest of his squad here.
And I just want to quickly point one team out that we haven't really talked about so far. It is again Argentina. They're just sitting comfortably on the eastern side. They're just not bothered at all because they aren't bothering anyone in return either. They're just sitting inside the circle and just chilling. You know, they're playing from compound to compound. They've found themselves a pretty good home as well. So Argentina, you got to look out for them.
Got to look out for them. Now, taking off. He's trying to activate. He's going on to Nexus here. I think they're just healing up. He gets the flush on the first. He's looking for the second. Doran has to make it work with the DBS. Good damage dealt. Taking off 1 HP. Gets taken out. And Doran over the top will confirm it for Romania. 4 kills for himself. No support coming in from the other Kazakhstan members because they are mighty busy just surviving by themselves right now.
How is Romania standing that strong again? How are they doing it? Because they had to fight themselves through hard team. They lost a player as well. Now they're fighting uphill, which is one of the hardest things you can do on this map. Normally you're just getting farmed from up top. Now Romania is actually picking up full frag. Doran had 3 at the point he left hard in. What a performance so far this game. Maybe Kapahala is going to go down eventually. It looks like he is. No, he's going to make it over the ridge line. That is, even though it was pretty good shooting by Pancha, he will be traded out immediately. Hamzi actually now picking up the slag and finds himself a good opening as well. Still 3 players strong for Turkey.
But just understand how hard it is to play these circles. Everybody that's overextending just a tiny bit, instantly getting picked up from the top, getting picked from the bottom, getting pushed around the rocks. This is a really, really hard area to play in, and you really can't fault teams like Kyrgyzstan, like Argentina, to just sit this one out. Play it from their edge, play it slow, and take one fight at a time. Because all these teams on top right now, they're bouncing around. They're trying to manage their aggressions, and they're trying to figure out the right fight at the right time. That can give you a lot of power points, but all of them have lost players so far.
Absolutely, they have. Now it's going to get a little bit trickier, because now I think they both realize with this new circle shift, they can coexist, right? I think there's only going to be the position from Romania at the moment on the eastern side, excuse me, and I think Turkey is going to eventually try to push them. You can see them already trying to clear out this edge. It's a tough edge to push, though, but Romania doesn't really seem too ready at the moment. They have to find good positions to hold this off because they are playing at a man disadvantage.
Yeah, they have to figure out where they want to play this from. Do they go to the edge, try and catch an off angle, maybe equalize the numbers? Or do they go into zone and try to waste Turkey's time when they are clearing the edge? This is a beautiful angle, and look how many nades that man has. He's got 10 of them. The second he sees a silhouette coming over that hill, he's going to unleash, and he's going to make this so hard for Turkey. He's lining them up. He's waiting for it. That nade is getting cooked. It's looked like it's to perfection. Instantly, 100 damage. First player down, numbers equalized, and Romania is ready for this push.
Yes, they are. There's nades coming in from Turkey as well now, but Silence are being taken out so low that it is a 2v2 at this point, and that is the 5th frag for Doran as well. If there is an MVP up until this point, it has to be Doran. The way he's fighting through these rounds at the moment, fighting through these teams, is sensational. So let's see where this one is going to go now. Hamzi with 3.
Would love to see Hamzi get aggressive there and just push around the right, take the unexpected angle. Everybody is looking for you to clear your edge. Nobody is looking for you to come from the center, but you can see the hesitant approach that they have, because they just don't know where Romania is holding out. They don't know what kind of space they're controlling right now. Now the push comes out, another nade, another one that's cooked to perfection from Dorian. Now he knows where Razy is. He's going to get another one out, and that's almost the wipe already, just with throwables. He's got another one, he can use it, but you know, why not finish it off? Why not finish it off with the DBS? Where's the problem? Dorian, 7 kills. Romania is not stopping.
Oh, they aren't, and look at this position right now. They have one of the best positions at the moment. Now the next safe zone is going to shift downwards, but I do believe they've lowered themselves just one rock level, so to speak. I think they're in a pretty good spot as well, not to be spotted from Kyrgyzstan. And we got to highlight Kyrgyzstan as well at the moment. Kyrgyzstan has been sitting inside their compound, despite them being pretty much in one of the hardest spots, actually, in phase 3 and 4. They were on the other side of the river. I don't know. How did they make it here? To be honest, I'm kind of at a loss for words right now. But somehow they did. Somehow they're in a pretty good spot, and they will have control as soon as the circle closes. Oh, what did happen from Fragger now? Both of these Algerian players will be shut down in their tracks, and it's suddenly only one left alive.
Yeah, not looking good for the opposing squad. 5 kills for Algeria, not a big game regardless, but yeah, absolutely, Felix. We counted out Kyrgyzstan. We thought they were done for. We thought they were stuck in the blue between two teams.
We did.
Phase 3, deep in the blue, can't cross the bridge. Now they're here in the center of the circle, and not only that, they've picked up 8 kills. Romania's got 8. Kyrgyzstan has the same amount of points. That's 1 HP on each of these players. There's 3 nades for Ziric.
What's happening?
He's going to ring one out and surely going to catch Kapahala. But that's going very far up the hill. That might not even be the knock. Doran's already back on HP, and we've seen what these guys can do. You don't want to let them heal back up. You want to take them out.
Are you kidding me? They made it down here. Look at the angles right now. I think that's a problem in Kyrgyzstan's side, so they should have been more prepared for that one. That's the players. These are actually exactly the players who need to take out in order to take control of the map, but they didn't. Now look at the spot they are in. They're in a pretty good spot. They're safe. They're not exactly nade range, even though Argentina is trying to make a move on it, but they have to go pretty far in that direction in order to find anyone. And Argentina, how in the hell are they doing it time and time again? They will find an opening in any zone, and they will be on the passive side, but they make it into late game again, and they're in prime spot right now to take this one home.
Beautiful. Beautiful from all these 3 teams to get this far. I mean, even just the agility on Doran to get down from that rock at a distance where he can exactly land on 5 HP. He took 95 fallen damage, so perfectly calculated his risks there. Gets down from the rock. Now, Fragger looking to make a move towards Kyrgyzstan. Instantly taken out, though. That's 2 from Argentina. Knock. They've been a little bit overzealous. They tried to do too much at the same time, biting off a little bit more than they can chew. And Doran, we've seen what he can do with nades. There's another one. Does plenty of damage. DBS has come out. This is looking like Romania all over. They're up to 11 kills. Now a 2v2. Can Kyrgyzstan do it?
What just happened? Argentina just got wiped out of this map, and now suddenly its effect maybe finds another one. They will fight this round. It is their 3rd chicken dinner in just 6 games, and they are doing it time and time again, and deservingly so. They were in the worst spot out of all of these teams, stuck on the other side of the map, not being in the safe zone in phase 3, but they make it work. And look at these players. If anyone should be hyped right now, it has to be them. What a performance.
Oh, they're looking calm. They're looking relaxed. Business as usual. Just winning the first game of the day. Nothing new there. Double digits kills. No problem at all.
They're just casual at this point.
That was beautiful PUBG from all these 3 teams.
But look
Argentina, beautifully positioned, slowly getting into the late game,
but they
picking up a few kills, and then they don't win the 4v2v2. Romania, hero story for them on Doran's. Crazy stuff. And just, oh my god. Can't stop Kyrgyzstan at that point.
It is sensational. We have all these storylines again, and then actually Romania getting, I think, the majority of the frags against Argentina is pretty crazy as well in terms of the leaderboard situation, right? Because they are all so close, stacked on top of each other. That is the perfect game to open things up to the 15th WEC right from Iasi, Romania. So, I mean, if you haven't had enough so far, make sure to stick out for the next 5 games, because I'm sure it's going to be just as exciting.
Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. I know SANHOK's a bit of a different map than the other 2. It's not as large. The rotations are a little bit more simple, but my oh my. That is some crazy PUBG. Love to see things like that. Love to see Doran popping off for Romania.
Yes.
I don't know what he ended up on. I think 7, 8, 9.
It has to be at least 8.
I don't know how much he got versus Argentina. He had 7 before that fight. I think they got 3 of them. I think they took down 3 of them to fall to Kyrgyzstan in the end. And they're not going to be upset about that second place. Not a single bit. Fighting their way in all the way from Hatin to that point. Romania's not upset. I agree with you, though.
Yes,
Argentina, again, I think, beautiful macro game, but they would have loved to win that.
Yeah, Argentina is gonna be. I think they're gonna be pissed. I'll just say it like that. Argentina's gonna be pissed. That's the second SANHOK game in a row where they had man advantage in the late game, where it was a top 3 scenario, and all they had to do was essentially clean up the rest of them.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, I mean, obviously they couldn't, but that's what you need to do. They could have been the team right here with 3 chicken dinners. Instead, it has been Kyrgyzstan. We will show you the leaderboard and all the statistics, but we will go into a short break beforehand, so make sure to stick around. The day has just started, ladies and gentlemen, so once again, make sure to stay tuned.
Anyways.
Tell me about it.
We talked about momentum. We talked about mindset. We talked about how you get rolling. You don't get hyped. You don't get rolling from sitting in a compound. And then, okay, cool.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun eveniment de până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game itself, right, there's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against Mo.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul Esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female teams. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff on SANHOK. The map has delivered every single time so far. It's, whew, that was a banger. That was a crazy game. That was a crazy game. And who better to take it away at the end than Kyrgyzstan? I mean, as said, they are the team to look out for today, and they have delivered absolutely up to their standards as they have in the first three of yesterday.
Yes, they have. Pretty much all the top teams actually showed us a glimpse of what is to be expected in the 5 remaining games that we have today. I mean, we saw Argentina playing the typical playstyle that they did, chilling on the eastern side, rotating from compound to compound, pretty much not bothering anyone and just not being bothered in return, really. Giving it away in the late game, though. Also very Argentina-like, unfortunately, for them. And then we had Romania in the midst of it. Doran just fighting through. I think it was 8 or 9 frags at the end of it. We'll take a look at the total standings after this game. I do promise you that. So, yeah, I mean, everyone's performing today. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second game for day number 2 here at the 15th World Esports Championship, live from Iasi, Romania.
Let's go. Let's go. ERANGEL is on the cards. Georgia out of the play-in already. Things we're used to seeing. Military-based team. They've been the only one a lot of these games. Sometimes West Milli slightly contested, but the military base is firmly in their hands.
Which is pretty interesting because yesterday, I think that yesterday they didn't realize in the first games that military was completely free and they opted for the compounds. Now I am hoping to see them actually in the military base.
Absolutely. And, well, if we see a milli circle, which we haven't yet, that's certainly going to prove to be quite the asset for them. Colombia, again, widely split. Very Pia and the yellows south of Pochinki. And then we're going to see Team Turkey moving out towards Gatka. Fits their style pretty nicely. Has given them some reasonably good phase 1 zones as well. And overall, I'd say, again, a fairly quiet and peaceful split across the map. We'll see if there's some vehicle struggles. We'll see if there's some scrambles here and there. But, well, the Rosa hot rod we used to have, not a thing anymore. And there we are, Algeria, securing some vehicles, bringing them into Pochinki. One thing you have to do when it's your loot spot, you have to get these vehicles inside.
Definitely. That is a far eastern circle, to be honest. It doesn't even cross the plane path. So let's see who's going to have to rotate very far off. Colombia is definitely going to have a pretty far rotate. I think, actually, now that we see Georgia, that we have on the screen right now, we'll have a pretty chill rotate path as well. But first of all, it's going to be Turkey picking one up. That is not a problem for Kalsi. Come on, that's too easy for him. So they will lose, actually, one player. And that's a Pochinki team as well. That's going to hurt. Because normally you're pretty safe in Pochinki. How deep did he try to go for that car? Because, I mean, you definitely have like 2-3 safe car spawns with this plane path in Pochinki. He went down pretty far. So, unfortunately, he got punished for it. And Turkey's going to say thank you and goodbye. we'll start this game off with the first elimination.
That's a freebie. You take those. You take the vehicle, you take the kill. Again, I said, right, Pubg team has to bring some vehicles in. You have some spawns, but you do have to stretch out a little bit for vehicles. Not going to happen this time.
Also, we got to shout out all the Turkish fans in the chat. I know you guys can hear us. Lots of love for you guys, because you are just spamming it in the chat. You guys are breaking the chat almost. Lots of love to Turkey. You guys are doing absolutely amazing. I think that's a big part of why Turkey is always so supported on social media as well, because you guys are so vocal. So to everyone else as well, I mean, Kyrgyzstan, we saw Armenia, we saw Georgia, we saw lots of these teams actually having support in the chat. So keep on supporting your national teams. Absolutely.
I mean, that's what you love to see. Beautiful to have so many people watching around for their team to do well. Kapahala and Redox out of the game, Felix. Romania is off to a very, very rough start. Argentina able to pick up both of those. And when you have a look at the scoreboard on your right there, those are very impactful kills again, right? We mentioned how big it was for Romania to take out so many Argentinian players in that last game. Argentina repays the favor, and they tie themselves up again. 57 and 57, just a few points behind Turkey, and, well, I can't say just a few points behind Kyrgyzstan, because they have really established their lead again here.
Crazy. With this win, they will be up to 95 points. That is, it's completely absurd. Once again, how can you say 95 points? We have some of the teams just barely scraping double digits down there. How are they ever going to catch this? I think at this point, it's going to be very tough. Third place is on 57. That's where the money starts, essentially. Oh, well, we have a quick try. But let's take a look at Romania. Actually, Romania losing 2 players very early. Kapahal and Redux already being taken down. At least Doran's alive, which is the good message for anyone that's from Romania at the moment.
Yeah, he's been their MVP in quite a few parts. He's been an MVP on his own team in past tournaments as well. He's been absolutely popping off. So PMPL, when his team got second place, he was MVP of the whole league. And he's showing that off here today. He's showing that he's comfortable on a LAN environment. He's comfortable on a stage, doesn't mind at all. Yeah. And he's been putting up big numbers. Very early rotation for Romania, but honestly, with 2 players alive, I love to see that. Get greedy. You know you're not going to be able to control a lot of the space. You're not going to be able to keep all your options open. So go early, control the space, get in there nice and quick. I'm not sure if they're driving back into Egypt right there. We saw a glimpse of that on the map. But if they just take a good compound, commit to it with 2 players, and, well, gamble a little bit on the circle, go in their way, that's something I would love to see.
Absolutely. Taking a look at Colombia, teams that you love to see. You've actually lived in Colombia, right? That's
Argentina.
Didn't you live in? Okay.
No, sorry about that. Argentina has a special place in my heart. Can't wait to win their game again.
Where is Argentina at the moment?
Argentina is the yellow team around the shelter area.
Yeah, okay, so that's yeah. Argentina, I just had to look at the circle center, and it was pretty obvious that that's where Argentina is, isn't it? So Argentina is pretty easy to find. But yeah, Colombia, anyways, pretty good spot as well for the rotate. They have a quick and easy path straight towards the farm area, which is almost circle center, so they won't really find too many problems either, unless Kyrgyzstan on the western side decides to have the same rotation timing. That's the only team that is just behind them, closer towards the blue zone, that is just now creeping up. And right above them is Turkey that we see right now. Also, not inside the safe zone yet. They will take their extra time with this circle. Completely understandable. Even if you rotate on early, you will be late in the safe zone.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of the game styles you can employ, right? You know you're not going to have priority for the zone, so you make sure you're well equipped. You've got everything you need. And you can see what that means sometimes. Remember Doran ending up with 10 frag grenades in that late game? I think he was able to destroy Turkey just with those, and then able to make them work again later on in the game. So utility, armor, meds, all that stuff can really, really matter. And all that stuff can become extremely impactful. Now, some drive scouting going on for Brunei. They've got another team on their north. They're trying to figure out what is free, what can we take, and how deep can we go, especially as Morocco is trying to move in parallel, also doing the same thing. Scouting a little bit, figuring out what's free, what's possible to take, making sure they don't run each other over, which is also pretty vital. But still think there's one more garage building to their southeast they could figure out is free and could take. We'll see if they want to risk it. Their compound is not bad at all, but you tend to see 2-2 splits in compounds like that. You don't tend to see 4 players just stacked in one compound in phase 1.
And that's how it should be as well. There's lots of, I mean, you have good control on the surrounding area, but as soon as it shifts away, you're like kind of stuck at that compound. So finding different options, different entryways on western, eastern, southern, northern side that you can take, whether You know, whether or not it centers up on you or not, it's kind of relevant at that point, but you should be prepared for it.
Yeah.
Right, so that's what I'm hoping to see from Morocco at the moment. I mean, there is lots and lots of teams now just entering it. Interesting to see Georgia just now rotating off, though. You can see Brunei also being in the center as one of the teams that I was just talking about. Finding themselves a good spots at the yellow houses, but even them have to split up, right? Even they should do a big split. You can see even Kazakhstan is doing the same thing inside the city. I'm hoping to see an even bigger split, because at the moment these two guys at the gas station, I don't think that's where they're going to stay.
Yeah, it's a matter of being ready for multiple circle shifts, right? If when you're new to PUBG, when you haven't mastered the game yet, you might think the circle has a lot of impact and can be very RNG. But once you've figured out the intricacies of competitive esports, it's about being ready for all the outcomes. It's about having multiple options at hand. And that is exactly what you want to do in phase 1, is making sure you've got all the tools at hand and all the positions and all the information, so that whatever circle happens, wherever phase 2 goes, you have a play ready for it.
And look at the western side now. This might just be a problem for some of these teams. It's stacked, and all these teams have a similar rotation timing at the moment, excuse me. So even Kyrgyzstan and Turkey could be meeting up just now in phase 1, but I do believe Kyrgyzstan is just not looking for it at all. They will be rotating up further towards the northern side, and that's a good entry as well. You see the next circle shift? It shifted far towards the eastern, northeastern side. So that's the entry into the zone that they're looking for as well, right? Get the northwestern side entry. And I can just tell you, they don't know, but I know from the map stream, it is pretty clear up there. All the way up towards Mansion should be a kind of free rotation, depending on how fast they are. You can see Serbia coming into the northern side as well, but other than that, it looks pretty good. Deep center circle, though. That's where Argentina is at home.
They just have their early game down. They just have it all figured out. As we see, Armenia already lost a member. I think that was to multiple teams. It's Morocco who picked it up in the end, but they lose out there. And, well, that looks like an opportunity for more frags to be collected, but it's a drive-by. Fragger, oh no, it's actually Fragger from Shelter. He almost gets that flush. They have to get on that res instantly. Argentina with some nice shots. I see players in vehicles. I don't know if they want to get into this. It's looking like they want to absolutely fly the hell into that compound. Make sure that knock gets confirmed. Take the team fight. No breaks on Argentina right now.
No, they're not stopping on this one. First shots, Viking gets caught off guard immediately, and that's the first entry. Rema is going to be picking that one up, and it might not be the only one that he's going to fight. He sees Strongman on the other side of it. Jumps up, gets the second one. That's 2 entries for Argentina, immediately almost.
What a clear, no problem at all. 5 kills for them already. The game's barely started. They picked up 2 in the early, 3 more there. They know there's weakness, and I think they've just understood. They understood that team's a member down. We've knocked another one. One's going to be rezzing. There can only be one player shooting at us. It's a free pull-up. Now, next team is knocking on the door, and they have to reconsolidate. They have to reset that very quickly.
Yeah, you do have to be careful. Frag was kind of in the back lines there, trying to get an angle on them from the distance to support them. But he should have been aware of Algeria here, I feel like. So kind of a bad spot to be knocked down. Let's hope they can get him back up. Should be with 2 or 3 smokes, definitely in the realm of possibility. But we'll see that in a moment. No cover fire so far from the combat. I see Algeria actually trying to make a move on this. There are 3 players down. There's 1 player down as well. So might be a little bit too aggressive, but we'll see. Shots coming in from the different sides as well. Fragger has been taken down now.
I think the smokes, maybe a few, too little, but overall the play, I love it. Don't just go for the res. Take area control first. Get up on the bunker, overlook, see who's pulling up, see what you can do about it, and try to let your teammates go for the res. The first player there should always be the one controlling the space. I think Fenan, or who it was, crawls out of the smoke there, gets taken out in the long run. Now, 2 big dogs, Kyrgyzstan, Turkey, squaring off, and it's not looking good for Turkey. Some 5-head big brain caster said they might clash in rotation, and they absolutely have.
Yes, they have. The rotation timing is just too similar. I mean, the entry as well, so I was kind of expecting to see that even the face beforehand, but I think now they just got forced into it. And at that point, if something like that happens, and someone gets an entry, very often you see just one team just collapse on it. Even if you want to try and run away, there is no option anymore, right? Because you're just surrounded by vehicles. One of the teammates of the opposing team, maybe just gets an angle, and at that point it's already too late. We see the fight again.
Yeah.
Great individual power as well. None of the really big team play stuff. They just rushed in, took the 1v1s. You can see Arcti even opting for a straight up 1v1 inside the shack, which is something you normally have a big disadvantage on, but he just takes it and he wins it.
Completely ran them down as well, completely caught them off guard. They were not ready for a push like that. Remember the first player running at Viking, trying to make the cross into the shack to get an off angle, already too late. Kazakhstan has flown into the Philippines here, and it's looking like they're going to win that one out as well. They've got Flyke on his knees. Effects is on the drive by Zerich, is getting the shots out. They're winning it so far, but now they're dropping in numbers. 2 players knocked. Philippines trying to make it work. If they can just get one flush, that would already be massive for everybody else in the lobby, but he nails them. Instantly claps them down. There's a new team, though, pulling up already. Serbia's there.
Yes. Good trades as well, though. And I think Serike might just be revived, actually. That's a pretty good rest, but it depends. They're getting pulled up on, actually, just from the north side. That's a good ridgeline, actually, for Serbia to make something happen. The smokes are coming out. Will they be enough, though? That's a big fight for Kyrgyzstan. 7 frags already. But as I said, the smokes have to be on point.
They've got nades as well. They've got all the angles. They're going around. Bishke, just get the util in. Don't run into this fight. Don't overstep. Don't go too crazy. Effect's ready for you. Effect's going to nail you if you come over that ridge line. And there it is. Got nice shots. Good damage. Gets one back at least. The DBS and the smoke. It's an absolute disaster for both these teams. It's just Effect left standing for Kyrgyzstan. He's trying to do whatever he can to keep them in this. He's dancing around the smoke. He's a smoke criminal. But Serbia, you have to keep that clean.
Yes, you do. Max is still looking for it, but at this point, I think it's just a straight-up cleanup. He gets Flyke as well, and that means, in fact, his position is known. 3 angry Serbian players just pushing around the corner, and it is Maxa to deal the last bits of damage to Kyrgyzstan. Doesn't even matter, though, because the average of around 9 eliminations still gets held up almost perfectly. 7 elims. That's all you need in this round. Kyrgyzstan still fragging out again.
You have to stay clean there. They do get the res. Bishke, a little bit overzealous, but I think they get him back in the end. And look at the leaderboard. Top 2 are out. Argentina, Romania, Egypt. This is the game where they can catch up. This is the game where they can make something stick. Stage 3 about to close in 10 seconds. It's going to tell us where we end up going. Morocco in the trenches. They have reset from 5 kills as well. A lot of these teams have just been so consistently getting kills on the board. Things you love to see. We have another circle shift. We're going towards the prison. Argentina has to move. Romania,
what a shift,
they don't have a lot of manpower. They have to get inside that circle. All the top dogs are going to struggle here a little bit. Let's see who can make it work.
What a shift, though. That's a massive, massive shift for, I mean, pretty much Colombia, because we very rarely see a shift actually ending, or this kind of circle shift, or the remaining circle shifts actually end in prison itself.
Yeah.
So we kind of expect it to either go south, which is the most likely scenario, or maybe this point to the east. That's an interesting circle. We'll see how the next one's going to shift. That's an interesting circle, but I still do believe, just based off of high ground and the likeliness of it not shifting north or west, might just favor Colombia on this one. First rotate in comes through, and it is Argentina just opting for that circle center rotation again. They're just flying into prison at this point.
They're committing to their game style. That's how they want to play it. They want to get into the late games, and they want to make sure that they always do. I thought maybe Romania could be sending it. You know, you're only 2 guys alive. You go for the prison, you sit down there, you let everybody fight around you. But it's actually Argentina with 3 members alive that goes for that approach. Morocco, I said they were in the trenches. I said they were holding on. Now they're under a lot of pressure. That's 1 player knocked, 1 player almost taken down. Serbia's knocking on the door, and we know Serbia. We know they can win their fights, and we know they love taking them.
Yes, they do. Morocco and a little bit of pressure as well on that northern prison side. But it looks like they just made it out alive with 4 players. 5 eliminations for them as well. They might just, with a good round, catch up to Romania and Argentina, depending on this round and how it's going to go. One of the favorites as well, Kazakhstan, are rotating into the eastern side. They have met the rest of the Romanian squad. So also a couple of frags being picked up there, and that means them cleaning out Romania right now means a lot of free room actually on that southeastern side. They've almost got the complete hillside looking at this.
And there is Serbia on the opposite end of the circle. A bit of utility coming in for, again, a knock onto Senkai. Another bit of trouble for Morocco. 1 HP on Carry Boy, but the trade's there. That's Koa down. That's the big man, the big scalp to take. And that's not looking good for Serbia. So much damage being traded, but they can't really join their efforts. They're around this Moroccan team, but they haven't been able to just group and squish them out of this trench.
Yes, and both these teams losing massive amounts of players. That's a good nade coming in from Lazy Boy. That is so important. Actually, I think it's just Biscuit left at this point. No, Max actually is alive as well. 5 eliminations being picked up already, but normally these positions are kind of easy to nade, but they're just not hitting for Serbia, unfortunately. I mean, one of them did, but the rest of the players are still very much breathing.
They're holding on, they're digging deep. Kerry Boy bleeding out, Lazy Boy doesn't want to go for the res. Marshall has to get a first aid off as well. Like you said, utility is possible, but it's not that easy. It's not free for Serbia right now. They would have wanted to just wipe this out quickly and cleanly before the third parties come in. Now Bishop is going to try and go for the res. Lazy Boy is going to try and deny that as well as he can. And as they have gotten the res off, they have reset this into at least a 3v3, maybe even a 3v2 if the res doesn't come through for Serbia. And they're making this so much harder than Serbia thought it would be. Maxa goes down as well.
Oh, yes. It's very unfortunate for both these teams, to be honest. Now, looking back at this, because I think they were both hoping to just eliminate each other cleanly. Then they had so much opportunity to make something happen in this round. But now, with both these teams losing at least a minimum of one player, I mean, Serbia pretty much just being taken out. Depending on this one, great pull-up from Kerry Boy, actually, together with his teammate. Kind of surprising Biscuit, almost. Picking up 9 frags. I'll take it back to some degree, because they picked up all of these frags. I don't think a single frag was stolen, and they only lost Senka in the process. So that means you're down to a top 7. Sure, you lost one player. Maybe the winning chances have just been reduced, but you've got so much control. That northern side is so good for them now.
Absolutely, and with that much space on the northern side, they were able to continue that fight the whole phase through and not be third party at all. Now they have the space, they have plenty of manpower, and if Chile missteps even just a slight bit and takes too much pressure from any of the sides, then suddenly they have an opening as well. Suddenly they have an entry. Colombia, they've been sitting here for quite a while. Not an easy position to hold as well, a position where you can easily get pinched from multiple sides. Now they'll get the res back up, and they have to be very careful because more and more teams are getting interested in them.
Yes, in Kazakhstan, they've just now opted actually for a big split on that eastern side. They might not aggress this round, but sooner or later, at least in the next phase, I think, phase 6 or 7, they're definitely going to aggress this as well. So it's going to be trouble for not only Chile, but also for Colombia. They're going to be pressured by Kazakhstan 100%.
Yeah, but there's Chile. Look, nades are coming out. Fernan, no HP. This could easily be a knock if he lands a good nade onto Achilles or Fernan. He's got 4 more where that came from. He's being safe about it. He's taking his time. But if he just lands the util there, makes them rain another good one. Another good bit of damage. Just if he knew the damage he was doing, if he knew the amount of pressure he's putting on them, he'd be sticking around and he'd be making this work.
That is unfortunate.
He just doesn't have that information. He doesn't see where his nades are landing. And since he doesn't get the knock, he decides to pull back from it. Bit of utility expended, but he still has plenty. His team should still have plenty because they haven't had to move out of their compound just yet.
Yes, they didn't. As you can see, Gillet's still opting for that 2-2 split. I can understand him not wanting to aggress it too much because at the end of the day, even if he gets 2 entries, it might not be able, he might not be able to push it, you know? I mean, it's a risky push if he were to do it. Then again, Colombia, I mean, they've just survived this anyway, so no entries whatsoever. On the western side, it is still Brunei, or rather on the southwestern side now that they've rotated in all the way down south. It is still Brunei. We might just see another opportunity against Colombia to pick up maybe a knock, depending on how Brunei is going to open up these angles. They are still 4 players left alive, if I saw that correctly. Yes, they are. And they've picked up 3 eliminations already. Not too shabby, actually, for Brunei. Maybe they've found the confidence now to make something happen as well. I don't see another way for Brunei either, other than the eastern side.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tricky.
They're not going to jump down prison,
they're not going to jump down. If they find an opening to the west, that could be a possibility, but it's not going to be easy.
It's too late now, isn't it?
It's getting too late. With the phase keeping on moving and them not really making a decision, it might be too late in the end. But they still have a reasonable position here to push down Kazakhstan and force them into Colombia. And if they can find the third-party opportunities, they can absolutely make that work. 3 nades on 6 as well. There's a knock coming in. If he realizes that knock right in front of him, he'd probably activate, but he does not know just yet. And there's Egypt, denying the push down on the western side that we talked about, making sure Brunei stays right where they are and keeping that space for themselves.
Yes, they are. Egypt has been kind of chilling for today as well. We haven't really seen them on SANHOK. They haven't really shown too much in this game. Maybe they've just been farming damage again. Maybe that's just what they did. But either way, let's see if Brunei is going to go for that eastern push. It is actually a shift into prison. That's something I have almost never seen. 6 just now gets the intro to Colombia. Let's see if they make anything of it.
Interesting reposition with the cars. He's got the opening and the confirm as well with the nades. So he's taken out Fernand, making sure Colombia doesn't have full numbers anymore. Legal already raised back up. But again, this is really, really good for Kazakhstan, because making sure the teams around you don't have full numbers makes these fights so much easier to take later on in the game. They're a little bit shying away from it still. They know they're still a team in the compound. They don't want to just fly into that fight, get caught up, maybe get 1 or 2 members knocked down, and then Chile comes to clean up. They want to take that fight as late as they can and as uninterrupted as they can.
Yeah. And they're still waiting for the perfect opportunity, and I can't blame them. Just as much as Brunei isn't. That deep southwestern shift is giving them a lot of breathing room now, whereas opposed to if they would have gone anywhere else, I think they would have been dead already. I don't see a way towards the western or eastern side. They have to cross Kazakhstan and Colombia.
Yeah, and again, shout out to Kazakhstan for realizing that they can sit this out and they can wait this out until Chile leaves the compound, until that other bit of an angle is gone, and until all that information and the possibility for a pull-up behind you is completely gone. Now as well, with Morocco being shifted out of the north, that means more tensions there, more fights there, more potential for Chile to third party, and more space and time for Kazakhstan.
And this is so perfect. Shako actually got an entry on towards the Egyptian players. If Morocco realizes this, they could opt for a 3-on-2 scenario up on that northwestern side and potentially get more than double-digit frags now. That is actually absurd. That would be completely crazy. They still have 3 players left alive. I think they did realize that one of the players got knocked, but they're just not pushing through as much as I would have hoped for it to be happening, actually. Now they should realize they're back up to a 3-man. I don't know, but I feel like Morocco should have pushed this at this point, but they kept things down slow. Now the Molotovs are coming in. Now the nades come in. Toxin goes down. Marshall with the entry on this one.
Yeah, they were a little bit hesitant. They weren't sure if they wanted to take this fight. You can see from their POVs, it's not an easy fight to take either, but it's a fight they have to take. Coming back towards the eastern side is not going to be a possibility for them. They know they'll have to go. That buggy is sent flying. Again, they're taking this slow. They're really taking their time. They're a little bit shy about this. Now Marshall just fully sends it on in. The DBS is not going to do damage. He's going in circles, runs one over. This is absolute madness. Marshall coming over the top of the AR. The distraction working out for Morocco. They're going straight back to their strat book. The vehicle distraction, the peek over the ridge, and it's working out beautifully for them. Egypt sent back to the lobby. Morocco, 11 eliminations.
That was risky, though, because his teammate was not ready to trade him out, actually. That was a lot of time that happened between him driving around the player. If he would have been taken out immediately, the flash would have definitely come through. So risky play coming in from Morocco. Not the perfect kind of timing on the team play, but, you know, never argue with the success. I mean, it did work out.
They get it done, and that's what matters. They could not stay down there and sit there and risk Chile coming into their backside and absolutely clapping them out of the lobby. So very well done to actually just speed that up and force it through. You're not feeling comfortable about the fight. That still means you have to take it. You cannot sit around and wait. Other teams will take opportunities around you.
Argentina, they're in 3rd place right now. We haven't really talked about Argentina because they're just sitting comfortably in prison. That was calling them crazy to actually rotate in there. I thought that was just going to be one of the rounds again where they might get into late game, but they're not going to do much. Right now, the prison shifts are happening. They probably know more than me. I'll take it all back. Argentina, with this game, they could potentially crack the top 2 even.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You gamble a little bit. You give up a lot of control when you send it down there, because we can see you'll have plenty of teams around you looking down and controlling your every move. So you're giving up a ton of that control. But A, you have good chances of making it into late game, and you have that I'd say, very slim off chance of the circle actually coming to you, and then it can pay off big time. Right now, I think they were making sure to get into a top 5, top 6 situation, something like that, but they might pay out to be a whole lot more than that. Brunei on the fly down, instantly loses 1. That's almost a confirm for Argentina already, and they're going to be very, very happy to be taking that home. Every single point they can confirm already is beautiful for them on the scoreboard, and is going to make sure that they're ready for this late game as well.
Yes, and that's so important now, picking up these kinds of frags, because normally if you're down there in prison, you're never going to get anything really, especially in the building they're in. If anyone rotates in, they're probably going to go into the tents, the little buildings on the north side of it. But other than that, you really don't have much kill potential. Now, they did pick up 5 beforehand, and now Brunei's rotating in, so that's even more kill potential. That's so good, though. Arcti is the first one to go down, though.
Yeah, and it's not looking good for Colombia on top here either. They're getting slowly pinched out of the lobby. Kazakhstan is on the push. The nade's coming in, 1 HP on Legal. He's trying to hide out. I'm not sure if he has another first aid, but the breach is there. They're coming around. DBS rings out. He finds 1, he finds 2. Oh, he's doing so much damage. Kazakhstan is getting torn to shreds. 3 knocks. Is there anyone to third party this? Is Chile going to be able to react on this? Do they know? Do they realize the chance they have here?
How does Sheila not realize there's 3 knocks that have just been taken down from Kazakhstan? 3 players that are now on the ground. I don't think they realize. 21 seconds till that zone closes. I think he has to give up one of the players, and he's choosing to, I think he is choosing to let one of the players just die down. Puncher, I think, in the distance there. She's not going to be able to get revived. The zone is moving too fast. Unless maybe he's going to crawl in. I mean, there is the possibility. Ziggs now first reward is getting picked back up, and then while Chila's still playing this one very passively. I feel like they should have realized this, right? I feel like at least pressure it, they still should have a lot of utility. They've just been chilling in the compound and did this 2-2 split, so the nade should have been there.
Any nade would have been massive for them. Any nade would have made sure that they not only get 3, 4, 5 kill points, but they're also kings of the hill on the eastern side, and they can then start to plan their approach towards the downhill. Now, they're still fighting while they actually want to be moving down. And look at Kazakhstan, they're not wasting any more time. Any nade here could be massive. Anyone landing, knocking a player out of a vehicle could be so big. There's the first one going down. They're just running this down. They're not wasting any time. They're forcing this. They're pure aggression on the hillside, and they're not stopping anytime soon.
And they should be. That's the isolated fight you need to take right now. You cannot coexist on this one. First one to go down, and I think the second one is just about to follow. One of them has already been flushed. That's Dreamzy out and done about in this game. And I think on the cross down low, Franco is going to be caught off guard as well. He might just die to full damage. He does not. Smoke gets picked up. No one sees him from inside prison. How is Brune not focusing this either? I think the sideline should be there. Franco falls down. He does get knocked, and that just means Skella is left alive.
Oh no, he dies to falling damage. He has a little hidey hole there as well. He has some survivability on that mountainside, but oh, that's disastrous for Chile. The pull-up for Kazakhstan is tricky, it's rough as well, and is not seemingly working out all that well. That nade could be beautiful as well. That could be 2 flushes if it lands. Rema wants to make a stand for Argentina, but don't forget, they lost 3 members to Brunei in the midst of all that chaos happening.
Yeah, that's a situation you just don't want to be in. Puncher not only gets a Molotov in there, but he gets naded as well. And that's Argentina with another kill point. That is 8 kill points now, and it's a top 3 scenario. Argentina has to make the best out of this. I mean, they could have wiped Brunei, to be honest. That would have been the best case scenario. But other than that, I mean, that's pretty good individual play again. They're making the best out of these late game scenarios. But again, they're in a late game. They're not going to win it, though.
I think
it's the curse.
They've really been cursed in these late games. Well, we said how important a frag onto Brunei would be if they could have gotten it, because that weakens the team that's competing for prison with you, and they couldn't get that frag, and then they went and got aggressive on it and lost 3 of their members. So it's really not been working out, but 5 kills for Rema is absolutely a statement. Brunei now, again, they win the fight versus Argentina, they're going to reward themselves with 7 kills and tons of information, tons of high ground. They have a pretty winning position. We've just not seen them win in the past, so we'll have to see if they can really pull it off.
Yes, we'll have to see. I mean, they are setting themselves up for a pretty good split right now. I love that Chaco is still staying back, but at some point he's going to have to jump down, right? And that could be their downfall. If anyone sees him jump down, there's no way to run back into the zone and take the staircase. He's going to have to fly on downwards. But if they don't use his position now, it's going to be irrelevant anyway. So I think that's why Brunei is kind of advancing this one pretty fast. I think he just spotted out Lazy Boy there. That should be another player that's information, whose information has been given to Brunei, by the way.
I don't think he's seen them. He's still nading.
Oh, he goes down to the zone.
He's still nading Lazy Boy. Oh, Shaco down to the play zone, going out. Brunei 3 up. Now they've realized where Carry Boy is. They've realized where Lazy Boy is, but they don't have that much control. They haven't taken anyone out. Their blessing in disguise is that Morocco is still fighting off Argentina. Morocco looking for that 2nd place confirmed. There's Newbies with the DBS, finds 1. And now they're looking to be in the driver's seat again. Lazy Boy, Rema, both down to half HP. They're fighting each other. A 1v3 on the card for Morocco, for Lazy Boy. Can he do it? It's going to be tricky.
It's going to be incredibly tricky. It's going to be a 3-on-1 scenario. They know where his position is at. He's got 4 frags. Can he make it 7? I don't think he can. Ooh. That's an important nade, but it's not going to happen. Chewy is going to take it home. And that's Brunei with the first chicken dinner of the WEC 15th World Esports Championship live from Iasi. They will take home the 7th game that we've played. That is pretty sensational, because that is the first time we've seen a team from the middle of the table pick up a win.
Absolutely. And they didn't get that for free at all. They fought hard for it. Argentina had every right to win that. Again, they're going to be a little sad. It's another decent game for them point-wise. It's another terrible game for them mentality-wise.
Yes. You can only be in so many winning positions and not win the game.
Yeah.
To not let it break your mental, I feel like. They were in prison as one of the first teams. We were calling them crazy. I think it was phase 3, where they rotated into prison. They took the exact positions that Brunei was in at the end of the game. but they just got breached from up top, and they somehow... How did Brunei make it down there? I know we didn't see it on screen as much as we would have loved to, now looking back at it, knowing they've won, but they made it downwards in a fashion that should not have been possible. How do you go down from prison and win the game from there? That's crazy, actually.
It's crazy. And like we said, there was a good knock from Argentina. 2 players flying down. Argentina knock 1. They almost confirm it when we say, oh, it would be huge if they could get that kill. It'd be huge if Brunei was reduced to 3 members. That could have been the game changer. That could have been the decision maker for Argentina. Don't know what happened. They got a lot of kill points that game. They got a lot of points that game. But again, Brunei getting themselves a win, pushing themselves up the scoreboard. I think they went from about 11th, 12th, up all the way up to 7th.
Yeah.
If they can keep building on that, if they can keep building on these fights that they were winning that game, there is a chance that we see a little bit of an upset here because, again, remember, phase 4 or so, all the top teams were out.
Yeah. We got to talk about Morocco, though, because I think they had just as much of an unexpected path. Not unexpected, but just as much of a difficult path, I want to say, as Brunei did. And they fought themselves up to 9 eliminations, even at 5 or 6, all the way up to the north side. They had to fight against Serbia, where at some point I think it was only a single player left alive from Morocco. So it was a very tough fight at that, and they did lose a player on that as well. But even earlier than that, they picked up 1 squad wipe, 1.5 squad wipes to even make it up to that point. So great fighting from Morocco. We've seen them play yesterday too, and we saw that the fighting spirit is 100% there. They opt for these edges where they can rotate on in and play this domino kind of edge play, and they want to have these exact fights. Now, that's the kind of style that doesn't give you wins a lot of the time, but it's going to give you points.
And it's consistent. It's consistent because you're coming into a late game and you've already got yourself 9 kills. It doesn't really matter where the zone goes. It doesn't really matter if you're in prison and the zone shifts up, but you already have 9 kills. That's not too bad. If you're up on the hill, you've got 11 frags. The zone goes completely away from you. It doesn't kill your game. If you're sending it into prison, phase 3, zone goes away, that does kill your game. That really, really hurts. But if you've already acquired the kill points beforehand, you've already got the points in the bag. And like you said, Morocco, beautiful stuff that game. Holding on versus Serbia, that was not an easy fight. They were just in the trenches. Serbia had even the high ground on the bunker. They had the utility. They had all the information. Morocco holds on, wins that fight, wins the fight versus Egypt, pushes themselves through the wall. Everybody on the hills crumbles as well. Just beautifully done.
Amazing. Honestly amazing. Also, I want to highlight Kazakhstan because they're just as much of a... They had a hard path as well. And I feel like Kazakhstan should have been taken out by Chile, though. At that point. And they made it pretty far. They had lots of eliminations, and we could see that coming from miles away, to be honest. When they cleaned up Romania on that southeastern side, and we realized, wait a minute, there's no other team on the southeastern side. They've got all the control they need, and you've got 3 different teams, Brunei included, on that ridgeline just south of prison, up on the hills. And all of these teams can pretty much not go anywhere without Kazakhstan being able to see them, or at least nade them, or have some kind of pressure on towards them. So we knew the kill potential is massive at this point. So good thing from Kazakhstan as well, I gotta say.
I think they were doing everything perfect until they ran into that solo with the DBS, until they ran into the last couple of minutes. Because they were trying so hard to buy their time, to take it slow, to not over-aggress, and take that fight when they were uninterrupted. And then they took that fight, they won it convincingly, they brought it down to a 4v1, and then the solo knocked 3 of them. And that's where that game could fall apart. You forget about a solo, or you don't find them. You run into a few smokes. There's a DBS player there. Things can fall apart very quickly. Talking about very quickly, we have a very short break for you guys. We'll be back with statistics and the next game of the World Esports Championship for you in just a few minutes.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the Pantheon of Champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator, and obviously, but this game itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. But this is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sper să fiu nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out.
And just in the bag. We're back for 2 more today, 3 more tomorrow. So we've got plenty of the beautiful OG map of PUBG Mobile coming at you. A bit of a different one. Not as crazy in some senses as we had on the SANHOK, but way more positional play. Everybody sort of tiptoeing around the outsides of that prison area. Very special game.
Especially in the sense that we have a chicken dinner from a team that we haven't seen a chicken dinner from before. Right, we have Brunei, kind of an upset to some degree. It's going to be very interesting seeing them on the total leaderboard. We will go through some of their stats right now. I know you guys have been waiting for quite some time to see the overall leaderboard. And look at this. With the 3rd win, Kyrgyzstan has now got a lead that is above 34 points, or just about 34 points. That is, it's completely crazy. Look at the kill points as well.
Yeah, crazy stuff from them. And look at the placement points. Argentina is pretty close. But it's the kill points where they separate. They almost have they've got close to double the kill points that a second place team has. That is absolute insanity. Turkey and Romania, you can see a little bit more on the fragging side, but it's been exceptional what Kyrgyzstan has been able to pull off. Argentina and Turkey now tied. It's no longer just the Turkey-Kyrgyzstan show. It is now Argentina joining the mix. And then we have Romania and Morocco a little bit further behind, but very much in reach of that top 2.
Absolutely. I mean, top 5 at the moment. I'd say even top 6, top 8, at least top 8, is almost all of the favorites that we have talked about, right? We have seen only Serbia really and Kazakhstan kind of struggling with their performance. But other than that, we've seen Romania, Turkey, Argentina, Kyrgyzstan, Morocco as well, all with breakout performances. So, I mean, to some degree, our favorites do come through at the moment. It is separating, though, especially Romania and Morocco at the moment from the very top level, because of time spent alive, essentially. They're not getting the placement points. That's pretty much the main difference between them and the top 3. Yeah,
they have not been able to pull through into the late games as much. That being said, I think it goes to show how much Brunei could do in that one game, right? To how much you can do in just one match. We'll have to wait and see if they can repeat their success. I hope, all right, for the sake of the tournament, I hope that somebody just catches up and starts closing that gap a little bit. Because right now, even though, again, I think they've had a fairly quiet game in the last one, Kyrgyzstan is still running away with things. Kyrgyzstan is still just really putting themselves above everybody else in the lobby at the moment.
At the moment, yes. Quickly want to touch on Brunei, because they just won the last game, and yet they're only in 7th place.
Yeah.
That's how big the mid-table kind of is in terms of separation of points. So we'll have to see. Maybe if they back another win, maybe if they can get another double-digit point game, they will definitely break the top 8. If they want to break the top 6, I think maybe another one is needed. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into game number 3 for today. It will be ERANGEL once more, so stay tuned for this one. And also, we have 3 more games after this one coming up. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are packed for this evening. We are packed for today in terms of PUBG Mobile action. And yeah, let's get right into it. Plane Pops there.
Getting right into it, planes in the air. First few teams have already jumped on out. I'm counting 3 of them. I see Serbia. I see some very Romanian-looking colors jumping out of that plane as well. A lot of teams jumping very early here. As you see SANHOK, a bit of a solo member. I think nobody else of his team has jumped just yet, or maybe they're just all hiding below each other. I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but a very northern plane path cutting right across towards the hospital area. And once again, excited to see the loot spot. It's a bit of a different plane path than what we're used to be seeing. So we'll see if there's any clashes. We've seen teams like, for example, the Pubg team lose a member very, very early in the last one. Turkey able to pick that up, say 1-2, thank you. And the same thing for Argentina and Romania, who clashed in very, very early. And Romania instantly down to just 2 members, essentially ruining their game. So plenty of early game action here still. And once again, looking a little bit contested around that western Pubg area.
I could want to touch on SANHOK. I think that was not planned, what he just did there. He jumped off very early. The rest of the Moroccan squad is all the way to the western side, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was planned. I don't think it is. So maybe we'll see some big brain strats, but I think it's too early to make that kind of split at the moment in match number 8 of the Iesf Championship. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe there's some big brain strat, maybe there isn't. But Morocco definitely having 3 players in the west end, 1 in the northeastern side of things.
Algeria, they're looking for that Colombian player flying over the top of them. They're looking to get a free frag, but I don't think they've seen him. I don't think they've spotted him. They're very high up in the air here, Colombia. They really want to get to the loot spot. They're stretching. They're stretching far towards the south of that ferry pier area, and there you see them landing. Middle of the field, I don't think they've gotten very lucky with the vehicles by the looks of things, and that's going to slow them down considerably. No single vehicle in that whole valley, not around the compound.
There's one just below, isn't there?
I'm not sure. There was something there. Maybe a bike or something small for sure. It might be just a bush. It's not looking like they've been able to acquire a vehicle. That's going to hurt. That's going to sting. But luckily, they're not in a circle where they need to be moving fast. Look at that, though. Look at Algeria. We can see that on the map. We can see them moving out of Picado. I think they're hunting for these frags.
Pubg, but yes, kind of Pubg.
Pubg, absolutely.
Sometimes you do mix them up. Yeah, I'm not sure if that is actually a really good strat. Never mind me. That is sensational, actually. If they do get these frags, go for it, definitely. But it has taken some time. I'll take it all back. That is absolutely crazy good. That is such a good play. Timing-wise, they must have known that there's no cars down there. That's one information to actually even look out for. A lot of these teams, I bet a lot of these teams wouldn't even have realized that there's no cars down there, so they can hunt. But they must have seen that there's nothing down there, and then immediately picked up the weapons and just drove off. That is sensational play from Algeria. I really want to highlight that. That is quick thinking.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing the odds. These guys are landing in the middle of the field. Are they finding a vehicle? Maybe there's one. Maybe there's just a bike with 2 seats, right? Maybe they don't find anything at all. And even if they find cars, we're going to drive down there. They're going to be gone. We go back to Pubg. We continue our game. We haven't lost that much. But if we get 2, 3 kills there, maybe you even get lucky. You catch them all converging on one car and you take them out easily. We've seen things like that happen in PUBG. And, well, quick thinking, very nice aggression. You love to see these calculated aggressions, just showing a bit of confidence, just going for something that might not end up working out, just trying things and really putting your print on the lobby.
In this case, I wouldn't even call it confidence. I know we were speaking generally, but in this case, it's pretty much there is a right or wrong, I feel like, in this one. And this is the right decision to do so, in my opinion. Going out of your loot spot to find some easy frags in the early game is always worth it if you have the information for it. And they knew there's no cars. These players are in the open spots. Take the weapons and go for it.
Regardless.
You disagree?
Respectfully. I think there's just a lot of scenarios where that works, and there's a few scenarios where it doesn't. And the scenarios where it doesn't work, it doesn't really hurt you. Because if they find cars, they haven't found weapons. They're not going to be able to shoot back. They're not going to be able to withstand the pressure that you put onto them. So even if they do find a car at the crossroads, they find a car in the valley.
They did it because they knew there weren't any cars.
There's random car spawns in this game.
Yeah, but I think they saw it flying down. That's what I'm saying. They must have seen flying down. Otherwise, look, that's what I'm basing this off of. I think Algeria saw them fly down, they're in a different spot. The playing path was pretty good for them.
I think we should agree to disagree.
Okay, just agree to disagree.
As the professionals we are. We're going to beat each other up in the break, but obviously not going to be doing that on stream. No. So, jokes aside, I love the aggression.
I think it was amazing.
I'm signing off on that. I think that's a great play.
It was right. I love you, Algeria.
As the absolute #1 backseater in this stream right now, I love the aggression. I love the play. Beautiful stuff. That being said, Circle, fairly quiet. We saw a little bit of craziness coming out of Morocco when it comes to the looting spots. But other than that, a very central Circle, lots of opportunities for most of the teams to regroup, reconsider what they want to do with this game, and figure out which positions they want to take in phase 1 to play out into the rest of the game.
Talking about teams that are just making smart decisions, teams that are just fragging out, we got to talk about Kyrgyzstan. Far northwestern side is where they will start on, as opposed to Turkey, already making a pretty early rotate. That's the Turkey we've seen in the first 2 games yesterday, and that's the Turkey we're going to see in game number 8 as well. Rotating into the north of Rozhok, and they will find themselves actually in a fairly good spot. We'll see. I mean, this is always kind of a gamble going early around Rozhok, because you never know if it's going to go north or south.
Yeah. You either, well, you have 2 options. You either control something where you can either go north or south, or you take one of the best spots for the north ending or one of the best spots for the south ending, and you sort of commit yourself, and you understand that if Circle comes your way, you'll have a fantastic game. If Circle doesn't go your way, you'll have to figure out something else. So you're playing the odds again. It's not about getting lucky or not. It's about knowing your odds, and it's about playing them right. And for example, Turkey, Circle goes north, they'll be in a beautiful spot. Circle goes south, they'll have to figure something out. They can still rotate around the western edge. They can scout out into Rozhok. They have plenty of options still. They're just not going to have that main priority. They're just not going to be in the best spot. But sometimes you have to understand there is multiple teams in this lobby. There's a lot of players trying to get into the best position, so you can't get the best position for every Circle, and sometimes you just have to play for a few of them and have the best spots for those.
Very interesting to see so many teams centering up around Rozhok right now. You have pretty much no open space in or around Rozhok at the moment, not even on the northern side. Plenty of these teams, for my liking, a little bit too center, because you lose a lot of control if it does shift towards the west or the east. A lot of these rotation paths will be kind of close to other teams. And then at that point, unless it centers up, you're not in a good spot anymore. I feel like it's too early in phase 1 to take these kind of positions, at least if everyone else is taking these. So I'm not too much of a fan. I really like what, for example, the Philippines is doing right now on the eastern side, or what Georgia is doing on the southern side. They're both kind of waiting for this next circle shift and then deciding what edge they want to stick to.
I'm a big fan of Algeria was playing that. We saw them very shortly coming out of Pachinki and sending off one player to get more information for themselves around the northern side of things, but making sure they have the exits out of Pachinki around the church area. Brunei right now, they're on their first rotation. They're coming out of Rozhok. Romania, well, you talked about teams taking it slow. Romania hasn't even reached phase 1 yet. We're about to see a phase 2 shift, and they're even going to be late for that. They're not going to be reaching phase 1 while phase 2 pops, so they are in for a very, very late rotation into the circle. This is not a late rotation. This is a full-on breach. Armenia is trying to hold on.
And that's a 2-man breach. That is going to be troublesome, and might just give Armenia a good chance at some easy frags, but I'll take it all back. First frag does not go their way, and Strongman not only gets knocked, he gets flushed out immediately.
Not what you want to be seeing. Viking, I love the play, I love the confidence, the aggression, but he gets taken down to just 1 HP. The play around the door, it's not working out. Ooh, Armenia. Well, at least together they can make it work. Kimu knocked as well. We talked about the weaknesses of a 2-man breach. Nobody else is there to trade anything out.
It was a 2-man breach. Can you believe it? That was not planned. That couldn't have been planned, right? I think that was an information play that just went wrong.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Armenia hiding out in the compound, maybe a bit of overconfidence. We're not sure, but definitely not a play you'd want to be going for. I just called it out. They had 1 player scouting off to the north. All 3 others were covering the exits of Pachinki, and suddenly their first 2 head players sending it into a compound that is taken. Yes, they get 1 kill point out of it, but they're going to be sad about how that went. Still, good position, but 2-man up, you hate to see it in phase 2. You're losing so much information, so much space, so much manpower. That's going to come back to bite them.
Absolutely does. Next rotation's coming in. It's going to be Colombia. Far southern side. They could have gone for an earlier rotate. They did not opt to do so. We saw them lose a player early on as well. And now they will have to make do with 3 players with that kind of a late rotate. I think the best they can hope for is a deep southern shift, which is absolutely in the realm of possibility. We've seen this circle go down south plenty of times. But after the next last prison circle, I'm not taking any bets anymore.
No, and one thing that I couldn't help but noticing there is they're rotating into the realms of Kyrgyzstan as well, southwestern side, who have been a bit lucky because remember, there was a team in Pubg that's just absolutely left that part of the map. Now Kyrgyzstan, our favorites in the lobby, coming in completely free. Next is Romania. They're healing up on the edge. They've just gotten in, and phase 2 is already moving. So they are going to be coming into this not late, but also without information. And that's going to be a tricky rotation for them because remember how stacked the Rozhok area was this entire game? It's not going to get any easier. It's not going to get any freer. So whatever they find, they have to hope for a hardship for their side, as there is the Kyrgyzstan I talked about, finding themselves a very free edge, lots of space, lots of information, without any conflict.
Yeah. Egypt as well, they have quite... They have been more... I want to say more quiet. They've been more quiet in the last 2 games. They have had their chances as well. They have been on the west side of prison. They just lost that deciding fight against Morocco. Otherwise, they would have been in the top 3. So they have to bring things up to speed again as well. They have got a pretty good split with school, but it's too early to tell if that position is really valuable.
Phase 2 has just closed. The next circle is on the cards. You can see Serbia on the very edge of it, ready for Philippines coming into them, making sure that they will close out that side of the circle. Chile, they have moved into the northern sides of Rozhok. They will figure out very quickly that stuff around them is very much taken. We can already see the compound to the west. That was Armenia. We have Brunei holding up, and then we also have Nasser from Team Egypt just sitting in that tower on the top, watching down at them. Argentina, are you surprised to see them holding down a good compound very peacefully? No, absolutely not. They're in another good position. They're ready for the circle, whichever way it goes, and they're going to try and stay out of conflict for as long as they can.
Absolutely. A couple of cards being repositioned here for Chile. They are one of the teams that have now, unfortunately, lost the circle center. That's still in the northern part of Rozhok. That's what I was saying. As soon as it shifts down south, that position is not as good anymore because there's lots of team in a better position now between them and the circle center, especially since you're stuck to the city now. So we'll see what Chile is going to have to do, though. First of all, it's going to be Romania. Actually, it's going to be Kyrgyzstan now inside the city. That's going to be an interesting fight. SANHOK down low. There is a trade, though, that happened, but SANHOK is bleeding out. That might just be one down for Kyrgyzstan, no matter how this one is going to be played out on their side. I think they might have just lost a very important fragger.
Oh,
I'll take it back.
No. They're getting the entries. They got the first entry, and then the second entry, it wasn't even theirs. It was Chile from a distance that took that player down. So they're getting help from friends across the road. Still, crazy play from them. They're sending it into the southern side of Rozhok, hoping that that's not going to be occupied. And even though it is fully occupied, and there's a 4-man Brunei there ready and waiting for them, they get absolutely clapped aside, and that's just the level of play that these guys are on right now. Effect, Flyke, rolling through that, and Shako, he has to run away, hide out in the bathroom, and hope that Kyrgyzstan shows some mercy, lets him play there for a while. I'm not too confident they will. I think they will just clear out their side, and there's a good chance they'll find this solo and make sure they take him out of the game.
Effect is coming back into play as well now. Effect, he's been such a massive presence in this team, and just seeing them walk around on stage, you can tell as well that he's been a massive part of this roster and their success so far. And them starting off with 3 kills again. Even if Argentina is going to take 1.5 wins now, it's not even close. Like, the way Kyrgyzstan has been playing, we cannot expect them to slow down and not just get the consistently couple of points each game. And that's even going to be enough to keep them at the first spot throughout this day. I'm pretty sure. We'll see. Don't want to predict too much. Well, that's just how it feels right now. Kyrgyzstan just absolutely unstoppable. Looking at Georgia right now, pretty good spot. Found themselves with a cheeky rotation in an open field scenario up on that central-western side. Pretty good for them as well.
We've seen it in the kill feed. Turkey versus, I think that was Remainers of Colombia. They've taken the kills already. There's now a new team, Kazakhstan, just rolling on by. Turkey getting their reses back up, making sure they come back to full manpower. 2 kills, 2 eliminations for them so far, getting themselves 2 points. Not a bad start. Good zone for them as well. See how far south that went. As far as it could, and that's a big relief for them. They can now try and spread out, find all the information, figure out the shacks in front of them are taken, figure out how the compounds are being held. And if you look at the map, if you've had a look, you see Falcons widely split around that. Lots of opportunities to punish.
That is so unfortunate for Colombia, because Colombia was the team that originally, they lost the play far down south, and I was saying if they rotated in south, the good thing that could happen for them is the fast southern shift, and that is absolutely in the realm of possibility. But what they did is they rotated all the way around to the eastern side, found a different entry, lost the place in the process, and they will be kicking themselves right now, because they could have been in the deep south side, up on that circle edge right now, and just, you know, just be chilling, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, they've not been having a good game. First, they get punished by Algeria, then by the Turkish squad on that southern edge. But now look at that. Look on the map. There's a new team knocking on the door of Turkey. Philippines want that southern edge. Romania has crashed in onto the school, it looks like. And that is... no, that's not Romania. That's Armenia, excuse me. But they're caught so in the open. Even Serbia, Argentina kicking off in the north. Lots of fights at the same time. Good luck to the observers trying to catch them all. Egypt has made their school their premises, and they're holding on right now.
And not only this, I was talking about the Philippines and their fighting power. Now, they don't look as strong, at least on paper, when it comes to the points they've gathered so far, but Turkey is struggling against them. It's a 2-1 trade so far, and it looks like Reyes and Kasi both just got taken down as well. This might be an upset, one hell of an upset, actually, for the Philippines to wipe them clean, and it looks like Turkey has been taken down to just one player, maybe even not a single one. We'll see how the remaining fights down there will be finished off, and as I did see Kazakhstan chiming in through the distance as well.
And there is the team Serbia we talked about. They were struggling against Argentina. I don't think they could take the compound away from them. They have reconsidered as Turkey is going down again. Second place team giving up the slot for anyone else to catch them. Serbia trying to make something work inside that Rozhok area. But they have one of our strongest teams in lobby ready and waiting for them, just holding their ground, biding their time, and trying to make sure they don't let them out of this. 3 defeats so far for Kyrgyzstan is way less than you expect them to pick up per game. That's a nade taking down Flight. That's a good opening. And who else to get it in core?
Who else? That's the big question. Who else? He has jumped down. Ooh, he gets caught off guard. SANHOK actually with a big frag. That's a massive angle that he actually had right there. And he does want to go for the flash immediately. He knows he's open from up top, but the confidence to just push over that ridgeline as soon as he jumped down the building and just push across the wall that was right in front of him is massive. He is not even scared of this one, even though he should have the information. The Biscuit is still up there. And that's just what you have if you have pretty much double the elimination than anyone else in this whole lobby, essentially. It's just insane. Kyrgyzstan is just holding this one like a fort.
Yeah, and I think he just reads that. Maybe he has a little bit of help from his friends, but he also there's nades going off on top. There's smokes being popped. He knows they're busy, and he does decide to take that risk. Make sure that the knock is confirmed. Make sure the kill is on the board, and that player is not getting back up. Now we've seen lots of players eliminated. Argentina still struggling around that Rozhok area. They're bleeding out here versus Serbia. It's a tricky fight for either of the two teams, and it does feel like Kyrgyzstan once again, they're just coming out on top of this. They're not even taking that straight up front. They're just pushing the other teams into each other, and they benefit at the end. Masa, he's going to try to get the hell out of there. He might not manage, and Kyrgyzstan is going to get themselves so much space again, Felix.
Yes, they are. Romania, though, kind of having something to say about this. Second player goes down. This is the entry that they need. After the last game has unfortunately been rather quiet. They did lose 2 players early on, and they just couldn't salvage that round. So they did drop down at least a little bit in terms of catching Turkey. But for now, looks pretty good. 4 players left alive, 3 players as well. I quickly want to point out Morocco. They're far on the western side, but that southwestern side, due to the fights that we saw from Turkey to the Philippines and then Kazakhstan being taken out as well, they've got so much space now. That southwestern side is almost completely clear.
Yeah, there's tons and tons of space there. Lots of teams on the west that are struggling, lots of teams on the north. There's another mini ringing out. As on that range, you love to be rocking the DMR. Western side popping off. Kyrgyzstan, excuse me, getting run over on the north. Colombia still struggling. Fernandez just trying to get up anywhere he can. He just wants to get into placement points. They've been suffering to the hands of Turkey and Algeria this whole game. Just one player left trying to get anything they can. And there's that western side you saw. There's Kyrgyzstan looking to take down Chile. Chile trying to make anything work they can, but neither of these teams are in the zone. They all have to go. They can't stay here. The time is ticking.
Yes, and you can see all of these teams inside the circle right now opting to look at the edges for massive kill potential. Not only not only Romania is going back at it, they actually rotated out of the center position they just fought for, but also you can see Egypt. All they have to do right now is pretty much just hold the position and make sure you get all of the frags that are on the edges right now. You're not going to go any deeper anyways. It's not worth it. You want to clear out the edges to get more control in phase 6 and onwards.
Yeah, and you can see even how much utility Egypt is committing here just for that single Serbian member. They want to clear their edges. They want to have full control of everything around the school area. They don't want to be bothering with anything outside of their walls. Morocco right now getting pushed on by Chile. He's got nades in his hand that he's cooking. He can't use his gun. Lazy Boy going for the runaround, trying to survive in the container for just a bit longer. Georgia is on these boxes as well. They're trying to hide on art. They're trying to get a res back up. This is absolute chaos, but Chile, 3-man up. They're ready for this fight. They are the ones that can be proactive here and take action and clear out that whole edge for themselves.
Absolutely, and there's even Morocco in play at the moment as well. They're on the western side. I think it's only Lazy Boy at this point. Unfortunately, that breach just did not work out. I feel like they should have played the southern side, but they opted for a different route. Chile now with one. Maybe the nate's going to finish it off. Somehow Lazy Boy is still alive. How is he in this one? Still with some sliver of HP behind the container. The last shots just did not connect.
Oh, and they're wasting so much utility. He's getting inside the warehouse. Little as you know, Georgia's still there, ready, waiting. It doesn't matter. He comes up with the DBS. But he does get traded. Does it matter? No, it's opening the door for Chile to clean this up. They know exactly where he is. Wait it out, Skella. Wait for your teammates. It does not matter. Shotgun rings out. 7 kills for Chile. And they now have the northern side of this compound exactly for themselves with just a solo on the southern side.
And there comes the next breach. I think Kyrgyzstan just heard that fight now. They're opting for this breach. Well, they're going deeper inside the circle. I don't see a position other than the one that they've opted for at the moment. Last player comes out. Effects just barely makes it behind the rock. They are now having 3 players on that ridge line. And maybe Chile is getting pushed back now. Nades are coming on through. Unico, I don't think it's going to be enough for a knock. But damage has been put out. Maybe the first knock. It's lots of damage though. And they have been pushed back into the warehouse.
They have to reposition as well. They can't stay there. They won't get it needed. They want to get some space back for themselves. They have to clean it. Dreamzitsky, he's on the rocks. He's on the wall holding the rocks. He's a big impact player here right now, because if Kyrgyzstan could swap around that warehouse, if they could just sweep everything here and take space around outside them, they would instantly just bombard that warehouse. Now, Dreamzitsky, he's going to be waiting things out, making sure to keep his position unknown so he can pop off whenever effects goes a little bit too far. But you can see how careful that man is. He's reading this beautifully. He knows he can't overstep. He knows he's alone right now. He knows the rest of his team is just repositioning, resetting, getting their HP back up, trying to figure out what to do in this zone. And with all that pressure coming in from the school side of things, Chile might be the one to take advantage and might be able to really just take the proactive actions.
Absolutely. Let's not forget, though, while this fight is happening, we still have 2 teams in the deep center as 4 men are left alive, and all these teams fighting right here, they will get pressure eventually. You can see Egypt in the distance. They want to make something happen here, so Chile has got kind of an advantage. He almost sees hard. Good nade comes in through top of it, but it's the DBS to open things up, and who else than SANHOK to get the first frag?
He's going to pick that one up, but look at all this damage coming in. Look at everything that Egypt is able to fire off into these smokes. That was looking like a good angle, good opening, but he's got 8 nades. They're all just going to be coming over the top. If you can land any one of them, that's an instant re-knock. First one, not going to connect, doesn't know the exact position. Now the first nades have come through, and now they've realized as well they have to worry about their own position in the circle. He sees 6, he sees Kazakhstan. They're trying to fight for the south.
Yes, they are. That solo might just ruin them the round. They have to take him out in order to play the southern side of it. There's nothing left on the northwestern side either, and that's what Kyrgyzstan realizes right now. They need these vehicles. They need to cross the street. I think this might just be the end of them.
This is going to be a rough rotation. 3 of Egypt staring them down. The rest of the lobby wants to take them out as well. Chile, meanwhile, completely busy with the Kazakhstan solo. Ballsy Volt coming out, trying to play over the top of the smokes. He's got the shotgun ready, but they need to clear this out because they can't just stay in this compound either. Just waiting it out here is not going to do it for them. They need to play into the zone. That's a beautiful angle. That should be a free kill for Dreamzitsky, and he does take it. 8 kills for Chile, 3 members. I wanted to say 3 members, but I think Skella's gone down on the back of this.
Ooh, Egypt now definitely clearing out Kyrgyzstan. We were just waiting for it at this point. It was just a matter of who's going to be picking up these frags. And actually, Romania did pick up a couple of these frags as well. And that means they are, together with Egypt, the absolute favorites to win this one. Next circle is going to decide a lot. But either way, Egypt has to rotate out. It's not going to shift from far north. So Romania, pretty much the only team that has a clear chance in this one, at least looking at the next circle. I don't see a way for Egypt.
Absolutely.
Maybe I don't even think they have any cause to rotate out of this one.
I don't know how good the cars are that are inside the wall. The ones outside, obviously not usable anymore. I think they had one or two inside that gap, but this is going to be really, really hard. They have to smoke a path out. They have to provide some space just to speed up as well. It doesn't matter if you have your car safe. You're jumping into a car that has no speed at all, you're going to get blasted. And look at the angles. Look at all these positions from Romania. That high ground angle as well. It's not going to go well for Egypt.
Next zone shifts towards the western side, and that means Egypt is now in a whole lot of trouble. It all comes down to Romania just not getting taken down by either the Zolo from Colombia, by Fernand, or Dreamsy down low.
It's not gonna be easy. Fernand, somehow for Colombia, he's still in this as well. Might play a big part here in the late game. There's the smokes that we said we needed, but again, it's such a small gap. It's so easy to spam. That's another car blowing up. Do they have vehicles inside the walls? I'm not sure, even if they don't. Oh man, lots and lots of smokes, but so much attention. Even Chile is going to get interested in this. This is not just going to be Romania firing off.
And this is, I mean, there should be no way in hell that they're going to make this across. They would need at least 10, 12 smokes, but the first ones are driving on through. Mohamed actually made it on through. The next three players is just one car. Suddenly, they just hit a bump, but they're not getting shot out just yet. One of the players actually just left it. That's like it's taken down now. Redux should be picking up that frag. That's the 6th elimination for Romania at this point, and I think they might just make it to the ridge line. I mean, if one of the players can stay alive, that might just be a possibility. 2 of them knocked down now. It's just Mohamed. They're getting shot down from Chile as well, and Egypt, they have just been eliminated, and that means it is free round for Romania at this point. Are they going to be picking up the next frags as well?
They want to close this out. They don't want to wait around. They're looking to put pressure into Chile instantly making sure to pick that up, instantly looking for the solo on the north as well. They found him instantly. Fernand, what can you do? 1 kill, knock, and confirm. That's 1 point. Get it in the bag. Make sure to pick that up for your team. Don't let that player survive before you die. But Romania, they are taking control, and they're looking to take that round. No time wasted, no bullets. Is that a kill deny? I don't know, but that was a masterclass from Romania.
Yes, it was. They played that position so perfect. I was talking to you earlier in the round when they pushed Kazakhstan, when they were putting pressure on the southern side, making sure they can do as much damage without overcommitting onto one of these teams on the southern side. I mean, even Turkey was there at some point, even Kazakhstan was there at some point, and all these teams got pressured. And then they opted to rotate out of it. After they did the damage they had to, they rotated back. You can see Octavian still being on top of the buildings to put out as much pressure as possible. You were highlighting his angles as well. That was a masterclass in terms of not overcommitting and doing the right decisions in the late game. Amazing.
Beautiful stuff. They finally closed one out. They finally
in their hometown.
They have these fights. They win them consistently, but they have never been able to close one out. This is the one they were. Doran, sure, he gifts a kill away, right? They get a little overzealous. Does it matter? Most probably not. They also want to make sure to get their kill point. It's not just, if you're giving 1 point away and you're getting 1 point in exchange, that's usually worth it because there's 16 other teams, right? So you want to make sure that player doesn't deny the kill point or does anything that you don't want him to do. So they get very, very aggressive. But man, finally closing one out. And again, a lot of our top teams not in that late game. Kyrgyzstan, again, a few points here and there, a few kill points. They just seem unstoppable in fights, but not getting themselves that double digit that we're used to seeing almost every game.
It was a tough circle, though. I gotta say, for all the teams that were up on the northern side, so I don't blame Egypt either, it was a tough circle. I mean, the only thing I could have seen Egypt do is maybe get an entry on towards one of the apartments buildings earlier, but that should have happened 2 circles earlier. At minimum. And I think at that point, I'm not sure if they knew it was going to shift down
south. And then you're missing out on all these kills. Then you're missing out on Kyrgyzstan coming in from the west. You're missing out. Yeah, Romania is probably not going to give you that for free, right? You have to shift over multiple players.
Less pressure on the west side. Yeah, that's true.
So getting all these kills done from the school area and then trying to move out, respectful. It's good play. Also, we have to think about, they got 2 hard shifts to the south. They got that shift where you said, oh, this circle goes hard southwest. But if they get a shift towards the school, they win the game.
But then again, you almost never get a shift towards school. I think if there's one thing you have to think about, if there's one thing you have to think about, it's always what's the exit after you get taken out of school. And I feel like there wasn't a play for them going down south. I feel like that should have happened. In my opinion, the play should have definitely been sending one guy to the apartment. There's the single red story building to just have an entry potentially. And if you see it goes down south, that's the winning play at least. But then again, you're true. You miss out on kill potential.
Or maybe just commit that little bit more onto Chile. It's a duo, right? They fly in there. They get 3 players there, and they think they can play that ridge. If they can play that ridge, it's a beautiful play. But we know now. In hindsight, that ridge was absolutely not playable for them. So if they would have flown in a little bit more, you know, we've seen Morocco pull it off time and time again. One player just driving on by, the other 2 jump out, pull up, get the fight. There's a possibility there, but we can talk about that plenty. it's very easy to say they should have done this, that would have worked. We never know what would have worked. In the end, I think they got their points.
Beauty of it.
And they're not going to be all too upset about that game.
No, I don't think so either. Interesting though what that's going to mean for the leaderboard, because I think they definitely popped into the top 3. I'm pretty sure they popped into the top 3, right? They should have.
Could have. We will find that out a bit later for you guys. We have half of the games done. We're going to jump to a short break. Actually, this is the little bit longer break, so make sure if you want to get a snack, if you want to get a drink, this is the time to do it. And we'll be back with statistics right after that. So don't go anywhere. A few minutes break, and we'll see you with more PUBG Mobile.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets it advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against more.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against more.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun eveniment de până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game as itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sper să fiu nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul Esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the Pantheon of Champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female teams. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator, and obviously, but this game itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against more.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sper să fiu nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul Esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against them.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the Pantheon of Champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female teams. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun eveniment de până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. But this is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sper să fiu nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against more.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
Yeah.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female teams. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against Mo.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the Pantheon of Champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against Mo.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că ESI o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun eveniment de până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book. But
Welcome back, everybody. We've almost made our way through the ERANGELs. We still have one left in the tank. But before we start that, we should have a look back at what we've just witnessed before we went to the break. The players have gotten their snacks, they've gotten their food, they're ready for the next one. But we have a few stats to talk through to just reminisce a little bit about what happened in that last game. I don't know who the man of the match was, honestly. Romania took that one very convincingly. But once that graphic comes up, we will know who the man of the match in number, was that 7? Number 7, 8? We'll see it in a second. And I can't wait to see the scoreboard, but also, there we are, Doran. The man,
Look,
the man that almost threw it at the end, you know? But
yeah, but still, I mean, he should have been the MVP even in the round before that, I feel like, in the SANHOK round.
Yeah.
I mean, his performance throughout this day, again, has been a massive contribution to Romania's success. So I feel like that is very much deservingly so. Yeah, been his... I mean, first man of the match performance, I think. I think that
so.
was the first man of the match performance we've had so far in the tournament. But either way, he's been having a phenomenal day. 4 kills, 585 damage inflicted. We have seen better rounds from him, but at least in this one, he's been able to take it home as well.
Massive factor for his team. We talked about it. He's been MVP for them before, and he's been following up every single time we see them in the fight. He's been pulling up. We'll have a look at the leaderboard as well, keep you up to date. As, again, I talked about it at the end of the last match. Kyrgyzstan, not getting an insane amount of points that game, but they're still doing just enough to keep a considerable gap. 112 points, 72 eliminations is still absolute craziness. But again, Romania slightly pushing themselves up there, breaking into that second place, making sure this stays competitive.
Absolutely. I mean, 3 of these players are coming in from pro leagues in their respective regions, so they do have a lot of on-hands experience at the moment as well. So the practice is definitely there. They're in the mid-season, essentially. The season has just started, but they are having a lot of practice at the moment, so they're coming into this tournament. And that just goes to show you how much that actually has an impact on their performance as well. So Sarah K, Flaky Effect, these guys are the 3 that absolutely stand out. But also got to give credit to Nart. He's been a supporter for this team. Yeah. Sometimes he does get caught off guard. I feel like a little bit too much. But when he doesn't, he's always the one watching their backs, he's the one supporting, and that is something that definitely helps them as well to perform to their fullest. So, great coming in from Kyrgyzstan.
You can't just be looking at stats. You have to focus as well on... If you don't know what's happening inside the teams, if you're just watching from the outside, you don't really know how much work someone contributes, how much they communicate, how much they plan the game. And, well, so far, it's been working out beautifully. You can see there still a big gap, but again, good performances, Romania staying consistent, Turkey staying consistent. They keep pushing themselves up there, and if they stay slow like this, Kyrgyzstan, they're still getting points on the board, no questions. But if they stay reasonable like this, we might go into a day tomorrow where there is a very potential, where there is a very good potential for a comeback. You love to see that. I've seen this plenty of times. These guys on the battlefield, they're enemies, they're competing, but there's so many people that absolutely loving each other, friends with each other, hugging each other, just talking to each other in the break, you know, fist bumping before the games. These guys are enjoying life right here. And just having a fun and yes, very competitive, but super friendly tournament.
Yeah, where was my massage back when I played? Where was my massage back when I played? Anyways, well, let's take a look at some of the team summaries in the grand finals so far. Kyrgyzstan, 72 number of eliminations. That is no surprise to anyone who's watched some of the games that we've played so far. So, yeah, let's not talk about them any further. But Morocco and Egypt down there, maybe that is a highlight to some degree. And also Romania making their way up there. They have not been in the top 2 throughout this tournament so far. They have now. That last game was an absolute bang-off one, and the one before that as well, especially on SANHOK. SANHOK, they just plowed through the lobby just as much. So Doran, I mean, we said it before, he should have gotten the match MVP. Maybe even has. I don't think we took a look at it. Maybe even has gotten the match MVP as well in the SANHOK game, despite them not winning it. But, yeah, massive amount of kills from the 50 have been from Doran.
Yeah, and as well, that kind of goes to show how much that consistency matters, right? There is teams that are just appearing in the top 5 in every single one of these stats, right? You see your Egypt there, you see your Morocco breaking in as well. Remember, they weren't really a survival team. They've gone out early in quite a few of the early rounds. But they have come back with consistency, with kill points, with aggression, with crazy plays, especially in that prison game. Remember how they cleaned up that whole northern side? They couldn't make it into prison in the end, but that was still just clearing out the north was enough to get them a second place and double digits eliminations. So just by consistently putting these points on the board, I know we talk it to death, but if you just have these standout performances like a Brunei, for example, that just had a massive game in the prison finish, it's not going to be enough to push you into that top 3.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Brunei for a second, because these are experienced players as well, and they have shown it to some degree as well in the game so far, especially obviously in that ERANGEL they just won, that they can be one of the underdogs that we maybe not so much expect to be top 5, but have the potential to be there. One big game and they're all the way back up there. Yes, that's what I'm saying. One big game and they will definitely break that 60-point, maybe even 70-point mark, well, depending on what they send in the leaderboard at the moment. So we'll take a look at that in a minute.
We'll take a look at that. We have another ERANGEL for you. Last ERANGEL of the day. The plane is in the air. The players are ready. They've gotten the back massages in. They've gotten their food in, their bellies. They are energized, ready, and hyped for match 10 today. Plane goes from starboard to military base. Probably not going to see anything too crazy. We've seen a few skirmishes here off the drops. We've seen a few players die for vehicles, stuff like that, but no real hot drops. So we should have good positions for all of our teams. Try and make the most out of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have not supported your national team so far in the chat, and I know lots of you guys out there have, it is time now. It is the start of pretty much the middle of the grand final so far. I mean, we've come to the point that, you know, majority of the games are almost being played or have almost been played. So, yeah, now is the time to support your team, whether it be Kyrgyzstan, Turkey, or any of the teams down low. I mean, Georgia definitely needs some more support from you guys out there. So, yeah, once again, type it in the chat, support your national team, and make sure these guys are ready for the remaining rounds.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see how another ERANGEL with a reasonably easy-to-access Phase 1 impacts these teams. Because remember, yesterday when we switched it over to Miramar, Kyrgyzstan fell fairly short there at the end, and that is a good talking point. That's a good starting point for a lot of our teams here. So we'll be very much watching them with all of our eyes, all of our attention, and we'll see what they can pull off here. Especially when we look at teams like Turkey, where we expect them to pretty much win this tournament. We talked to them and they said if we get second place here, we're very upset. Right now they're not even in second. Right now it's even worse for them. So they really want to step it up. They want to show that they're capable of more, and they're one of the teams where I think they have a massive fan base that just expects them to do more as well.
Come on, Doran. I know you've hit some nasty shots so far, but you're not going to take anyone through this distance, right? I mean,
with an Uzi.
With an Uzi.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. If you would have gotten that knock, I would have actually just, I don't know. If you would have gotten that knocked, I actually kind of want to play that. Whenever I see these crazy knocks, do you get the feeling?
Yeah.
This is the moment where you want to take out your phone and just play yourself, because you're like, if that's possible, I gotta learn it. Either way, interesting circle, in case you haven't seen it. It is a very centralized eastern circle, kind of similar to the one we've seen before that was ending in prison. So we might see similar rotations as well. Argentina, for example, already in the circle center.
No surprises there, is there? I mean, Argentina, really, they've been shining at their positioning early game, at their rotations in the mid game. but we talked plenty about how much they need to start closing things out in the late game and how tough that can be on the mental to continuously get into those late games and then falter. But at least you can look at the leaderboard and say, well, we're very much in contention. We're still doing okay. We should still be able to make a good step forwards on the leaderboard if we just fix those end games. If we just manage to win one of them. If we just manage to close it out. You do have to understand this is a battle royale, and just winning the game is such a big difference from getting second place. You get those 4 extra placement points, you get 1 or 2 extra kills. That is a 6-point difference, just depending on do you win the 2v2 or not. And 6 points is pretty hard to get. Just look at some of the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard. After I think 9 games, there's teams with 14 points, 21 points. 6 points is massive.
It is. That can be the difference. I mean, at the moment, it's the difference between potentially taking home $16,000, maybe even 24, or just not going home with anything other than experience. Yeah. Right, to some degree. And obviously, like free flights and everything, Iesf paid for all of that. By the way, shout out to Iesf. They're treating us very well. They're treating the players very well. They just got home. They just got back from, getting some food, obviously. So, yeah, shout out to Iesf, treating everyone really well. It's a pleasure to be here. Either way, with this zone, I do got to touch on the zone really quickly again because I want to touch on some of the rotation timings. We've seen Turkey on this rotation timing just as much as we've seen Colombia and Kyrgyzstan being very late on the western side. We did see them clash early on as well in the later stages, maybe of phase 2, phase 3. Is this something you expect to happen here again? Because I can see that happening from the way they rotate right now and where they dropped.
It's an absolute possibility. It was a central plane, right? Northeast to southwest, so not a western or eastern plane. It's a eastern circle. The west should always be crowded. And neither of these teams goes crazy late around the edges. I'd be very surprised, for example. In circles like these, we have a little bit of military base in play, for those who are not seeing the map right now. And there's teams that decide to go through the melee base and come in from the far south, come in with a boat, come across the bridge late, go for these crazy edge rotations. Neither of the teams we just talked about really go and do that. Neither of them really just send it all the way around the edges, super late in the blue phase 2, if they can avoid it. So, like you said, similar timings, similar rotation routes, lots of potential for a clash. But let's be real, if you're Kyrgyzstan, you don't mind that much. They've really been winning their fights. And even if they get into a messy fight with Turkey and, Kyrgyzstan loses 2, Turkey loses 1, that's not the end of the world for them because they're really just 42 points ahead right now.
Romania has found themselves a good spot. Kind of the similar spot that we've seen. As I said, this is kind of a replay, I feel like, of the round we've seen already in the last one, in the last game. Because you can see kind of similar fights. You see Romania, Southeast, that didn't go well in the last game. They got caught off guard by Kazakhstan, who was in Milta right now. I can totally see that fight happening again as well. And also Morocco on that northeastern side. Same kind of edge they rotated in beforehand. This time around, not as successful though. They were able to pick up, I think, 11 or 12 frags in the round that they've played before in prison. This time around, I'm not sure if that's going to be possible with replays, but we'll see.
Again, not a team that survives much, right? We talked about it when the team stats came up. Not a team that's known for sticking with 4 players all the way into the end game, but a team that's been scary in fights, scary aggressive. And I think what we also highlighted last time is very, very good at figuring out, okay, we have to take this fight. We can't stick around here anymore. We have to go for this at some point. We have to just send it and make sure that we take that fight before we get pinched. Fragger gets a nade out. Ooh, it's enough, actually. I thought Deisha was dodging that. Okay. But that's a big nade. That is a potential opening for Argentina. They're going to go for the instant res. I'm not sure if they'll have the time.
It is so tough nading a ridgeline that you have to nade, throw a nade that has to explode behind the ridgeline. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That is probably one of the toughest nades.
Nading downhill is way harder than up there.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So that nade is actually a nasty nade coming in from Fragger. That second one doesn't hit anything just yet, but Mohammed might just find the angle on him, so he has to be careful. Backs down and maybe just waits for his teammate. That initial knock is not too favorable for them right now in terms of just collapsing on it, just because the positional advantage is still on each side.
I love this from Fragger. patient enough, slowing it down, not over-aggressing, not running it down at all. There's another fight on the other side of the map. That's Brunei versus Serbia, but we're going to stick with Argentina for a second here. Egypt not losing one, losing two by the looks of things, and I think they're keeping this clean. Argentina just ahead of Egypt, just a few points, and they're keeping it clean.
And that is interesting because that's the first fight we've seen in Circle Center from Argentina that they're forced to take. Argentina's always been Circle Center phase 1, 2, 3, but they've never been forced to fight. That is the first time, and by the looks of it, they're doing just fine.
Absolutely. Not so fine, not so clean, not so methodical is what Serbia versus Brunei is pulling off here. Bishke knocked out as well on the outside of that compound, but we've got two fights at the same time. Argentina taking very clear control versus Egypt. Just one player left. He's running for the hillsides, but Serbia versus Brunei, lots of players knocked. It's just Chewy left, and Shako flushed out by the nade. Melas is looking for more. He's looking to get aggressive. They know the players on the roof. They know he's bouncing around on the stairs. They're trying to hunt him down. But I'm not sure. They can't get their last res. They're trying to get one more. Can he make the cross? Oh, that's big for Melas. Now he can go for the res. And Chewy is the one that has to get aggressive. He's the one that has to make the cross now. The disadvantage is his. And it's looking... Oh, he gets the flush and the knock. Oh, that's a big nade. That's disaster for Serbia.
It's kind of falling apart at this point. They have to make some kind of play towards Chewy, but they let him heal as well. Serbia is just not as methodical. We're talking about being methodical in this fight as it should have been. Is it down to a 1-on-1 at the moment? It is down to a 1-on-1.
Yeah.
Chewy kind of just salvaged that situation, actually. It felt like it was all over. But Brunei, they need these couple of points as well to stay at the mid-table at the very least. And right now, it's only Marcel left. They might even get a rest off. At the moment, Chewy just jumped around the building rooftops, and he found himself an opening to get towards Pia. Somehow, he might just get this res.
He will get the res, and they might trade it. But if they have a good idea where that res is happening, they could try and get the nades out. They're scared of the peaks coming around the corner. You can see the pre-fires popping off. No nades in the hand of Chewy. PSO has gotten the first aid off at least. But there's a DBS on that wall. They're flying over the top. He's trying to make the UMP work. DBS is out. Can he get one? He's trying. He's dancing. He's trying his hardest. It's such an awkward fight for Maxa. They're flying over the top. One down. Chewy down. And Serbia stays true. Maxa with the double. Milaz comes in. And Serbia stay alive, but just by the nick of it.
Yes, and at what cost? It looked so damn good, the way they originally breached this and the way they got the entry knocks. But Brunei, man, Chewy, what a play though. Yeah. What a play from Chewy. Yeah. That initial nade to take both of them down, and I think get a flush as well. That was amazing. Unfortunately for them, they will still be taken out. They are the first team to fall in round number 10. So that means, well, that means only 2 points at the end of it.
Yeah, and well, that can be the difference. 2 points for Brunei, 4 already for Serbia. Still in the circle, still in a position where they can definitely pull off more. I hope they figure out a way, get a few more points out of this, make it even more exciting towards the top. Definitely some of the names we were looking out for on that Serbian squad. Meanwhile, I think we saw Team Turkey take out 2 of Algeria on the other side of things, as Kazakhstan in the open here a little bit, dancing around Georgia, who have a few different angles on the situation, but they really want that drop, Kazakhstan.
Yes, they do. It is a good feeling. There's barely, it's kind of like Christmas whenever you get a drop that's pretty much just right next to your building, because that only happens once a year as well. At least back when I played. I never got the drops. Anyways, let's see what's in there. We'll take a look at it later. First of all, same rotation we were talking about earlier. Romania, they do love that southeastern edge. That is a very late rotate. And Philippines with 2 might just have the confidence as well to have a say in this one. Philippines has got kind of a big split going over to that eastern side. They do have the area for it as well, so I love what they're doing.
Ooh.
So let's see, maybe if they can catch some Romanian players off guard.
Yeah, but look at the west side of the circle as well. The circle's gone hard west, and we see 2 of our top teams already squaring off. There's already a knock coming towards, I think that was the Kyrgyzstan squad. Turkey already getting involved on that western side. Yes, Nexus very late versus Philippines. They'll have to struggle. They might just send it. A lot of the western teams definitely will. I think the res is coming through for Kyrgyzstan, and no aggression so far by the Turkish squad. Little do they know, it is Kyrgyzstan right next to them. Rez comes through, Flyke back on his feet. They're getting the hell out of there. They're trying to reset this. Try and calm things back down, reconsider their options. They should have lots of options right now on that western side with the circle shift we've just seen.
Interesting compound from Kyrgyzstan to be taken right now. Not a bad one at all. But something I wouldn't have expected, I think they would surely play Volcano as well, together with that split. And I think now they are actually opting to take some more map control.
Yeah, they're slowly figuring it out.
Yeah, but still, Turkey really close. As we said, we were expecting them to potentially have a similar rotation timing again, being on similar paths. So far, it's been kind of clean, I guess. A couple of shots here and there, but they are still standing strong. Colombia, on the other hand, they're going to be the ones that have an edge with plenty of teams, and that's a tough edge to rotate into, especially if the positions in front of you are taken. You could rotate in between Turkey and the one team that's on the far south compound. Not sure who that is right now. It should be Armenia, I think. But that's kind of your only rotate in. And even then, the position that you're trying to go for, which is kind of like this hillside ridgeline, tree, forest kind of cover thing, is not able to get scouted from the position where you're at. So Colombia is in a little bit of a trouble, I think. Georgia is on the eastern side of it. Even they have a better entry into the zone.
Yeah, it all depends a little bit on how much information they can get. If they can figure out that the yellows, southwest, all of Turkey are free, I think Median is on the way to figure that out right now. But hold that thought, we have another fight around the shelter area. This time it's Kazakhstan versus Philippines. They are flying in again. The Pubg's doing the same kind of work. We've seen them do time and time again. That's an MG3 in the hands of 6. He's trying to make things work, but he's very isolated, and Argentina is there as well. This is not an easy fight. And it's another roadkill. Oh my. Philippines, you've said it before, they do not mess around. They don't know fear.
And that is gotta be unfortunate for Axel. He's got the rich down in front of him. The last thing he saw was pretty much the front of the car, and he's just like that. Yeah, just like that. He's taken out. James,
no way!
What is happening? Where did he get his driving license? Because I gotta go there, to be honest. That is something that even I have never done before. Just 2 kills back to back with the car, with the vehicle, and he's gonna get the flashes as well. Look, I've been telling you about Philippines. I know they're back down there at 12th place, but it doesn't matter. When they frag out, they do so convincingly.
They do not know fear. They're always just going in like crazy. Kazakhstan left down to just punch her. He's trying to do the damage. He's trying to get some work done. One of the Philippine players goes back down to the play zone. Phase 4 does start to hit quite a bit. And you can see in the distance, Argentina, they've already repositioned. They've gotten out of this. They've taken the priority compound, and they will pick themselves up another kill by vehicle explosion. Oxy gets himself that kill point, and we're already down to 39 players, 12 teams, with another phase about to shift on in that's going to eliminate so much more of that eastern side.
Yes, it is a hard western shift. Now, I know you haven't seen it yet, but it is as far west as it could potentially go. It is literally not even a meter between the current safe zone and the blue zone. So that is massive for Turkey and massive for Kyrgyzstan. 2 of these top teams in prime spots at the moment.
Ooh, that's a DBS, but that's a lot of members in your building. Serbia out of the game. He's not quite ready for the aggression coming out of Morocco there, but they do have all the numbers in the world as well. Romania making their way on in on the northeast.
Yes, northeastern side, kind of wrapping around. They started in the southeast. Now this big wrap with that new circle shift is kind of the best thing they could have gone for, because it's only Kyrgyzstan on the northwestern side, and they're taking a lot of space.
It's another drive-by. It's Colombia in trouble. Colombia and Georgia, the 2 teams that were competing for that dirt road on the top. It's mutually assured destruction. 2 down on each team right now. It's actually in the Eleanor is trying to make this work. Just Marion left on Colombia. Trades are not going their way. And is Georgia cleaning it out? I say 2 down. It's just a map, 1 low, 1 taken down. They've gotten away fairly clear from this fight, which is kind of a crazy achievement. That was not easy. 4 kills, easy reset for the next zone, and they still have some space to play.
This is going to be a big fight in terms of the legal situation. Look at this. Argentina is pulling up on towards Volcano, and we saw Kyrgyzstan not only being kind of hesitant to taking that position, but actually not being there as a full squad right now. First frag goes that way, though, and that's a big frag, because Octi, he's been one of the most impactful players in these fights, and he goes down.
Oh, and they're just demolishing them right now. And look at the damage taken on Kyrgyzstan. It's basically nothing. And they've instantly taken out some Argentinian players. More and more knocks are coming in. The mini ring's out as well. That's Remat gone. Pubg tries to confirm it. Does it get stolen away? Oh, yeah, it does actually get stolen away by Turkey, and that's another knock. If I'm Turkey, I'm thinking about pulling up on this. I'm thinking about third-partying this. This is craziness on a volcano right now, and it's exactly what you want to be seeing if you're a fan of Team Turkey. Nexus, Romania, they wanted to pull up into this, but they very quickly realized this fight's already over. This fight is not a 4v4. This fight is an absolute beating, and Argentina has taken it.
Yes, it is. It's only Viking knocked at the moment, but he should be getting res back up. Yeah. I think it's just a matter of seconds. Romania, now, they have missed that chance. That's the kind of the timing that I was hoping Romania was going to catch. Catching these guys off guard, maybe getting angles from all the way up north. Now the zone has obviously shifted too far in to do that. But that would have been the play I was hoping for them to see. But I think they took their time and they were very cautious on the rotate.
And well done, because they would have been too late. If Argentina could have made a little bit more of a stand, if they could have gotten a knock towards Kyrgyzstan, sure. But we've seen this before from Kyrgyzstan as well, how aware they are of the third parties, how quickly they pivot. And we talked about the man before. Nord is the one holding the back. He's not running it down. He's not confirming these kills. We saw Flight getting knocked for trying to get one of these kills onto Argentina. Not just holding the back line, just making sure the team doesn't get surprised. Philippines, another kill on their belt, but a new team already looking over their shoulders.
S12K with a silencer on, that's an interesting combo, but I mean, why not? You know, if it works, don't argue. Anyways, Kyrgyzstan with some more shots. Oh, Doring might just get caught off guard. Doring tries to brown down, but it's not going to be enough, just not fast enough. He was not ready for that angle. Turkey is going to pick up the first frag in that massive fight, because now Kyrgyzstan knows who's right in front of them, and that is second place on the leaderboard.
Redox is right behind Flyke here. Not Flyke, both down to 50 HP, but it's awkward. It's awkward for Romania. They don't know what to do with this. They don't have full information. They've lost a member. They might just reposition, go back up to that eastern side, where they will find themselves an Argentinian solo.
That is a circle shift that might just give us a good idea of who's going to win this game. Now, it is phase 5. But you have seen how many teams are fighting on the edges. And that circle shift only has one single compound inside of it, and that has 4 angry Turkish players that are just waiting for the third win, finally now. Is that a decision? Would you already say Turkey's won this game? I know it's very early, but that circle shift, if anything's gifted, it's this, isn't it?
Well, I'm not going to say that's a one game while Kyrgyzstan is alive in this lobby. They have been so unstoppable every now and then in these fights. Just look how well Argentina has been performing and how much we've praised them for keeping 4 alive. Kyrgyzstan made them look like they were easy. They just ran over them completely, cleaned them out of the lobby. So if Kyrgyzstan was 2 alive right now, I'd say this is a win for Turkey. Right now, 4 members up. They're already fragging out on a different position. They don't seem like they are to be stopped. That northeastern side is going to blow up completely. Romania has found themselves in the near vicinity of Fraga from Argentina. They're probably going to make quick work of him. At least they're not going to let him. They're not going to let him survive right next to them. It's Turkey, it's Morocco, it's everybody trying to get involved here. That buggy is blowing up shortly. He's going to stay alive for now. Maybe getting saved for another few seconds, but he's surely not long-lived.
Yeah, Kyrgyzstan's at the moment trying to sneak up on towards Turkey as well, grabbing that western side. Morocco, in the meanwhile, still has big problems. I'm wondering whether or not kind of like a sliver of wall is still inside the current safe zone, whether or not Morocco is even going to be able to stay alive in this zone, because I'm not sure if they are. And by the looks of it, Romania doesn't want to let them just stay alive down there either, because as soon as Morocco is pretty much out of the picture, they've got lots and lots of space on that eastern side, and they only need to worry about Philippines afterwards.
And there they are, the men of the minute. Turkey, 4 defeats right now, sitting pretty in a very strong position. Kyrgyzstan looking to find any space they can. And there is Georgia. We talked about them. Impressive fight on the southwest, but now is where champions are made. They've got some of the big dogs in the lobby sitting right outside their doors, and they're surely going to have to leave once that next zone hits. But Kyrgyzstan, there might be a possible fight for them, Felix, because they also have their other problems.
Yeah, still, at the moment... Oh, wait.
Double nade.
That's a double nade. Are you kidding me? Did Morocco just pull up and get a double nade on towards this? And now the Philippines were coming in as well. The timing could not be better. Let's see if this one works out. Redox gets put it out. He's just driving above and beyond. And I think he didn't get the knock by driving, but surely he's going to get it with the AR to follow it up. I don't see it in the kill feed at the moment, but... did he just get traded? I think he got traded. I think Redox just traded him. Where's the rest of the Philippine squad?
I don't know what's going on that northeastern side. It's an absolute disaster. I think we've seen Romania completely taken out. Morocco making a good play out of the Alamo. Still cost them 2 players. Turkey, again, getting involved in this. They're up to 8 kills already, and they haven't had to move out of their compound just yet. Kyrgyzstan looking for an opening. They want that mini knock so bad. Ziric, he's ready for it. Does good damage, but doesn't find the opening. They want a knock. They want a way into that compound to take the win away from Turkey.
Yes, they do. In the meanwhile, this is the last place team as well. Still kicking it strong. 3 players left alive for Armenia. Never to be underestimated. We did see some of the fans in the chat as well, so keep on supporting your guys. If there's ever been a round so far in this tournament where Armenia has a chance of winning it, it has to be this one. The next circle shift, does favor them to some degree. It is the pull-up right now. How is this happening? Silas goes down immediately. Reyes gets taken down as well. And this is a 2-on-1 trade.
No way. I said they were looking for the opening. They find the opening, but not only that, they run over the first building instantly. Now, finally, Kalsi has found a little bit of retrieval from the outside. He's doing damage, not down to 1 HP, but he wins that. How? What? How does he come out on top of this? Not. He's doing it all for his team right now. He's the last one alive. A sliver of HP. Makes sure to get the confirm, but can he survive in this?
And this is so good. Both these players are on absolute 1 HP. Both are 1 hit. He tries to get some more distance going on towards the last player of Turkey, which is Kalsi, by the way. All of his teammates are dead. No more information given. It's down to a 1-on-1.
He's going to get the confirm as well. Flyke on the bottom floor of that Grandma building. Cannot slow it down enough to get the res. He doesn't want to get naded. He doesn't want to get spotted out. But now, on the stairs, that should be a fairly possible res. Kalsi has zero information on where that res is happening. If he hits that nade, that is absolutely insane. I don't think that goes into the kitchen. That should not get the kills. The damage has been done. But remember, there was a 4-man Turkey squad in the winning compound here. And they have, again, been made fool of by Kyrgyzstan.
The question is now, how fast can Kyrgyzstan finish this? Because sooner or later, there's going to be Georgia coming in. I mean, unless Georgia does some crazy kind of pull-up to someone else, which they shouldn't, this has to happen. Now, Georgia is actually going to chime in. 5G goes down. That's down to Nord again. He has carried it before. He's made an absolute impact frag with absolutely 1 HP. Can he do it again, though? And how does Turkey not realize Kalsi has to push?
This is a thing that we've talked about a little bit in the previous day as well. Georgia is just in the same boots here. 3 players up, they get a knock towards the compound. They don't want to over-aggress. They don't want to take any risks. And if you don't take these risks, you're not going to be winning games with big amounts of kills. They're going to stay on top, they're going to stay quiet, and the game's going to run away from them.
How is Georgia not pushing either, though? Both of these teams should 100% aggress. Yes, you just said it, but I'm just at a loss for words right now. Georgia gets the knock. They know they've been fighting down there. Anyways, Georgia, please, just
get in there.
Get in there. Yes.
I mean,
you probably don't have the vehicles, but still, I mean,
there's still 1 circle to come. If this goes southwest, they're going to be happy on top. But there's plenty of opportunities for the zone to go away from you. And there's plenty of opportunities for you to get the points before it does. Now they haven't. Now the reses are back up. Now this is becoming a very awkward push. If there's just 3 players sitting still in that compound, you're not going to be able to breach that comfortably. There is a chance that it still goes your way. Kalsi gets a knock, gets traded. You only have to kill a solo in the compound, but you're giving the game out of your hands.
They've got the vehicles, they've got the knocks, they should have the information as well. They've got a good driving path. I don't even think Armenia has any vision on towards that, so maybe there's something we are not seeing right now. But Georgia, I don't see another way into the circle anyways. There's no further positions to be played. That's why I was saying Turkey needs to push this. Nord in the meanwhile gets taken down. Now Kalsi finally finds his 1v1 and is back at it. Now this has, I think, been the... No, Nord has only been knocked once, so he's not bleeding out too fast, but yeah, I don't think there's a way to get him back up. Unless Flyke is going to win this 1v1 immediately, but he falls back all the way. He doesn't want to die just yet.
He's resetting this completely. He's got 9 smokes for himself, 7 frag grenades. He's not even going for the 1v1. He has no idea. Kalsi's seen him. Oh, not. Flyke is just trying to survive a little bit too hard. He's leaving his back open. Beautiful play from Kalsi, though. 1v2 for him. Easy in the bag. Big points for Turkey.
And Georgia, that's just been off of the back of not being decisive early enough. Just driving on through, it's just not going to work. You're going to get picked apart. That was your option, reaching the compound after the initial knock. Now it's just Jaeger left alive. Still making the top 3, though. As the last place team right now, that's an important thing. Look, the last 3 teams are all bottom 5 teams right now. That's crazy.
And that goes to show, as much as we criticize them for maybe not making the winning play, we've got a map ahead of us. We see everything that's happening in this game. Very easy for us to criticize and find the small little mistakes these guys are making. They're still absolutely world-class performing here. Philippines, 33 points, looking to try and close out that last game, looking to try and get aggressive. And with that knock coming out from Jaeger, he's making things possible for them. He's providing big problems to Armenia, who are just trying to hold on right now. They're just trying to figure out where the aggression is coming from, what they can do about it.
First knock does not go the way of Armenia. All of these teams desperately. I mean, Georgia and Armenia even more so than the Philippines. They desperately need that win. Either way, it is down to a 2v2v1, so Philippines can't equalize the situation. I was telling you about Philippines from the start. Now, I know this has been kind of a random call-out, but I would just hope for them to win this one because they have had one of the hardest paths. I mean, we saw them fighting back 3 zones ago in Shelter. Let's see if they can actually make it work. Rogillo and Genius both opening up big kind of angles at the moment. They're spread very far apart, and that should not only keep Georgia in check, but also Armenia from the positions they play at right now. Plus, they've got the zone.
They do have the zone, and they do have the positions, but they don't have to go crazy. They're a team that thrives in the craziness. They love to roll up on unexpected enemies. This is not the time. This is the time where you have to relax, take a breather, don't overpeak too much, don't fight everybody at the same time. There's a good chance you miss that kill point onto Georgia, but you have to make peace with that to take the win. And the win is 4 extra placement points, 4 more than the second place gets, and then additional kills on top. That is 100% worth just slowing it down, taking a breather, building a good setup, and realizing we have the zone, we have the control, we have the manpower. We don't have to go crazy right now.
Absolutely. And they've got 10 eliminations as well already. That's something that I don't think we've touched on already, how big this game would be for the Philippines if they were actually able to win this. Now Armenia has to move. This should maybe be a frag onto his Wizard. How does he get across? He does not! And that's Rocello picking up one. Jäger didn't mean like it's taken out by Viking. It is down to a 2v1, and this Wizard can get revived. And I don't think it's going to be... Actually, Philippines is going to let them maybe revive? No, now they're getting the Jäger. Viking, yes, we spotted.
Yeah, he's got him. He's got him in his sights. He's going to nail him and down. Wow. And just like that, Philippines 12-kill chicken dinner. The first one in this tournament with double-digit kills again. A big performance, up to 45 points, up towards the middle of the pack. They've just done what Brunei has done in the prison game, and they've pushed themselves towards the competition.
Look at them, they're smiling. The mechanics, you could tell from day one, they've got the mechanics down. They should not be that far down. It felt very weird seeing them down in 12th, maybe even 11th place. They do not belong here, and they proved it in this one. I think it's been 12, maybe 13 frags in this one, plus the win on top. That should give them a solid middle ground at the middle of the table. I think that's going to be a good foundation going to the next couple of games that we have today.
That has pushed them into the pack that can compete for the top. They're not quite a Turkey yet. They haven't been consistent enough for that. They're not quite a Romania up there towards that second place. I think, again, replaced now by Turkey. And, again, they're not Kyrgyzstan, who's absolutely still rocking up every single time. Just the way they roll into that compound is craziness.
Against Turkey as well.
Against a top 3 team, they pull up into a taking compound and almost end up winning it. Crazy, crazy stuff, but we have to give credit here. We have to give credit here to the Philippines. They show up massively from the start of that game to the finish of that game, picking up points all along the way.
I think one of the hardest games, I think one of the hardest games actually that we've seen that went to, that has been won so far in the grand finals, I think they had to fight so early on, maybe in phase 1 even. Either way, we will be heading into a very quick break, and we'll see you guys right back.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female teams. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun eveniment de până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game itself, right, there's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sper să fiu nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul Esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them.
Philippines take that one away. Beautifully played. Beautifully played. Felix could not calm down in the break. His favorite team has finally gotten themselves a chicken dinner. And I think with 3 of our bottom teams being in the top 3 there, we should definitely have a look at some of the stats of that match, how things played out. I think we have some of the summary stats for that match, and we also obviously have the leaderboard for that for you guys afterwards.
Is it a surprise? I guess so. But it also isn't to some degree, because I was telling you from day one, the way the Philippines fought so far has been very convincing. And the way they fight creatively as well. When they originally pushed their team and shelter, I was already worried for them, to be honest, in this round. I didn't think they were going to win this one, because I was saying again, whenever they fight like this, they tend to lose players, and then they kind of just lose the late game because of it, just because the control they lose as well. And that circle even shifted far away. I mean, rotating off from shelter towards that western area almost always is like a guaranteed death. It wasn't in this case.
Absolutely. And, well, they did it. They did it really, really convincingly, as you always say. And we have a look here at the stats. These are average stats. And obviously, if you had a time to look at them, Kyrgyzstan still in the very top there. If you had a look at the bottom, we still have 2 Miramars coming our way, and then we are going to be playing that game we missed out yesterday. That last Miramar we're missing out. So we should have 3 Miramars coming your way, and maybe that's where we finally see the Titans falling down and slowing down a little bit. That's what we saw yesterday. Maybe. I'm not sure if it's going to repeat, but even in that match, it always hurts to not talk about the winners, but Kyrgyzstan was still crazy that game.
I mean, their fragging strength is the best in the lobby right now. It literally is unmatched. I don't think there's a team that can help with it. Oops, someone just tripped the camera. Don't worry. As long as it doesn't fall down.
No earthquake, guys. No earthquake. Don't worry about it.
We will be going into the next map just very shortly. But yeah, not only that, also Turkey. I think these are the exact same problems they've had yesterday.
Yeah. We will see what they can make of it when we go to our first Miramar of the day. Again, love to see that map. Love to see how things switch up, shake up a little bit. And we'll see what the players can provide. Planes in the air, first team jumping out will be Georgia, not going military base as they do on Erangel, but instead jumping out very early, going for a northern location.
Let's see how this one's gonna go down. There was one thing we wanted to especially touch on Miramar, which is the drop spots of some of these teams, but I don't expect there to be too much change outside of Picado. That's the one thing we noticed yesterday, that no one is in Picado. And we both said after the games, there is no way no one's going to play Picado today. So we'll see who's going to take that. I see Egypt kind of going close to it, but I think Egypt even played the southern split yesterday, unless I'm mistaken. So maybe Egypt has now opted for that. Pubg definitely taking my Turkey.
Well, I'm thinking that Armenia is there too. It's looking like it. We can't really see the names. We only see the colors. Like, but that's exactly what I wanted to talk about earlier. We got cut a little bit short because other things came up. But, well, everybody's seen that Picado was free. Everybody's seen. Yeah. So why, like, everybody can think, well, maybe we should be going towards Picado, right? This is a pretty free spot. Why don't we go check it out? And I feel like that is exactly what might have happened here. As we see, Nex is on a fairly safe loot spot towards the eastern side of the map.
Let's see how Turkey especially has just lost that player. Silas has been taken down. This could not be any worse after the last game. They're literally losing to the biggest competitor in the game. They didn't only lose the fight, they lost 4 points. No, they lost 3 points.
They lost a big amount of points.
3 points,
in that
yes,
combat
and the
fight.
late game. They lost a bunch of placement points and they lost 3 points in terms of kill points to them, the direct competitor. And they also essentially, just because they didn't win the fight, they lost the winning spot in the last round. I'm pretty sure Philippines would not have won that round if Turkey would have been able to keep 4 alive.
That was the winning compound.
Yeah,
and
it really was.
You can very easily flex out across the road towards the east. You remember, you saw it earlier. You saw Turkey already putting shots in towards every of the teams playing on the east. You can very easily hold that from the 2 stories, start pulling up, start flexing out, start taking space for yourself, and win the game from there. But when Kyrgyzstan pulls up into your compound that has just looked undefeatable in 4v4 team fights, things can go awry very quickly. Now, that's what we talked about. Armenia and Egypt both had the same idea, both wanted to go for Picado. But again, neither of them really wanted to hot drop. They just ended up in that position. Turkey, on the other hand, they've gotten 2 of themselves knocked down. 1 trade coming in at least, making that a 3 versus 2 versus Chile right now. And the other 2 players of Chile, they're not anywhere to be found. They have to pull up on this buggy first.
Yes, they do. That might just be too long to play off of that knock. But now that I say it, they have almost arrived. Now the knock has just been revived. But okay, actually, we'll be right back. There we have it. Hamzy gets taken down to very low speed. Oh, was that Kalsi? I think it was. I don't think there was anyone else that could have potentially done this. So 3 players left alive, 3 players very low, but Chile just not confident enough to just push over that ridgeline and get the trades.
Oh, that was a last-second save from Kalsi, making sure his teammate stays alive there. They have almost no HP between them. They don't even want to go for the first hits because they know they still have to hold. Now, Hamzy is the one holding, Kalsi is the one healing. They'll switch that up here shortly, and it's beautiful. Timings work out perfectly, bouncing away the aggression in between these 2, making sure they keep each other alive, and that is the class you need. Chile outmatched in this fight. Turkey, beautiful setups.
And that is a world-class team. That is a world champion for you, ladies and gentlemen. S2G representing Turkey in the finest of fashion. Now, they have had their ups and downs as well. Coming here, up until this point, definitely, we can say Turkey has thrown away a lot of points. And now, I know some of you guys out there, the fans in the chat, they will agree. They have had plenty of more rounds where they could potentially want it. I mean, even the first 2 rounds we had in the tournament were rounds where they got into late game, but they just couldn't finish it off. And didn't really get any kill points to pop it off either. But now maybe, just maybe, that is finally the breaking point that we're looking for.
On the other side of the map, El Pozo has kicked off completely. Beautiful fight so far from Brunei. Has 2 knocks go their way. It's just Marshall left. They've got 1 of their kills confirmed. He's looking for more. Oh, he can't get up the stairs. He's getting body blocked. He was looking for Shako. He's looking to take him out. Can't quite do it in time. They know exactly where he is. They've got his position pinned down. They've got multiple angles on it. Look at the aggression from Brunei. No care in the world. They run him over. They cleaned it out. 4 kills for them. They've lost a member for it. When you get 4 kill points right off the bat, that is sort of the region where losing a player becomes absolutely acceptable.
Yes, it does. That is a lot of fights for phase 1. That is almost 2 teams eliminated. I mean, Morocco has been taken out already, which is going to hurt them a lot. I think they might just lose the top 5 position. But then again, Chile has been taken out by Turkey almost completely as well.
Yeah.
And look at that split now. Turkey, because they stayed alive as 4, do the usual Turkey split in Miramar when they do get that centralized western circle. They just spread out a lot. They get a lot of information from these positions as well. And I love that build-up game.
Absolutely, yeah. We talked about it plenty. That's the reason that I'm still thinking Turkey has a really good chance to win this. I think their macro game in the early stages, their big movements across the map, their splits, their information gathering is very, very good. It just feels like in 4v4 team fights, they're a little bit outclassed by 1 team in the lobby, just 1 team. And that's the only one of them. Kyrgyzstan is just crazy right now. Turkey is not in a position where they're happy to fight for second. They want to win this thing. And nothing else will do.
It is interesting because both of these teams are some of the best individual players out of their respective pro leagues, right? We have the Turkey and the European Pro League. And I mean, the Freggers from Kyrgyzstan, it's no surprise to us that they can outclass even a team like Turkey at the moment in this tournament. I wouldn't say outclass already, but definitely at the moment at least half a league above them. Either way, let's take a look at Chile. They might just lose their last player and they will go out without a single point in this one. Dreamsy been taken out very low. He will find...
Oh, it's a teammate.
I'm not saying he will find 1, but he doesn't even. That's a teammate right there.
Good angle from Fraga there. Good awareness, good knowledge to try and go for a different angle, make sure he gets the roof covered for his team. That could have gotten mighty awkward. That could have gotten very, very spicy for Argentina, but he makes sure they stay safe. And even though a team knock comes out, Argentina back again. 4-man up, reasonable position in the circle as well. Nothing we don't expect from them. They've also, similar to Turkey, I think their early game has been flawless. Their late games have not been as good, not been as convincing. So that's the one point that they have to step it up. But look at the good positions in the circle. Look at the center axis. Top three of our top teams occupying some of the best spots in this circle.
Yes, I mean, Argentina especially, we just saw them take down that solo from Chile in a very good spot as well. Lots of information. They don't even need to split too far, even though they could be. There's lots and lots of space at the moment due to the fights that we had. I mean, we have 2 teams already being taken out. Phase 1 didn't even arrive yet. So lots and lots of space and lots of splits in the middle of the center as well, meaning less and less teams are going to find an easier way in unless they punish these splits that are to come.
Yeah, the one thing that I'm always wondering is how Romania is going to get in. That's the one thing you wonder every single game, right? They play so late, so laid back. They're in the blue right now even. You can see that on the right side, by the way. That's what the different color shading on the teams means. They are so far in the blue. They're not just in the blue. They're almost off the map, it feels like. And it's pretty much been their game plan. You can see right there, the map is counting in almost every single team. Romania is so far away, they've caught them out.
Okay.
And now the circle goes all the way away from them. It goes all the way northwest. Very nice for Georgia, very nice for Brunei. But tons of opportunities for teams to rotate around the edges of this, to go far north, go far west, and find so much space on the hard side of that shift.
Yeah, that's a good one for, I want to say Kazakhstan as well. But to be honest, not only that, I think it's good for Turkey and Argentina and Kyrgyzstan as well. I think none of these teams, despite them not getting the centralized circle right now, have any kind of problems in terms of rotation path. I mean, just look at this. Kyrgyzstan could just drive on straight through. We're seeing them here. They might have a little bit of trouble with Brunei, but that has to be a good shot. I'm saying that, but not. His vehicle is very low. And okay, he might have almost killed him if he would have continued these shots, but not. Makes it across the ridgeline. Effect tries to pick him up. It's just not far enough. He has to turn around again. There needs to be a smoke at this point. And also, Serike gets caught off guard there on the rotation. Kyrgyzstan is in trouble, actually.
They are not liking this, and I think they're going to get out rather unscathed, but you can see Brunei, they were already ready for the pull-up. They were already ready to try and punish. Now, we talked about how much you hate to be the second guy on the buggy. 1 HP on Zerich, and almost no HP on his teammate either. This is not what you want to be seeing. Flyke barely gets into safety. That car is not going to last for a long time, but at least they're alive. At least they've made it, and they can try and reset. Look at the minimap, though. There's another team that's already saying hello from their western side.
Yes, it is. Brunei has been coming alive today.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's got to be... we have to say that as well. I mean, if any team has come alive right now from the bottom of the scoreboard, it's Brunei and Philippines. But Philippines, they had that breakout round, whereas Brunei, I feel like they've had their moments in almost all of the games today. Break! Oh my goodness, that is a good shot out of it. I think that was just barely above the ridgeline. I think it was inside the cup, just barely visible above the ridgeline. So kind of a millimeter there he had to make his shots count. And he did. Good pickup by Egypt, who've been very quiet. They dropped down to 6th place, despite them being really quiet.
What?
They're still on 60, maybe now 60, maybe 62 points now, but these does get traded. That is unfortunate, and there's no trade anywhere close to be happening.
There is so much aggression there from Desha. He wants to close that fight out there and then, but a little bit outnumbered. Algeria will pick it up, and they even have the tools here to get another res going and make that a 3 versus 2 exchange. Not what you want to be seeing if you're Egypt, and they are going to get the hell out of there. They're trying to just find any position in the circle where they're safe. Not a great fight for them coming in late on the edge. Things they've been excelling at for the fights in the center when they had to figure out what fight to pick, what team to third party. And in these last few games, they've not been all that clean. Kazakhstan, I said they were pulling up on Kyrgyzstan, and again, there's an opening knock that's going to make this a whole lot easier. And if they find that, if 6 finds a nade into that smoke, that would be so massive, but he doesn't even want to pull out the nade. He wants to be ready for a player pushing up his stairs. Now, the damage has been done. He's coming down the stairs, and Kyrgyzstan has been able to reset into a 4-man. That is scary for everybody involved.
Yes, it is. I think everyone would just have a sigh of relief if they lose a player right now. I think everyone in this lobby, the way they've been fragging out. But yeah, no one's going to be that lucky. Just no one. Kazakhstan actually gets a knock from afar. It is Georgia, the almost only team inside the current safe zone that's actually in a hard compound or like in a hard cover spot. So that's actually pretty interesting too. Kazakhstan finds more and more trouble now with Kyrgyzstan finally playing on top of the charge. That's a good Molotov. Is going to be enough for the knock, though? I don't think so.
No, it shouldn't be enough for the knock, but it's good pressure. First aid extended. Look at the amount of resources as well. He just has one more after that. So if you can't keep landing util like that, it's going to pay dividends. But SANHOK comes back. And a knock matters a whole lot more than just a little bit of damage. That's a whole lot of pressure towards Kazakhstan right now. You can see neither of these teams wants to overextend. Flyke, he's going to be careful. He's going to be landing on top of Sixpix, has no idea. Beautiful stuff from Kazakhstan. They read that so well. They knew there should be a player close, and they figure out, well, there's a good chance he's sitting on the outside wall. They get the knock on top, and as soon as they have that little bit of spare time because of that knock, they instantly consolidate, and they instantly make that work.
Ooh, Flyke, he's going to get finished, though. I'm pretty sure. Yes, he is. That's going to be 1 point towards Kazakhstan. That already makes that whole fight kind of not worth it, to be honest. I mean, they kind of have to go for it. But I feel like that single knock by Flyke was just a little bit too aggressive on his part. So we'll see how this one's going to work out. I don't think Puncher is spotted right now. Oh, he does not hit a single shot. How is Iesf getting behind that car? He finds himself a good spot. Puncher has to run away at this point. It's 3 angry Kyrgyzstan players at the moment just chasing his position. And that's just never a good thing so far in the grand final. So he makes it out alive, but Kyrgyzstan only with 2 frags in this scenario. Definitely, we've seen the better mid games.
Absolutely, we talked about it earlier. How 4 kills for a 1 player loss is kind of worth it. 2 kills for losing a player, not worth it at all. Especially when you've been so clean in the past. Romania under a lot of heat right now. Lots of shots coming their way. Lots of pressure on that northern edge. They want to try and get maybe into the town, maybe just below Argentina. There's lots of slots they can fit into, but they need to get out of the lines of fire of just everybody. Octavian flushed as well. That's going to hurt, and that's going to really hamper their chances. But oh god, look at this. Look at Hamzi's position that we just got a teaser off there.
And the thing is, Serbia needs to move inside the current safe zone. They need to go up there. That is a massive position, and they have got 3 frags already. Kyrgyzstan has lost a player. Now, let's just hypothetically say Turkey's going to have a massive game in this one. Sure, they won't come close, but they will come very, very close. That's kind of the best case scenario for the overall leaderboard at the moment. Turkey needs to pick up all these frags, and I think as soon as they spot Serbia, they're going to go for this as well. They know the leaderboard situation.
Bit of a breather on the Romania versus Argentina fight. They have to figure out how much they want this. They have to figure out how they want to approach this. And Doran, he was the long-range anchor. He was trying to hold things down for his team, make sure they have all the information they need, make sure they have the cover they need to approach this. With him being knocked, it's just a straight 4 versus 2. It's a fight you have to take. It's a hate to take. It's not an easy push for Argentina, but if they have any sort of approach towards the zone, they don't have to take this fight. They can wait it out. Nexus needs to move, and you can pick up 2 more kill points.
Hamzi, now comes the fight. Let's see if Turkey can actually pick up all of these frags. That would be, as I said, that would be so massive. Also, Serbia, we haven't really talked about them in quite some time. They've fallen out of the top 8, which with Koa and Biske is kind of crazy, to be honest. Some of the most individually skilled players in this lobby, in my opinion. They just haven't been able to make it work as a team so far. We are missing them in almost all of the games in phase 7 and onwards.
Yeah.
I don't think they've made it to phase 7 even. So let's see. They did find some kind of sneaky way around the mountain, and so far it's only Hamzi. He didn't even get that flash on towards the Serbian players. They did get the revive as well. So maybe the kill potential isn't as strong as I originally thought, but I feel like they should still focus on this.
I don't know how many more vehicles they have, because that's just Mela sending it down with the party bus. Nobody else in the vehicle. You could see that was very, very tricky to land those shots from the top when you're shooting into the roof of the car. But now, players running down hillsides, those are usually free pickings. They have nowhere to go. They have no cover at all. You've got to run. You've got to send it. Kelsey's looking over from the top. They're trying to cover. They're trying to pressure back. But anytime you hit a little hop, you're risking so much fallen damage. Look what's coming into Koa. 10 HP just from that little jump. I think they're making it. Turkey is letting them slip away a little bit here, Felix.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know. I'm not sure on what the game plan is, but I feel like that fight should have happened maybe like 1.5 minutes ago. When they did have the time to focus on that edge. But then again, it's really hard from shooting from up top. Maybe if the sidelines aren't that good. But yeah, I mean, they have kind of positioned themselves to the point where I think sooner or later it's going to come to the fight, but they're going to let the fight come to them, not the other way around. I think that's what Turkey's trying to do right now.
We'll see how much that pays off. They have all the positions they want. They just have to figure out how they want to hold this. They just have to figure out how they want to take this fight. Serbia, they don't really have that luxury, as they have to move in towards the zone. Romania, 2 remaining, trying to make their way and make their fortune in the town here in Kobreria, trying to secure themselves a vehicle. A lot of damage towards Hamzi, but the entry knock goes their way, goes towards Serbia, and once again they're holding on for dear life.
The zone is pushing in. It has to come to that fight eventually. That's 81 damage nade, actually. That could have made the difference. And whether or not Sovia is going to have an opportunity. I think Pubg is out of nades now. We're going to see that. Yes, I think that was his last nade. You could tell by the way he aggressive this. That Molotov's not going to hit anything either. That's a great reach line being taken from Silas. I think Silas gets shot in the back. Now Biscuit has to do it close range. He's all solo. He's all alone on that side. Biscuit gets taken down. Kalsi with the first one to open things up, while the rest of the Serbian players have just snuck around that northern side. But they are in the zone. They don't even need to force this if they don't want to at this point.
It's an awkward fight through the barrels, through the cracks. They're trying to fit these bullets through. They're not connecting all that much. Really finds one. Koa is on the other side of it. He's not been able to secure anything for his team. That's a crazy pull-up from Kalsi, and he instantly is punished. Turkey again, just that little bit overzealous. The fight was already won, and now they've went crazy with it, and they're down to half their members.
Yes, that is a big problem now. Silas tries to bring things back. It's Racy actually against Maksha. He is taking him down, but I mean, the revive on Koa in the meanwhile has happened as Mellors brings him back up. Turkey, they have not lost the player so far. That's the good news for any of the Turkish fans at the moment in the chat. And they have the zone. They've got the time to fight this. Biske, he's the one that's never going to get revived anytime soon in this game. He's out of it. And there's another player that's just been gone up.
Yeah, this is Argentina looking over the hillsides. They found the knock, they found Mashka, they found the confirm onto Mashka. That led Serbia know we're in between two teams right now. The situation is even more dire than we maybe thought. They have to prone down, try and survive. There's still a chance that that goes their way as well. There's still a chance that Turkey does get punished by Argentina looking over the top. But neither of these teams is going to have an easy time getting out of here if Argentina can assert that control. If they get pressured from the rest of the map, sure, but if they can peek over these ridgelines that the observers are showing off right now, it's not going to go well for anyone inside that crater.
The only good thing I can imagine in this situation for both these teams is that Argentina has never been the team in this lobby to overly focus on one edge. Now, that might change if they realize this is Turkey in front of them, because that's the direct competition. If they don't, I could totally see them just playing it up there, playing it pretty safe, maybe getting some pop shots. I mean, if they do see a player, maybe shoot at it, but maybe just letting them fight it down low and focus on zone.
Again, Nexus holding on to dear life. Another fight that they survived. They made it past Argentina somehow. Maybe they just waited long enough for Argentina to move on elsewhere. Maybe they just made the send into the circle. Now Brunei picking up where they left off. Another good fight won for them, and again, they lose one member in it, but also up to 7 eliminations. They've got Colombia right in front of them, trying to hold them out, trying to not let them in.
And I think there's no way for them. I think Colombia realizes that if they want to get into that inside the safe zone, they do have to take out Brunei, and they should. That's exactly the kind of kill potential that you need to pick up on the edges to make a good round actually count. Because look at this, we're not even inside the placement points at this point. They will pick up both of these. It's still only 3 kill points at the moment, and I'm not sure how much else they're gonna get. This western side is completely clear.
They've got lots of space, they've got lots of high ground. They should be able to make a whole lot of that work. We have Georgia in the crater. Quiet position for them. We're going to try and hold on for as long as possible. Romania, they want to get the reses in the craters. I don't know if there's more util coming out of Mohammed. He's trying to smoke his way there to get close, to then let it rain onto Redox and Kapahala. But everybody with high ground should be helping them out. That's looking like a good nade. I'm not sure if Kapahala is going to get his first hit off in time. Yes, he does. And that means the nade does not do enough damage. Now, he's only got mollies left to work with. They can do some work, but it's going to be very, very hard to find an elimination with that. And especially if anybody from the top peeks on over, this fight is going to become impossible for Mohammed.
Yeah, all these edges pretty much have one team that can just harass them from afar. And mostly teams on the edges have a team that's close to them that they have to fight to get into the safe zone as well. So it's a really tricky spot for any of the teams currently outside the safe zone or even close to it. The only team that doesn't really have any pressure is essentially Georgia and Argentina. Argentina especially. They are the ones that now, I really want to see that as well, that now just pretty much harass anyone and set themselves up to take this win. If they don't win this round, I think that's another big opportunity loss for them. And as I said, PUBG Mobile, that's just the way it is. Sometimes you just don't get the opportunities. This is one.
This is absolutely one. And it's one for Colombia as well, as they have been absolutely uncontested on the west after they take care of Brunei. Tons of space for them. Circle centers up. Georgia's going to be happy to see that. They still have one of the exits. That's one of Turkey getting caught out by by Serbia. Look at Koa. He's not stopping. He just turns 180, takes out one from Argentina. These guys are absolutely crazy. Melas goes down to Turkey. It's a three-way fight. But again, we talked about Argentina. They have to stay clean here. Argentina cannot afford to lose a member here at all. These teams in the bottom, they're going to have a rough game. They're playing for whatever they can get. Argentina, they have the good game, and they need to win it.
Yes. Likewise for Georgia, to be honest. Even though Georgia is down low, the next circle shift could just as well center up. And you can see Eleanor, he's in the middle of the safe zone. So, I mean, he might even have a better position than Argentina next zone. But that, I mean, that is to be determined. Colombia is still in the run as well. Anyways, Koa gets put it out from Kalsi from afar. Hamzi now hits the headshot on Koa. I think now they surely have to push this, right? I mean, Serbia is the direct competition. They even know where the last player is. He's down low. Koa is surely going to plead out. So I don't think there's way back for him. But just the freedom of knowing Serbia is not going to be there. That's something I think S2G or Turkey at the moment have to strive for. And I think the way he's positioned without any heal, that's going to happen. Now it is Hamzi's going to pick up that frag. It is the, it is the 6th frag actually for Turkey in this round. And now they finally do have that freedom.
Another reasonable game for Turkey. Another one that they shouldn't get away with a win in. But again, we talked about Georgia. We talked about the position they have been dealt. And might even want to see them send another player over to Eleanor, but you don't want to go too early. You don't want Colombia to fly into the back side of your compound or something along those lines. So they're going to take their time until they are aggressed. We're about to see another circle shift. We're about to see our phase 7 revealed in just a few seconds. And it's, again, like you said, a few teams on the edges, Colombia and Argentina that have a great spot, but Georgia is the one with the most space inside the zone right now.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I'm kind of worried for Georgia if this next zone shift is going to go anywhere else but center or south, because it is going to be tough getting out of there with all these solos and all these players left alive. Sure, there isn't any full team on the edge except for Argentina, at least down towards the south or the southeast, but still, it's never going to be easy. That sometimes even makes it harder because you don't know what to expect on these edges. Oh, look at this now. This should be a clean frag against Hamzi. Hamzi somehow, Hamzi gets the turnaround. What is this? Fragger gets shot in the face and he's been set down, absolutely put in the bin. What a turnaround from Hamzi.
Big frag to keep them in this as well, because any second they can keep Argentina busy, any pressure they can do towards them buys more time for other teams, buys time for teams like Romania to come up these hillsides as well and pose more and more issues for the Argentinian squad. Now, on the southern side, we know there's still an Armenian solo that could also provide some issues. Georgia, you said it, well, they might have to leave at some point, but they have such a close anchor to the zone. They can always just play it slow out of there. Teams on the edge, they don't have that luxury. Argentina needs to clear space in front of them. They need somewhere to play, and that's taken them right into the arms of Turkey.
Let's see how this one's going to turn out. More mini shots coming in, actually, and that's going to be against Romania. Romania taken out now. As you said, it's been very tough on the northern side. More shots towards Kalsi. Argentina, though, they did lose a player now, and that somehow favors Colombia because it is a centralized circle now. The only team next to Georgia with 4 players left alive, but they do have the high ground. Colombia in a prime spot now to just clean up the edges.
Absolutely, and Argentina is going to have to work hard to get into them. Again, one player lost is such a big disadvantage. Look at the angles that Colombia is holding. Allende, you can feel it. Wants to go south, realizes this is not good. Goes north, realizes this is not good. So much pressure on Argentina right now. And I love this from Turkey. They get a little close, they provide some pressure, and they fall right back, straight out of nade range. Now Argentina going to pull up where those cars are found, but look at the HP on both their players. Allende might go down to the M4 as well. Colega trying to get the bullets in, but Colombia is gonna push on this. They are gonna appreciate that opportunity and approach from the western side, no problems at all.
That should be an easy frag for Hamzi G. He pops out the first 2 shots, helps out. His team actually helps out. Kalsi actually got this one before he got traded on his own. Hamzi, though, more shots towards Argentina as well. This is a 3-way fight of this one. As soon as Colombia is going to make a move on that northern side as well. Good nade now coming in. Somehow Turkey's going to salvage the situation and picks themselves up the 9th frag. How in the hell is this even happening? I'm going to tell you how. Hamzi G with some absolutely nasty shots on that eastern edge.
Imagine he got picked by Fraga. Imagine he goes down there. Imagine the amount of points that Turkey has just gained and that they would have had no chance of acquiring. Now, Georgia, fully busy with that solo from Turkey, putting a lot of their resources towards the eastern side. Colombia should try and grab whatever they can. It's not easy from the northern sides. Georgia still has the better ground, but if Hamzi can keep hitting bangers like this, it's not going to be easy for them.
No, it isn't. No, it is not going to be easy for anyone in this lobby. I mean, he is a solo after all, but... Oh, he gets taken out. Okay, so Elianov finally takes him out. It is down to a 4-4, ladies and gentlemen. That is something that we haven't seen, I think, in any of the games. Straight up a 4v4. Maybe we've seen it in one of the games, but it's definitely been very rare, especially seeing Georgia and Colombia. That's, again, two teams from the bottom 5 in the late game scenario. This time around, it's not Philippines, though. It is Colombia and Georgia. Both these teams absolutely deservingly so in this late game scenario. Georgia has had that very early northern rotate and have set themselves up absolutely incredibly well.
Remember when Colombia was pushing towards Argentina and they were trying to take more control on that eastern side?
Yes.
They have completely cancelled that approach. And look at the amount of space that Georgia is able to get from that. Look at the angles they're getting. They're suddenly just pinned to this rock. They don't know where Eleanor and his teammate are going to be peeking from. And they've given up so much control that they could have had for absolutely free. Just trying to play it safe, just not taking the risk. But it's not going to pay off at all. Look how bunched up they are. They have nothing.
There is almost, at this point, it's not even a 50-50 anymore. It's like an 80-20. As you said, they should have taken that northern position. They should have cleared around the edges. They should have taken the space they could have taken before Georgia was able to clean up the edges on their own. So, big problems there for Colombia in the late game areas. Then again, they haven't had the experience in this tournament so far on what's possible and how comfortable they feel individually either.
3 gear at least on Marion. That's going to help a little bit. The mini going to be good for this angle, not going to be good much later on in the game. Only 1 nade on Psych. He does let that ring out. There is 1 knock now. Their time is ticking. Circle is going to slowly start closing in. More and more space is going to get eliminated. Psych's going to be banging out M4 sprays here all day long. Finds Fernan as well. That's another player down. Legal, Marion just stuck to that rock. They're trying to get the hell out of there. They're trying to find any space they can. Now the Util's coming in. The damage is going to be confirming more players. This is Georgia all the way.
Yes, it has to be. I mean, now they're getting kind of aggressive. They could just wait this out and play this off of utility, but they're getting close to the ridge line. That's the only problem I could potentially see. If stuff like this happens, Asterix, you cannot do that. Not with a zone that you have dealt. Oh my goodness, he's going to get taken down. That is a 1-on-1 trade. So far, it's a 3-on-3. They keep on pushing this. Maybe if Maidon is going to get something done here. No, he gets traded out as well. Psyche is going to pick that one up.
Oh, it's not clean for Georgia, but it should be enough. Surely Asterix still bleeding out on the side of this. Legal, Achilles, they have no space to work with. Just a few palm trees, all the angles in the hands of Georgia. But look at that. Comes over the top, takes 1 down. It's a good trade. Achilles trying to do it all for Colombia. Surely he can't. He falls in the end. It's Georgia. They come out victorious, but oh my, that was messy.
Yes, it was messy. I mean, they did make it work, but it felt like they could have just waited. They had so much utility that all the zones, all they needed to do was hold the positions. Either way, don't argue with success. That's what I'm always trying to say in PUBG Mobile. So it did work out. Georgia fighting themselves back up from the very bottom of the leaderboard. Yeah. That is one hell of a win in the midst of the tournament.
All the bottom teams are fighting for these wins. Again, multiple teams fighting for the win. But we can't ignore what Turkey achieved that game. Yep. They were not looking good. They were looking boxed into the water treatment craters. They were boxed in, multiple teams around them. Argentina peeking over the top. Yep. Serbia holding out next to them. Georgia has the whole crater. And somehow, they just run their way through that. They just frag, put themselves, I think, into 3rd place. 3rd place out of that position with a ton of kills to boot. Big statements being made right now.
It is interesting. I thought Turkey could have made so much more as well, but then you have shots from Hamzi that are just completely absurd, and then you're back at this, like, maybe they salvaged most of it. But I feel like when they originally were as a 4-man down in the treatment area, I feel like the fight with Serbia could have been a little bit more clean. I feel like they could have done that a little bit more convincingly. And if they would have been able to take that out before Argentina had vision on them, they would have played a different game. Much more control.
Yeah, absolutely. But they salvaged it in the end. Another bottom team coming back with a big chicken dinner. We're going to go to a 5-minute break, and we'll come back to you with the leaderboard, all the stats, and another Miramar. Don't go anywhere.
Georgia.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game itself, right, there's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female teams. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody.
What a game. That has been quite the experience once again on Miramar. Quite an interesting circle as well, to be honest. Argentina, they just cannot seem to win these late games. And I am not even sure anymore what is the problem. Like,
there was a good chance, right? There was a good chance for Colombia to take control there. There was a good chance for Argentina to take control. But again, they could have gotten second, they could have gotten third, but not the way they went out there. They went out with no plays in the book, no chance to get anything done, because they couldn't decide where they wanted to go. They didn't force Turkey, they didn't aggress towards Colombia. They kind of couldn't figure out what they wanted to do, which is something that does happen when you don't have a good play. It's hard to take one of those rough plays. I think Colombia had the better spot, but they also kind of fumbled it at the end.
Yeah, to be honest, none of these teams really played that cleanly.
No.
And I would have loved to see Turkey. That's why I was talking about Turkey for the polls, because I would have loved to see them in the late game area with 4 players left alive.
Yeah.
I feel like they would have played that very clean out of the eastern side, because that's just how they play. If they do get into the late game scenarios, they do play it very, very cleanly. Let's take a look at the total leaderboard to give you guys an idea on how far Kyrgyzstan is at. It's, I want to say only, but it is 26 points. That's a massive, massive win for anyone to be able to catch up to Kyrgyzstan. And at this point, it's only Turkey. And even Turkey is very far ahead of Argentina at the moment.
You have to say only 26, because it's really been in the realms of 42 and stuff like that, right, before these games. So they are slowing down once again. Miramar doesn't seem to be their map in this tournament, and Turkey makes good use of that. 100 points cleanly for Turkey right now. Argentina, we shame them for not winning the games, but they're consistently in these late game scenarios. They're still 3rd place in this tournament. They're still one of the top teams here, absolutely. And take care of Romania themselves, who they find in 4th place.
Morocco as well. Well, Morocco and Egypt especially have been kind of lackluster today. I want to say especially Egypt, to be honest. Egypt just has not had that breakout game that we were always hoping for, and that we kind of saw possible after the first 5 games yesterday. So far today, it's not been the case. I really want to see them get back up.
Yeah, and we find ourselves in a weird position on the leaderboard where Egypt and Morocco, they're kind of in that spot where they need a good game to close up to the pack in front of them. And then Argentina, Romania, the teams that are in front of them, they also need a good game to catch up to Turkey. So it's those gaps between different groups on the leaderboard. Some teams very, very tied up, but small gaps on the left side here towards the top 6. Very stacked on the right side, but teams there will need to put up big performances. We can have a look at who was man of the match in that last game. I think it has to be someone from Georgia, and it's Eleno with 5 kills, 3 knockouts, lots of damage. But I think what you said is they didn't play clean in the end. They played it very clean all the way until the end, and then they just went a little bit too crazy.
I mean, that initial rotation, for me, that was kind of a game where we got to highlight the rotations. The way they got to that point was just, I mean, textbook play. It wasn't too complicated getting there, but it was just perfect. They realized that the northeastern edge was going to be very clear very early on, and as soon as that very fun northern shift happened, they immediately took that, without any hesitation, they immediately took that rotation and found themselves in exactly the kind of hard cover spots and the compound spots that were left alive in the end. And from there on out, they were capitalizing on the mistakes that the other teams around them on the edges did, especially Argentina and in the end Colombia as well.
They played the hand that were given, and they made the best out of it. Like we said, I think Colombia had a chance to take absolute control there. And Georgia very quickly realized, all right, they're not doing it, we can do it. Team summary, it's going to show us more of a similar thing. Top killers, Kyrgyzstan. Damage, Kyrgyzstan. Big gaps to Turkey here. But Argentina is still sticking into that average survival time. They're still surviving longer on average than Kyrgyzstan. That's wild, no?
It is wild, especially considering they've had so many chances now. I know we've talked about this a million times now, but they have had so many chances of taking it home. This scoreboard would look very, very different if Argentina would take the chances, take it into their own hands, and just go with it. I don't know. As an Argentina fan, I would have wrinkles at this point in my face, because I'd be like, there's no way they're going to lose this round again, and this round again, and this round again. At some point, it has to make pop, and yeah, if they want to win this tournament, which I'm sure is going to be the objective at this point, if they realize they can go this far, sure they're going to want to win this tournament as well, then they're going to need to actually win these rounds.
We'll see if they can pull it off. They're getting themselves all the chances. They're still getting tons and tons of points. They have one more Miramar to do it, and a second one after that. I think we have a plane in the air, Felix. So we'll be jumping on over into our 5th game of the day. 6th game of the day. I've lost count at this point. We've had so much PUBG Mobile. The plane's ready. We should be jumping over. And again, we'll have to wait and see. Is Kyrgyzstan going to falter, or is it Argentina in the end that gets themselves into the top 3 that they can't finish?
Yes, it is. We'll be heading into the game in just a couple of seconds. And there we have it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Miramar once more. We are heading into it, and that is a blind path, at least, that we can't really argue with. It seems to be very fair. It could be a little bit more up north, but overall it's pretty good for all these teams. I think everyone's going to be able to get to the desired drop spot. As Leon is there, Picado there. Who has been in Picado, actually? I think we had so many fights early on that we didn't really check it out.
Yeah, so it was Armenia and it was Egypt. And they both thought, well, Picado's Fury will go for it. And then they very quickly realized, nope, there's another team that had the exact same train of thought. They didn't want to fight it. They both just evacuated. And I'd be very surprised to see Armenia go for it again. But they are jumping out fairly close in the plane. So I don't know. Mind games can occur. We'll see what they do. Maybe they just look south of Picado. Maybe they'll fly over it. We'll see what they decide to go with.
And that's the interesting thing on my... I believe LAN is so superior to online, for example. Sure, you could just text someone. But in this scenario, after the last game, I'd just go over to the desk and be like, hey guys, how do we settle this, right? Are you guys going to leave? Because we're not. And stuff like that. That's the kind of stuff you can do on LAN, and where you can communicate with your enemies, so to speak. In the spirit of this tournament, I'm sure they don't see themselves as enemies, more like competitors, but you know what I'm saying. So that's just, I don't know, that's just so cool, having this LAN feeling of just going over and talking to them.
I think just that one shot earlier of, I believe it was a Turkey player giving a massage to one of the Kyrgyzstan guys, something like that, you know, just a short, heartfelt moment. That is just the beauty. Seeing the reactions as well when they win a game, seeing the calm, seeing the emotions, even seeing the negative emotions. Even seeing Koa throw his phone around and storm off stage yesterday when they almost clutched that 2v4. It's just part of it, and it's so beautiful to see that. And you don't really get the chance unless you are on LAN. El Pozo was one of our other conflicts, Brunei and Morocco. They're going at it. They're going to keep trying. We'll see if it actually does end up in a fight, because they are quite separated right now. But if they want to fight it out, they absolutely will.
Yes, they will. There we have it, Kazakhstan starting this game from Minas del Valle, or rather Chumazera, around that area. Rather Chuma, actually. And looking at the circle, it is a centralized western circle that's going to favor Colombia once again. We've seen them on this northern circle take the western route. This is not what they need to do in this one. I think they can just chill. I'm more interested in seeing some of the rotations from the Turkish and Argentinian side, because these other ones that, well, especially Argentina, to be honest, that this time around need to rotate a little bit further in comparison to last game.
Yeah, another Western zone. We'll see. We'll see what they decide to go for. It's very hard to take the right conclusions from this. You can try one thing in a game, and it doesn't work out, and it might still work in the next game. It's very hard to distinguish from things that were bad decisions and things that just worked out poorly, or maybe another team was in a weird spot, or maybe just lost a few engagements. Very, very hard to take the right things away from a PUBG map. Kyrgyzstan right now, they've been doing all the things right. 3 gear on Kalsi, by the way. That must feel good, but again, Kyrgyzstan is the big team to be stopped.
Yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. Romania still, though. Romania has still only won a single round, correct? I think Romania has only won a single round.
Yeah.
And them having so many rounds where they just didn't get any points in comparison to Turkey or Kyrgyzstan that have just almost never had like a 0-point round. It's still pretty crazy seeing them up there. Right, 82 points is pretty good, keeping that in mind. Either way, let's take a look at Algeria. They've also had an opportunity in the last game to make something happen. Didn't quite work out. They're sitting at the very last place at the moment, 24 points. So if you're an Algerian fan, make sure to support these guys, support your national team in general. If you do not see your country's flag at the moment in the chat, then do so even more, right? Get your friends in here. Get your, even if it may be friends that have never played PUBG Mobile. Yeah, just call your grandma, call your dad, call everyone. Get them in here, call your sisters, and make sure to support your national team.
Get them supporting. Let them know you're backing them up. Let them know you're there for the Morocco right now. A team we've talked a little bit about, but considering they're in 5th place, I feel like we haven't given them enough credit. They're very, very good at what they do, and even though it looks weird sometimes, they've been pulling it off time and time again. Now, a far range knock from Kalsi into Strongman from Armenia. Just letting them know, guys, I'm here, and I'm not going to let you do whatever you want. You can be outnumbering me 4-1. I'll still be letting the shots rain down range. And we'll have to wait and see how exactly Turkey are going to set up around this, because right now Kalsi is mighty lonely here.
Yeah, that is a nasty angle though from Kalsi. I'll see if we can make something happen with it. So far, no shots have connected. It's the silencer on it as well. M4 and the silencer up top with the 6-time scope. Pretty tough to spray in my experience, but I mean, Kalsi has a different experience, so who am I kidding?
Gonna be tough though when you're facing a 6x DMR. That is exactly what they're designed for.
That's Kalsi though.
It's Kalsi. It's Kalsi. Also, he's got the 3 gear, right? We talked about that very briefly. Oh, yeah. That's going to keep you very, very safe in these long-range engagement. Nobody should be landing enough shots to really knock you down that quickly before you can react, right? So that's going to make that playstyle a little bit more possible for Turkey right now, being split apart the way they are, taking tons of high ground. Silas is just off to the north as well, taking tons of information. Love to see the map here. Love to see you guys, to show you guys what we're talking about. Silas very far off to the north, Kalsi very far off to the south. They're taking tons and tons of information on this circle. They see almost, I'd say, 60% of the zone or something. They either control or they have some sort of information on. This is a beautiful setup, and this is why Turkey has been so consistent. They haven't popped off as much as Kyrgyzstan, but they've definitely been more consistent.
Yeah, they've been more consistent in the early stages, definitely. Wow, that is one hell of an arc. Strongman goes down. Amzi, I'm sure you're not going to get the flush, but man, that is a headshot in the body hit.
Second knock too.
That you definitely want to see in some of the highlight movies that he's going to post after this tournament. So, yeah, I'm going to keep my eyes open on his Instagram account. Either way, it's been in comparison to the last games, just overall been a very quiet early game. I got to say, we have almost no casualties. I mean, that is at the moment, I think, one of the first knocks we've had in this game.
Yeah.
And yeah, by stage 3, we might tell a different tale, but for the moment, everyone's been very, very calm on the rotates. Everyone's been finding their way and not too much trouble. Argentina, though, that is something we have to talk about. Argentina being the team that's somewhere very centralized by now. But due to the fact there's plenty of teams in between them and the new circle that we saw, or the first circle in this case, they're opting for a later rotation than what they would normally do, I think.
Yeah. Rare to see them so far on the edge.
It is rare.
Especially with so much space in front of them.
Yeah.
But they are, I'm confident they will slowly but surely figure out what is free in front of them, scout their way into it, make sure they don't make any crazy mistakes. Part of the reason why they've kept 4 members alive so much and so long is because they don't just send it. They really play a very controlled style, lots of information gathering, lots of slow and calm and collected approaches. And with 28 seconds for the next zone, they'll get maybe a tiny bit more information, but they're not going to go super deep until phase 2 pops. And then hopefully they're going to be reacting very quickly.
Hopefully so. Next rotation coming in from a rather struggling team. Serbia, who's been in our top 5 favorites. I think in both of our top 5 favorites coming into this. Koa and Bishka have not been able to perform as good as they hoped for it to be happening, but I mean there is still plenty of time. We have gone across the halftime mark, but still, I mean 6 games can always still be enough, and we'll have a 7th one at that as well. So 7 more games, including this one. It's 8 games. That already sounds way different than, you know, saying we're past halftime mark. So plenty of opportunities next circle shift, far towards the west.
Very, very far western shift. And even a team like Turkey that had control over so much of the circle will now have to consolidate into the furthest western outpost. We'll see if they can pull things together in time. There's 60 players trying to get into that zone. I can guarantee you they're not all gonna make it. Morocco, very good spot on that western edge, especially when you consider they have the double whites as well. Carry Boy gets his car a little stuck here. He's gonna need a little bump from one of his teammates to get that back out. But a beautiful position for Morocco, and a position they can thrive from, because this is going to enable them to get into late game. This is going to enable them to stay alive for quite a while longer, and then get crazy, and then get explosive, and then pull all the crazy things we've seen them do before.
There's a little bit of a delivery right there. Brunei is going to be surprised with a care package over on their compound. As if the position wouldn't be good enough, they're going to get a care package as well. Good for Brunei. They will need it as well. One of the teams that has finally cracked the top 8 for, I think, the first time today. So Brunei may be looking to back things off after the initial win today. The first win at that as well. 48 points, a good game. Might just bring them up to 5th place. I think 4th place today is going to be quite hard to catch. But at least the top 5 is absolutely in the realm of possibility. Now Serbia, first of all, talking about this.
Good pull up.
Getting the 47th point in this tournament in the grand finals.
Things you love to see. Center position, but you're pulling up, you're taking out a member of the team around you. Not only is it a kill point, it's also information. Well, the team down there in the compound, they're only 3 alive. Whoever they are, they're only 3 up. And that gives you a little bit more tools to work with later on in the game. You know, you've already weakened some of the opponents around you. You can take a little bit more space, figure out what's free, figure out what you can control, and you can see already Mashka is looking back towards where they just came from, maybe looking to split out a little bit further. They still have 4 members alive, so they can afford to take a little bit more space. Silas, he's going to be extremely careful where he's driving around, and he's going to take quite a few shots here. Turkey is going a little crazy with the positioning right now. They want a little bit more than maybe the rest of the lobby is willing to give them.
Yeah, he does have to be careful on that rotate. You can see his body.
How is he going to make it back?
Is almost broken. Did he just spot Redux? If he's driving down there, he's surely going to get... He's done and dusted for, isn't he? He has to be taken out.
The pathing is great. The pathing is
great, but there's another player on the west-hand side. I think that's Octavian. And I think Octavian is going to be able to take him down. He surely has to exit this one. Octavian has to reload. Silas, there it is. That's the vehicle explosion. And even the headshot to finish it off. Silas will be taken down. And that is Turkey with a player less in the 12th game of the grand finals. That's just not what you want to see, especially since that I feel like that could have been avoided.
That felt very crazy to me, that they have a player up there. They have such a good compound in the zone as well. They wanted to go a little bit more aggressive, wanted to take more space. Got a little greedy, if we're being honest here. But again, I thought that pathing was probably his best chance of success, but his buggy was already smoking so much. He just need one M4 spray to blow it up, and no way for him to get out of there. Turkey's going to bite themselves a little bit, because again, this is a compound that you have tons of playability out from, even if the zone doesn't end on you. But you need members to get out of there. You have to cross an open field. You need your teammates to cover for you. You need your teammates to smoke for you, get the angles under control, and they don't have that right now. The DMRs don't stop popping off. Kelsey with one into Flyke, and just again making their presence known, putting some damage in, but no points collected from these knocks.
Far shots from Hamzi. He has been dealing lots and lots of damage in the mid-game. That's exactly the kind of shots that is kind of explains us why his damage numbers are that high. These are the kind of shots that he hits as well. I mean, we've seen this nasty shot from up there, kind of where, I mean, Romania is playing from at the moment, or rather Serbia is playing from at the moment. That crazy knock towards I think it was actually one of the Romanian guys. Either way, Serbia playing up there as well. They do have to find a solution fairly soon as well. Not going to stay here for the next circle unless it's a far eastern shift. Romania's in a pretty good spot too. Looking at the circle center though, it is Kyrgyzstan at the moment with the most centralized position. Yeah. And Kyrgyzstan does have 4 strong. Now, whenever they're in the circle center, they tend to make it towards the end game as well. And with 26 points ahead of Turkey, who've just lost a player, it might be a great opportunity for Kyrgyzstan, for the Kyrgyzstan fans as well, to make some more points on top of the 100 that Turkey has. So we'll see.
Another team on the top that's suffering right now is Argentina. Well, they have Octi holding off with the DMR, trying to conserve some of these angles, put a little bit of pressure back towards their opponents. But Georgia has knocked one, and there's another player knocked on Argentina as well. So they could storm over this, and they don't have anywhere else to go. They need an approach to the circle, so why not take such a beneficial fight? But they have decided it's not what they want out of this game. They're getting the hell out of there. They're looking towards the south, maybe to try and rotate into a safer position. I'm not quite sure. They might just want a little bit more control from their teammate Asterix there in the back. They confirm at least one of these kills.
I don't think there's a way in for them. I mean, down south you will have Morocco. I don't think they're going to let them pass. And up top you have Argentina. They will opt for that southern rotate. You can see, I think it's Marshall already on the other side, kind of waiting for this rotation to happen. But none of the players are getting shot out. They have found a way outside of it. And I think with that shift, they might find an entry, actually.
That's crazy. I mean, they were expected to lose at least one there, I think, especially with 2 players on a buggy. But, well, that player is not even flushed just yet. That player has a tiny chance to survive. If the smokes are out instantly, if he can get them before the car explodes, there was maybe a chance.
There's no
oh
way.
My God, he gets him. Kerry Boy knocked on the other side of things, buys them just enough time. That is craziness.
And Lazy Boy can't see it.
That is craziness. Well, they get past. Just barely. They're not in a good position just yet, but they have something to play, and they're still keeping numbers up at least. They're losing 1 vehicle there. They're always losing a member, almost losing a member, but they still have 4 up now. They're getting in the cars. They're getting the hell out of there, and they have a chance to mount back again from there.
Yes, they do. Kelsey is going to be happy about that shift too. They are just about in there. And talking about circle patterns, I feel like we've seen plenty of these circles, and north of Monte, they very rarely tend to shift down south. So what I'm saying is Turkey, even though they lost a player, and it's not a perfect scenario, they found themselves in a spot now where the next circles could very well shift in their favor, and it could still be a great game.
It's, again, as I said, it's a compound you can very well play out of in most positions. If you're too early, if you get shifted out too early, you're in a little bit of trouble, but very, very possible. Brunei as well, very busy with Chile there on that same hill approach. A lot of bullets hitting the wall there, and Serbia has made the move. They're not messing around. They wanted Nox here early, and now they're forced in the fight. Doran is the one close range, but Melas caught out in the open. Knocked and almost confirmed already. This is not starting off well for Serbia. Romania is making a stand, and even with Pubg on the top here, it's not going to help them out too much, as Koa has fallen in the compound as well.
Yes, he has. That's another knock against Argentina. Well, actually, that's a flush. That's a second flush in total in this game. Well, meanwhile, we have a own knock. Unfortunately, Doran's going to light himself on fire, and he does get flushed, actually, by one of the Serbian player. That is so good for Serbia. That's the second frag, though. But even while all of that happens, I mean, it is only a minute 22 until they have to find a new spot inside the new safe zone, and I just don't see a way.
Look at Kapahala, he's already gotten himself a spot. He's already gotten the hell out of there. He's just getting away from this fight, does not care anymore, making sure they have a move into the circle. Octavian is crazy with the buggy right there, doesn't even wait down the ridgeline. He's just driving up on top. And it should be just the win, though. Maxa having the nade out is going to cost them here. If he had the AR in hand, he would have gotten away with it, but he does not know. He's not ready for it. And now, well, another puzzle here for Serbia. What do you do with this? You're just stuck between 2 of these teams. You have to get the hell out of there, and you have another team waiting for you in front. Not an easy approach, with the Philippines also having their bit of interest towards that southern side.
Long shots coming in from the Philippines. I do want to see another great game coming out from them, just because I feel like they deserve it at this point. But first of all, it's going to be cheated with a massive headshot. That's a great shot from Unico. That's not an easy shot either, and it's against Brunei at that as well. Sharko gets spotted out. He could have been traded earlier, but unfortunately the healing was just very unfortunate timing for Chile. I think it's a 2-1 trade right now. This leaves Pia left alive. Pia with one. Pia might get the second one. He doesn't even have the chance to. It's from long range, and it's from Morocco. Third party coming on through. I love this aggression.
Love this from Morocco. This is exactly what we talked about. They wait, they play it safe, and then they explode, and they're exploding right now. Instantly clearing out Chile, instantly taking that space from themselves, and they were smart enough to leave SANHOK back. If he's aware of what Argentina is trying to do, then they have a really good chance here to use that high ground, get all the information in front of them. The circle's unfortunate, but they've now taken the space and the time to do something with it. Figure out a weakness, figure out a dip that's still free, capitalize on whatever you can find from the top of that hill.
Yes. At this point, every position outside the current city that's inside, which is Monte, is getting very, very cramped or even impossible to play. And that, now I'm going back to the thing that I said originally, why that position from S2G, or rather Team Turkey, as she being the representatives, has so much value, because north of them, that whole ridgeline has shifted out of it, and they will be forced into another fight. You can see that happening right now. Morocco is breaching that compound. That might give Turkey either the opportunity for 4 potential frags, or, you know, they might just go out. But I see Kasi already picking up the first one.
Kasi picks up the first one. That is almost expected when you're getting breached, but they have to stay clean on this. This is a fight they should win, and this is a fight they're seeming to win, but the challenge is to not lose a member here. That being said, Morocco has crashed with 2. So I'm not quite sure what the game plan was, but they haven't crashed with all 4 of their members. They have just sent 2 down there. Those were instantly cleaned up. Not what you love to see, but they do not have a full crash in mind. They know Allende is still coming, and there it is. SANHOK knows. He's been waiting patiently, and he's hoping to pick that up. At least a bit of damage done, but we are back to Georgia versus Kazakhstan.
Eleanor, the MVP of the last game, has just been knocked down. Asterix is going to be knocked down as well, and maybe that's going to open up things. Maybe that's going to be the deciding factor on who's going to be able to pick up some more frags inside that Monte zone. Ooh, SANHOK, he had 2 opportunities there. The only thing that can happen from Morocco is if they flush a player. He doesn't go for the flash. He doesn't go for the flash, but maybe the zone is going to do enough damage. Confirm it. That is going to be... Oh, that's hurtful for Morocco.
That should not have happened.
I mean, I'm not sure how much they would have done with 2 players now for the position they're at, but still, I mean, you want to have 2 players out in the open.
They were waiting. SANHOK was waiting for him the whole game. He was waiting for the player to pop up, and then somehow they don't manage to take a 2v1. They take 2 separate 1v1s, and they barely come out on top. As you can see, we said before, circle's rough for them. Hard to get away with anything more than they've already had, but still things that you should not see. Kyrgyzstan, quiet, peaceful, in the middle of the circle, looking to put another game on their belt where they keep their lead. And Turkey, as they have lost a member, we talked about that before, maybe not in the best position to punish.
No, they're not. It is still a good spot. If you want to have any spot inside Monte, and I'm not surprised that Kyrgyzstan went for that spot as well, it's this kind of edge of it, because, I mean, for obvious reasons. If it's not going to end inside Monte, even if it ends inside Monte, it's almost always on the roads, so that's where you have access on. If it shifts out anywhere else, you are the one that can gatekeep anyone pretty much inside the city. So you can get enough points just by fragging out inside the city. You do not even need to get access to any of the surrounding spots, where, for example, Philippines is playing from, or I mean Romania is playing from right now. Next circle is going to decide a lot. It is perfect for Kyrgyzstan. Good, actually amazing frag potential. It doesn't look like it, but look at Turkey. They have to move. Look at SANHOK, he has to move. And look at Georgia as well. That's the big one. Georgia either has to cross the street or just breach Kyrgyzstan straight on.
I would love to see Colombia actually playing on the roadside buildings and trying to hold that push from Georgia you just mentioned, but they're playing one row further back, playing a little bit more safe. That's the one other side of the coin as well, of that little triangle that you talked about Kyrgyzstan holding. You get some of these desperate sends. Teams in the north that have nothing to play anymore, they might crash outside your buildings. They might get torn apart from different angles, and you can just swoop up a few points for free. These are the buildings I just talked about. I would love to see Colombia hold the road access, because again, if you have to go north, you'd like to have the buildings on the road, and if a team comes from the north, you'd also like to be holding them, so they could take a little bit more control than they have right now. Romania has finally shown up. Again, late rotations into the eastern side. Now they have a fight to win. It is versus Philippines. Never an easy fight.
Well, no, it isn't. You should not underestimate them, and right now he doesn't even need the M4. It's going to be the nades to start things off. I know Barut has been traded at this point, but the position advantage is just absolutely massive. I'm Redox and his teammate are just stuck down there at the hay balls, and I don't know if they can get out of this one. Octavian is trying his best with the smokes. More nades are coming in right now. While Octavian is moving, his teammate is trying to support, but even he gets shot at. quite a bit. So I'm not sure whether or not, I said it before, whether or not that's going to be possible. But the cross, I mean, at least for Octavian, has worked out so far. But now, if Redox wants to make the same cross, there's no way. Octavian, though, that is a massive, massive nade.
And this is what you exactly need to see for Romania as well. You need the other players showing up. Doran, we saw him go out early. We saw him get flushed out in that engagement versus Serbia. Now the other ones are picking up the slack. Not going for the res, staying proactive, keeping the fight cooking. That seems to be a good nade from Marcello. Forces players out of position, but the reses are through for Philippines. Philippines resetting into a 3-man with Casido getting the first side off. They're keeping this hard. They're keeping this tricky for Romania, but look at Octavian. He's cooking more of these nades. He's lobbing them. Marcello has to be so careful. He's got to reposition out of that dip. Their position is well known, but now the util has finally dried up.
I'm surprised Philippines is not playing this more aggressively down low. I feel like now at this point, knowing it's only 2 players on the other side, they have to clean this out fast. They don't need to move inside the next zone, but still, I feel like it will give them way more freedom.
Yeah, especially now with Turkey pulling up on their side of the road, being on their north, they will need this space. They won't just play freely into the west here, freely down from their position. So the more time they're wasting here on top, and the less space they're garnering for themselves, the more problems they have later on. Guinness has a beautiful angle versus Rinix, but he's knocked from the back. He's taken out of the game. Kyrgyzstan takes the last one, opens the door wide for Romania to sweep on in. Are they ready for Turkey? Are they ready for the setup? I'm not quite sure. They have at least reset a tiny bit, but Turkey should still have the man advantage. They should have the aggression on their side. No util at all for Octavian. His position is known. All he has is bullets, but he's landing every single one of them.
And with the car exploding and kind of destroying the cover that, I mean, Turkey originally wanted to, it's going to be 2 quick flashes for Romania.
Falling apart.
That is so massive, because look at this. The sidelines are not good enough. Razy can't move up towards the hillside where his teammates were fighting from. So, they both were kind of just left alive there, or left on their own. So, I mean, Romania being able to get that res and get 2 more frags is massive in that scenario, because looking at the circle, there isn't really much else to do, to be honest.
Oh, it's just a disaster for Turkey, though. This was the game they could have maybe tried to start the comeback again. Keep catching up, keep rowing against that flood of points that is going the way of Kyrgyzstan. And now they're losing such a winnable fight on top there, because completely caught off guard. One proning player, no util in the hands of Octavian, and he still just swaps them aside, no problem at all. Cleans them out, puts them down to a single member. Kyrgyzstan is going to love to see this, as they are still sitting. And they're now the ones that, yes, they have to hold off pushes from the south and from the west, but all these teams are going to be so busy with each other. Georgia, Colombia, they're all going to be fighting each other. Algeria and Serbia, same thing in the concretes here, going to be fighting each other. And then the last few stragglers are going to be what Kyrgyzstan has to clean up.
Yes, they do. Kyrgyzstan, we were talking about Turkey's game to lose. Previously, we were talking about Argentina's game to lose. But we haven't talked about Kyrgyzstan's game to lose, I feel like, today. Yeah. So this is theirs. Yeah. This is 100% their game to lose at the moment. Just judging by position alone, we're on phase 7, never forget that. There is only 2 more phases. The zones can only shift so bad for Kyrgyzstan. And at this point, judging by the position right now, it is 100% their game to lose. Let's see how Algeria is going to manage this one. There is one opportunity for Algeria, which is just maybe grabbing a good amount, like maybe having the correct timing on when the other team inside the city is going to make a move on towards Kyrgyzstan. Maybe they will find 1 knock, maybe 2 knocks, maybe they'll get some good nades in there. But other than that, Kyrgyzstan, they should be pretty set and expecting this as well.
They should be. And well, if it would be Kyrgyzstan or Turkey on the east side of the road, I would say that's a contender for the win as well. But we just haven't seen the end-game capabilities of Armenia just yet. They haven't really popped off. They haven't really shown us what they can do. So I don't want to count them out. I think they have a chance to win this, absolutely. But the favorites in this are so clearly Kyrgyzstan at the moment. Serbia getting a nice little setup. They have slipped a player right in the backs of Algeria. I think they're well aware of it, though. They're clearing him out, and he doesn't even get the first one. Bishki loses the first 1v1. There was a trade ready for whatever that came their way. But that is what I'm saying. A 3-man Algeria that has to cross a road with a solo from Colombia just waiting to strike. He wants to pick up any kill he can, and he's not going to be trying to kill Kyrgyzstan here. He's going to be trying to take the easy kills, and there's the first one.
The question is, do they have util to make something happen? But even if they do have util now, out of all the players, that Achilles is the biggest problem for them right now, kind of ruins everything. Now, they do have 12 seconds of time to get the player back up, get some nades, maybe some smokes going. But if that doesn't work, as I said, the best chance was for Colombia to make a move and them kind of just backing it off of that, but it's not happening.
Yeah, it's not happening until in terms of a pod. The one thing that they could try and pull off is smoke off all these windows, right? Don't passively smoke, don't defensively smoke. Smoke aggressively, try and kill some of the angles that Kyrgyzstan have. Hope they're a little bit too busy with what we're seeing on our screens right now, with Armenia, with Georgia to the north. Don't just smoke yourself, make sure you smoke the enemy so you can move freely and you can see things still.
Look at SANHOK's position. That is actually so dangerous. He cannot move out of that shack. He's got lots of information, but he's essentially backed out of any fight that Kyrgyzstan might take. It is a 3-on-3 on that side, actually. Now, they do get cleaned up quite convincingly. Good on Kyrgyzstan. We're the most difficult frags in this round, but still, SANHOK is in a bad spot now to find anyone else. It's mainly just an info play where he's at. If he goes down, he's down as well. He's down and out. There's no way to res him.
That's why he doesn't stand up. He's just biding his time. He's playing it slow. He's got 4 nades in inventory as well. He can lob them out, no problem, without even standing up. So he's definitely still an asset, and he's so close to the circle of the end of the center of the zone. Jesus, words are failing me. We've seen so much PUBG Mobile today. Rez is to come through for Armenia. 4-man strong on the eastern side. They have to cross all the way. They're the furthest away from the center. And Georgia, yes, they have some low ground. Yes, they have some ridges, but they'll have to leave all of that just to make an open push towards Kyrgyzstan. If this is going to not go their way, it has to be both teams deciding we're going to focus the favorites here. We're going to focus the team that should win, both at the same time.
Look at this, the BX brothers, as they are named in the chat. So once again, Armenia, they are on last place right now. If you are one of the BX brothers fans in the chat, make sure to support them. It is now or never. That is their best chance so far in this tournament, in the grand finals, to make anything in terms of big placement, maybe even double-digit placement points happening, but it doesn't look possible. There's almost no smokes, almost no nades, maybe some pre-fire shots coming out from Zuvero, but not even that is happening, and they are out of it.
What?
Even Georgia got cleaned out of this round in a matter of seconds. What an absolute massive performance from Kyrgyzstan once again. That is sensational. Their ability to play off of the edge is just insane.
That was wild. The way that ended, we all knew it had to go Kyrgyzstan's way, and they chose that position. They knew what they wanted to do with it, and they cleaned it up nicely in the end. But the speed at which they finished that round, and there was just no arguing with it. It was just, in every position in that game, it was them that had to lose it, and they never did. They never gave it out of their hands. It was undebatable, their game, and they made sure it stayed that way.
I mean, to be honest, I know the position was a position where we both kind of but we said it was their game to lose. But how fast was that in the end game? I think that was like 5 seconds and 8 players were eliminated. I want to see how many frags they got out of these 4, because I don't think they got all of the frags from Armenia, and I don't think they got all of the frags from Georgia. If they did, that would be 8 frags alone, and I think they already had 6 or 7 at that point. That would mean we have way more. We might even have the biggest difference in points between first and second that we've ever had in this tournament so far.
Well, it's been a day where teams have worked very hard to slowly creep away their way towards Kyrgyzstan, to slowly work away at that advantage, and now it's right back up there. Just one game like that, they're right back up there. Guys, we have one more game of Miramar coming at you in just a few minutes. We're going to go to a short break, and then you'll see the last Miramar of the day, match 12 of the tournament in total. Let's go.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul Esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female teams. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
One last time for today. We're heading into the sandy desert of Miramar. We're repeating the match that you've been robbed yesterday. We're getting it back to you right now and today. However, first, we should maybe sort of look back at the last game. A beautiful display of why Kyrgyzstan is in first place right now. Beautifully played, no risks taken. Sure, sometimes this might have been the first game where they got a lot of circles, but of course then they don't give it away. They don't even get knocked. I don't think any one of them got knocked in that late game even.
I was just about to say, I think that was kind of the one round where we maybe didn't expect the one team to be there, to be Kyrgyzstan, right? Because they've been there, I think, since phase 2. In that Monte area, not even inside Monte, I think in that specific area as well. They opted to go for that very early on. And I mean, we've been following Pubg Mobile Esports for a while now. That is generally the best spot if these circles are to happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, to finish it off that cleanly is absolutely crazy. So we'll take a look at some of the statistics. I was talking about that after the last game. I think it might just be more than 40 points difference now. It kind of has to be, right? We had 23, 26 points difference before they won it. Turkey almost did nothing in that game.
Yeah.
Argentina did not go far either. Both of them stronger than the edge. So, yeah, we'll see.
3 kills for Zerich. 600 damage. That's not a crazy man of the match. We've seen way crazier individual performances, but that goes to show that they very much balanced this out. And remember, he was the one proning in that north shack, making sure Georgia can't make a move, making sure they keep tabs on everything that happens around them. I was sitting here casting. I wanted to talk about the other 2 teams. Zerich was looking at all of them. He was making sure they had eyes on everything, keeping things controlled, working out beautifully for Kyrgyzstan. We'll have a team summary. We'll have another look at the stats, how things shape up after, well, essentially almost 2/3 of the tournament. And somehow, this is the most surprising thing to me, Argentina sticking to the top in survival time.
Yes, it is. I mean, you can have a bad game, to be honest, also in survival time, if you almost always get into late game in the other games. And I think there's only been, 2 rounds maybe up until this point, and we've played 11 so far. We're going to go into the 12th any second now, where they haven't reached late game. So it's kind of crazy. That consistency is definitely something to be absolutely proud of. And yeah, I mean, 93 kills after this game is also something that we just have to highlight time and time again. I mean, it is Kyrgyzstan's tournament so far, but for good reason. It is just too great of a performance to not continuously talk about them.
Especially when we looked at what Turkey was able to achieve that game in the early game. They were putting themselves in the perfect position, and then they still fall short. They still don't manage to survive long enough, and they don't manage to catch up. We're at 41 points right now. 41 points of difference. Kyrgyzstan is running away with it if they get another good game. If they finish on a 50-point lead, that is a lot to be catching up over 6 games. You have to be consistently better. I said yesterday, wow, crazy stuff. I wonder if they can keep that up tomorrow. Well, they have kept it up.
Yes,
that's a problem. And it's a problem for everybody else in this lobby.
It is a problem because now you're getting to the point, even now, we haven't even reached the last day. We're getting to a point where sometimes, if I would be Turkey, I would definitely look at the kill feed, maybe try to figure out where Kyrgyzstan is. If I do see them, maybe focus them a little bit. It's too early to just hard drop them, but it's definitely not too early already with a almost 50-point lead to at least focus on them, even inside these rounds. So yeah, we'll take a look at how this whole dynamic in the leaderboard is going to change.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I think there is also just, well, you're still playing for second place as well. I don't think with the confidence that these guys have and the expectations they have to this tournament, they want to win it. But you don't want to be throwing away a second place for a off chance to get first either, I think. It's still a considerable amount of difference in the price point pool. Remember, it's 40K for first, and then it's 24 and 16. So there's a big difference. But you know how close it is below Kyrgyzstan, right? You know how close everybody else is. You don't really want to risk multiple teams catching you just because you tried so hard to get into first place.
Yeah, absolutely. Still, though, you got to wonder. All of these teams now in the bottom 8, teams that are at most now, I think it's already safe to say they're not going to take the first spot. Teams that are at most going to get like a top like, I think at this point they'll have to fight for the 3rd one even Turkey, I think at this point, unless something crazy happens, they're just not performing at all anymore, which I don't see it happening. They still get consistently late game. It's just sometimes they pop off, sometimes they're not. I think in this one it's going to be a whole bunch of teams fighting for that 3rd spot. That's how I see it currently. Unless something big changes the next 7 games.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of teams that can still get 3rd. We'll see what they can do in the last match of the day. We're giving you back the match number 6, the Miramar you've been waiting for. The plane's in the air. We're ready to go there, throw us over, and have one more time.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the last game for today. If you have stuck with us throughout this evening, shout out to you. If you've supported your national team so far in the chat, even bigger shout out to you. And if you still watched, if you watched throughout the evening and supported your teams and brought some friends into the chat, then the biggest shout out you can possibly imagine. So yeah, if you haven't done one of these 3 things, make sure to do so. And yeah, we're getting into the 12th game of this tournament. It is match number 6, the one that we haven't been able to play yesterday. It is being replayed now.
And even if you watch the VODs tomorrow, if you couldn't watch it live, we still love you, okay?
We still love you.
You know, you didn't show up in the top 3 list of Falik's viewer interactions, but we still love you either way, all right? Plane goes through the middle of Miramar again. 2 teams very close towards Bekaro, but no hot drop on the cards. We see Kyrgyzstan going towards that Chumasera area. We see Turkey exactly where we expect them to. And once again, 2 teams in that El Pozo area. That's going to be Brunei and Morocco. Circle goes off to the east. Western hot drop, not really in play, not really part of the conversation right now. We'll see what the center teams will have to decide quickly and have to figure out quickly where they want to play this game from. We'll see what they do.
Look, in this circle, I want to see Serbia now finally take a top 3 position, because they've got the first zone, which is something they very rarely have gotten so far in the 11 games that we've played. And also Argentina is finding a good spot as well, again, to take late game area. They love centering up early. This is a scenario in which they definitely can. There's only one team in between them and the circle center, so I'm really hoping we're going to see some early rotations again, because that is where they excel and that's where their strength lies.
Absolutely. Romania, they have been a very, very slow edge team, right? They've been taking their sweet time. We'll see what they do with it. So far, Los Leones, completely empty. Very southern rotations possible for most of these teams. Argentina, one of the teams that can do a lot. What is that spot for Shackle, by the way? Very, very top of that roof. Putting in a bit of damage towards Morocco, being a nuisance. But again, I don't know if you want to be investing this much time into the hot drop. This, though, Kyrgyzstan caught out a little bit. Not sure what the plan is, if they're just running at Algeria, if they're just trying to help out a teammate. Fly can affect. They have to be quick with this.
And the effect is now just grouped up in their compound. Look at Iron. Iron is at the top left corner now of your screen. He almost would have caught effect off guard. If he would have stayed at that tree and not been anyways behind that building, he would have definitely gone down. So good on Iron, actually. That lurk was massive. I'm still not sure if they know about his position. I think he just shot a couple of shots they should know at this point. And look at this. Nord can't even support at the moment. There's another player in his compound as well. It's an Armenian player, actually.
It's 3 teams.
All of these teams are actually in big trouble right now. The early game is not even worth to fight here, in my opinion, because it's not even close to any kind of good position. I'm not even sure how this happened.
Effect doesn't have meds either. They want to force this fight. They want to force it so bad. They want to get so aggressive. He doesn't even have meds to heal himself back up. Maybe a teammate can drop some. Maybe there's a chance.
No, I don't think so.
Doesn't look like it.
That is nasty.
And like you said, Nord is tied up somewhere else. Impossible for him to do anything about it. Kimo has a good angle as well to just hold this down and be an absolute pain in the side. Algeria, well, they want to do something with it. They still want to play the game here, but they also don't want to be overzealous. They don't want to be caught out themselves. Iron taking his sweet time. Zeric hasn't found them yet, and with another player supporting from afar, this setup is not all too bad for Algeria. We saw the SKS in the hands there. If he catches out Zeric, this very, very quickly falls apart for Kyrgyzstan.
And Kimo's already pushed up into the building. Effect just can't heal. I mean, that's just the situation it is right now. It's not going to change. Both of these players have absolutely nothing to heal from. And Iron, I think he knows as well where Zeric is. So that's going to make it even harder for him. I thought Zeric was going to have a massive lurk, but he doesn't actually. He arrived in a vehicle, so his position is given away. Good spot for Algeria, actually. This could be going their way, definitely. Good on Zeric as well to realize that he's probably been spotted.
Oh, they're forcing it.
And now they're actually making this push. Okay, Flykey, the last player alive now in this building. They're looking for the flash on towards Effect. He's not going to get it just yet, but I think that's a matter of time at this point. Flykey up top, goes actually up to the balcony. I think he's on top of the building now. That might be an opportunity for him to potentially see one of the players that's just now approaching.
This is really, really good. Going up on top where his teammates can support him. Remember, Zeric is off to the north, but he can look at the top of that roof. It's going to be very hard for the other team to move on up. And yeah, he does have that angle. It's high enough up for that you should be able to see it. Look at that. Look at the cover he can provide.
Yeah.
The problem is, if another team gets involved, if Armenia really wants to get in here, it gets awkward again. But right now, Flyke, he's in the perfect position to do something with this. 4v1, though, never going to be easy. Even if you have a teammate covering from afar, they can force you close range. They can utility you out. This is a dangerous dance. He's dancing, but that's one, and he's going to get the confirm. That hurts for Algeria, but Kyrgyzstan wants more.
It is not over yet, and he still has that M249. He's got 40 shots only, I want to say, in it, but it might be enough for another one. Nord now in the distance as well. I think they should have pretty good cover on towards this. Only a Winchester. Oh, Flykey with another one. Flykey, I think that's
no way.
Flykey with the vibe. Oh, what has just happened? They are not to be stopped. Kyrgyzstan is plowing through this lobby, and there seems to be no end in sight. What a performance from him.
No way.
Oh, my
he pulls
Lord.
that off. No way. 1v4 in the compound. Sure, there was players shooting from afar, but nothing landing. A Winchester in the hands of Zeric. Flykey doesn't need it at all. And this is such a testament. This is exactly why everybody's watching. This is exactly why they are in first place. It's not their rotation. It's not their early game. It's just what they do to enemies in front of them. And they're so hard to be stopped.
We can't even blame Algeria at this point. Because Algeria, to be honest, they did everything correctly. Can you imagine Flyke just being there with an M249 and pre-firing all of the angles?
What do you do?
You can't do anything, honestly. It's just, I don't know, it's just Flyke things. Either way, Algeria being taken out, 13th place. If they've ever been mentally broken, I think it's now. At this point, as an Algerian fan, I will turn off for today. Don't do that, but I would definitely if I'm an Algerian fan. Either way, it's not over yet. It's not over yet for any of these teams on the early stages. We have more fights to come. And Kyrgyzstan, again, we do have to highlight, they have lost a player in their process too.
Well, but they've gotten themselves another 4 kills. If they get themselves 4 kills every single game, they're probably still winning that tournament. That's how far ahead they are right now. We would have to see crazy things coming out of Turkey. They can pull it off. I think we've seen so many wins so far by Turkey that it's still a possibility. Morocco fighting the team that has been their hot drop opponent. But Brunei is the one that gets the first knock, and they're looking good in this fight.
Yes, they are. That's the first one. It's only newbies knocked so far for Brunei, and now actually Kerryboy gets flushed through, so it should be a one-on-one trade with them having the flush. Let's see if they can make more with this. Shackle with the DBS, we've seen some good scenarios in which he used that weapon to perfection in close range. But he's going to have to do so now as well. That's good timing. Might just get the second one. I was talking about this DBS skills. That should be a second knock. It is not, unfortunately. The opportunity was there. Lazy Boy sticks to the first aid, immediately pops that one. Not anyone actually trying to go for it. I feel like Chewy or Pia could have easily gone out the other side if the communication would have been perfect there. But he's going to stay alive for now.
Slowing things down, wasting a lot of their time. FaZe is moving past them. And remember, they have a knocked teammate down in the blue as well. They're slowly bleeding on out as Lazy Boy is trying to delay them as much as they can. Marshall on the far angle can't help out all too much. That's 3 eliminations for Brunei right now. Morocco has definitely gotten the shorter end of the stick, but they've done some damage. Brunei is not going to get out with 4 players out of this.
No, they're not. It is only Marshall left alive now. He does have a pretty good angle, to be honest. He does have a pretty good angle to do some more damage, but he's going to opt to leave, which I don't even know. I feel like he could have stayed, actually. I feel like maybe he would have been able to shoot one out of the car, but either way, feels like he wants to leave this situation. Brunei, lucky for them, they're not going to lose anyone else. Both of these teams still have a long way to go. They still have a long rotation ahead of them. And you can see the circle has been centralized, kind of maybe a little bit down towards the southwest. Good for Kyrgyzstan as well. Kyrgyzstan has, due to the fact that Los Diones has not been played at all, actually, this round, and due to the fact that Algeria on the southwestern side has been taken out by Kyrgyzstan, they have so much space. It's pretty much only Romania rotating in for the eastern side.
Yeah, again, remember in phase 1, we talked about it. That whole area completely free. Lots of space for them to try and move on in. The northwestern side way more stacked, the western side way more stacked. But again, there's a lot of space on this map right now. Morocco basically taken out, Algeria taken out. A lot of players getting eliminated very early on these edges. Serbia moving past that drop, moving in around the Bendita side of things. We'll see what they can do. Definitely a surprise for us, but not a pleasant surprise like Kyrgyzstan. More of a disappointing one in this tournament so far. We'll see if they can redeem themselves and be one of the teams fighting for 3rd place tomorrow. I feel like that is the goal you got to set yourself. If you're outside of the top 4 right now, you're not going to be fighting for 1st place. You got to be fighting for 2nd and 3rd. That's not a bad goal. There's a lot of money still on the line. There's a lot of pride on the line as well. After all, you are representing your nation. But yeah, 2nd and 3rd place are going to be way more fought for. And these teams, Turkey and Romania, they have to fight hard to stay in there.
45 points difference. Honestly, Turkey, to make it interesting for tomorrow, Turkey's got to win this round. Now, looking at Turkey at the moment, they've got a pretty good spot. That's kind of the spot they usually play in their respective pro leagues as well, if they do have this circle. As far as I'm concerned, they really love this spot. Just not as spread out at the moment as I would hope for them to be. They are kind of grouped up for it to be phase 2, but we'll see. They're on a good spot, so who knows. Egypt with a good 2-2 split in the middle of it as well. Romania, likewise, found themselves in the most centralized position with a very good compound. If they look at the circles. This compound is very often an absolute kill grab. You can shoot at the enemies essentially in every direction, and there's lots and lots of kill potential. But yeah, we'll see how Romania is going to be able to accomplish that if it does shift into the middle. We do see the next circle shift in just about 2 seconds.
And as we're watching a little bit of Egypt, they've, for me, sort of been maybe the disappointment of the day. They've really not been able to keep up their consistency.
No.
They've not been keeping up the pace at which the other top teams are dominating in. They haven't been able to keep that up today. They were looking so good yesterday. Now, a little bit behind, a little bit lacking. Circle goes south. Los Leones was free the entire game. Kyrgyzstan rotates into a free edge. All they have next to them is a solo, and they're looking to put more points on the board. That's a pull-up for Chile. That's possibly a point for Georgia, but they will have to fight for it.
They will have to fight for it. Now the rest of the players are coming in from both teams, actually. That's a breach from both teams. Do be reminded, both of these teams have 4 players alive as well. But Georgia not having Jäger flushed out in this one. At least not yet. It might just happen soon. Jäger is actually now being revived. And I think both of them committed actually to this, I think a little bit too much. I feel like now they're going to be, at least the team that loses is going to be a little bit frustrated about this one, because I don't think that was necessary on both sides. But apparently they do want to fight this either way. I mean, the zone, as I said, the zone doesn't really favor them.
Much more when you're looking to the side of Georgia, who've actually put themselves into a very respectable position today. One of these teams fighting to catch up. You wouldn't have thought yesterday that they would be so close to Egypt on the scoreboard. They were in a different class yesterday, but they have really fought their way up, just struggled their way up that leaderboard. Now, Chile, they haven't been able to do that just yet, but there's just 20 points between them. That's one big game. Remember how many 30-point games teams have been able to pull off here. Big double-digit kill wins teams have been able to pull off. So the differences between these two teams are not as big as they look on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Regardless of that, like you said, neither of them want that fight, and Georgia's pulling out.
Yeah, no one really wants to. It is phase 3 only, do be reminded. We've already lost almost 2 teams. Quick shots coming
Serbia.
in. Dreams should be able to get this one. Serbia might just lose another player. It's so frustrating. Don't want to say frustrating, but right there, the trade should have been there maybe a little bit earlier. It's unfortunate for him. First of all, that he loses the aim fight, and second of all, that the trade just didn't come through. The opportunity was there, but Giants probably going to get that flush as well, and Makshan Kau will be forced back.
It's just been the story for Serbia. They just haven't been clean in what they do. Yes, they had the pop-off moments. They had some crazy games on day one, but they've never been consistently clean in this fight. They always lose members early. They never really pull off a crazy 4-0 wipe anymore, and it's just not really been coming together for them. All of these guys have the experience. They have the skill. They're playing PNPL just after this tournament ends, back into some top spots in their respective regions, but they're losing out these fights. Philippines looking more convincing, looking cleaner. Look at that. 1 HP on one of the players, 0 on the other, already flushed out. Milas going down, but Maxa surely about to follow, and yeah, with that nade he does. Serbia fallen by the wayside. It's just they're not getting anything together today.
Well, they're not, unfortunately for them. That was Ibuski again. They're in a very dire spot, and once again, it's going to be very hard finding an exit out of the creative fields now, essentially, because Philippines are surely going to watch this. The way they're positioned already, I think they want to get these frags as well, and as long as Armenia is not going to be overly aggressive, peeking over that ridgeline, they will have the space to do so too. And deservingly so. I mean, Philippines has shown us today that they are able to take chicken dinners, that they are able to fight.
So think about it that way. That position that now looks so convincing is pretty much what Serbia was playing. Where Vrocello is, where he's being such a nuisance, where he's exerting so much control over the Benita crater, that's exactly where 2 Serbian players were just a while ago. One of them died, one of them had to leave, and just like that, your position is absolutely fallen apart. Kyrgyzstan, 3-man up. They've made the move on in, and guess who their neighbors are?
Yes, I was just about to say, top 3 teams are in pretty much the most centralized positions and the best positions you can have. Turkey, I want to say, depending on the shifts, that might be a little bit troublesome, because most of the time, if you want to move out of that compound, you play the dips right north of it. Right now, no one is playing that. I wonder why, because it's pretty easy to hold as a solo and just not let anyone take it away from you. But as long as these dips are open, all of these 3 teams have massive positions at the moment to get into late game. Well, that also means that I mean, if all of these three teams get a bunch of points, nothing's going to change up there.
We'll have to wait and see. Egypt getting torn to shreds by the utility of Kazakhstan right now. Barely getting the res off. There's another nade coming out of the hands of Nasser. Trying to get that over the top. Doesn't reach. Mohamed might be getting res back up, but there's more where they came from. Six found another one. Maybe he can make it work. Egypt holding on by a thread. They're not able to just close in on this and support each other. As another nade knock comes through, it's a matter of time until Kazakhstan flies on in there. They've decided the time is up. Aggression is the name of the game. Toxin surely traded out here any second now. And just like that, Egypt out of the game, really falling out of that top 6 today very quickly. As you said, not able to keep up the pace. Look at the kill feed though. Turkey popping off.
Yes, and that's going to be important. As I said, I'm depending on the next circle shift, Turkey is definitely going to be in the most worrisome position. But yeah, it really depends on how good they can play the dips up north. Either way, good shots. It's 4 eliminations. They will be tying Kyrgyzstan on kill count, at least in this game. Not on total points, on kill count. On kill count only. I mean, that's kind of obvious. But either way, Kazakhstan leading the charge with 6. Looking back over to Romania, they will be rotating in as well. Southern side and northeastern sides are going to be the most packed now. And Kazakhstan is getting breached just as much as they did to, I do believe it was Georgia. Egypt, excuse me.
That's wild. Romania is very aggressive here. Remember the compound that they had. You see it on the minimap. They've left one player in that compound. Massive position. Kapala holding that completely alone. But Romania, I think has realized we're not going to win this by playing normally. We're not going to be able to compete with Kyrgyzstan by playing a solid, quiet game out of that center compound. They go and they decide, well, Kazakhstan has been a little bit loud in that dip. We're going to shut them down. We're going to take them out, and we're going to drive right back into our compound. A risk for sure, a risk of losing players outside that compound, but also a risk of losing the compound if somebody realizes you're leaving with 3 players. Very easy for another team to punish, but they take that risk, and I think it's a good decision. I think it's worked out beautifully, and it's a good risk to take.
That's such an interesting circle shift now, because Romania is in a good spot, circle-wise. They've got hard cover, they've got the compound, maybe not the most centralized. Kyrgyzstan is in a massive spot. But even though Turkey is the most edge-heavy team out of the top 3 right now, they've got the most kill potential. If they want to edge around south side, they will find Brunei. They will find one player from Morocco. They will find Argentina. There's lots of rotation pathing they can take on foot to make that happen. And we've seen that happen on one of the ERANGEL games before, where they deliberately kind of edged out, even though they could have had a path in, to get these kind of frags. And I think, and I hope they're going to do that here too, because there is no direct way in unless they breach the other side of where Kyrgyzstan is playing, or that's a single warehouse where Romania can look into it. So I feel like the only real option is actually to go aggressive on the south side, and the earlier you do that, the less or the more time you have to fight it.
Absolutely. there's a chance they go wild here, as we see Koa trying to do everything he can. Serbia down in 12th place. Who would have thought? Not what we would have expected, but I have to say that Kyrgyzstan spot, if it wasn't them, I'd say it's not the best position. I'd say, well, you're very clustered in. You only have a few windows you can really peek out on. Teams can pull up on the north side of your road in the late game, start nading you. Things can get very tricky, but it's Kyrgyzstan. I'm confident they'll do something out of this. They'll make something work. They'll make it stick, and somehow they'll surprise us and get even just another few points on the board, making it so hard to catch up.
Armenia, first of all, we see you guys in the chat. We see you guys. The BX brothers, apparently, has brought the fan base to the Iesf official channels. And Armenia is definitely represented in terms of emojis. So make sure to continue that just as much as the Kyrgyzstan fan base and the Turkish fan base is there with us, as we are still waiting for that next circle. I don't think there's going to be a fight until then. But yeah, that's kind of the position I was talking to. That one that Georgia plays right now, that I could see the Turkish players do. But look, interesting. They're not opting for the aggressive south side. They're going to stay for now, which I think is dangerous. Depending on the next circle, it really depends. It really depends where it goes. But if it goes east, south, north, actually if it goes east and north, they're going to be in trouble. They will have to take one of these fights with less time than if they would do that now.
Yeah, reasonable. If the zone goes west, they have a beautiful spot. The zone centers up. They should have enough space here as well. So you can argue both ways. They are trying to clear this out. They are trying to get aggressive on this. Do they know about Eliano? Do they know how close he is? He's definitely the biggest danger for Hamzi right now. But Georgia and Kazakhstan both under a lot of fire from the top there. Lots of damage collected. No knocks just yet, but there's that circle. Not fully centered, a little bit more towards the southeastern side. And even if Turkey goes to win that fight right now, they will have to leave. They have space in the zone, though. They have playable area. So they can try and wait it out here. Because all the other teams around them, remember, they have to leave too. They have to go as well. So when they go, you try to pick up 1 or 2 kills, and then you play what's in front of you. Still very, very possible. You can see them already sending Hamzi and the rest of the squad on over. They can chill here. They're absolutely fine on this lower ground. It's a very strong ridge to be playing around. So if Silas wanted to stay for a few kills, they could have maybe pulled that off, but they're deciding, let's put everyone on the team working towards the late game here.
That's exactly what they're opting to. Next circle is centralized. Okay, now they do the play that I was talking about.
Yeah.
Turkey goes down south. They will fight Brunei, and Georgia will be left alive on the northwestern side. Romania is in a tough spot as well. The only team again, likewise to last round, that doesn't have to do anything whatsoever is Kyrgyzstan. And meanwhile, everyone else is going to have to fight. I don't think there's a single team that doesn't have to at least fight someone straight on. At least one team, yeah, I don't think there's a single one. I think Armenia has to fight, Philippines has to fight, Argentina has to fight. Even the solo from Morocco kind of has to fight, maybe not on this round, but at least in the next one. So everyone outside of Kyrgyzstan is at least having one fight on the edge. How crazy is that?
Rough stuff for everybody else. Brunei, they're a little bit sad right now about how they've let themselves get boxed into these concretes. If they had a player on the south, Turkey's approach would have been a whole lot harder and they would have had a lot more space. Now they're boxed into these buildings, surrounded from all sides. These positions, though, much harder for the BX brothers. BX brothers on the North Philippines. Not only do they have to fight, they have to work their way into very open terrain under the watching eyes of Argentina. Probably the worst part of the circle to find yourselves in right now. Georgia has dealt with the Kazakhstan solo and now still has playable terrain in front of them. They don't have to go that crazy. A few haystacks are going to be able to play even the concretes around the road. That's not a great spray. Strongman not getting through of it with the UMP. Taking out Philippines. 3v1 now versus Vizard 77.
He's going to regret taking the SMG on that fight. If he would have had the M4, maybe the scope, that should have been an easy knock. Maybe an easy flush to back that off as well. But it's going to be... yeah, it's not gonna be enough. Either way, Romania has found themselves kind of an entry with Kapahala pulling up towards that ridgeline. So what Kyrgyzstan did is they left that kind of southern ruined kind of building open. You can see where Kapahala is just playing down below. It's in order to take that later on potentially. Or rather in order to have a more safe space where they can play off of these zones now, because they should know kill potential is going to be there either way. And this one's quite tricky in terms of LOS. Playing there can have... it can happen that you'll just be taken out from some random plays where you just don't expect it. Don't expect anyone to have vision on you. So good on Kyrgyzstan. They're playing it safe. They're playing as 3 back up on the other side of the street. And that's in return going to give Romania an option in.
It's going to be big for Romania here. All they have to deal with the Philippines, but you saw right there how they're pinched against that one single car. Any bit of fire coming in, any car blowing up is a massive issue for them. They would need space. They would need to be roughly where Kapahala is, a few meters off to the west. Sure, you can still play that, but them ending up so far on the edge is them almost dead in the water here. If Romania even just sends a second player over, this is going to be impossible for the Philippines, and that's going to give them so much space. They're still worried about the western side here, Romania. They're still worried about Georgia coming in, but if they clear their west, they're in for a massive game.
Yes, they are. Silas, interesting enough, has found himself a spot in the circle. And we kind of have flashbacks from 2 phases ago, where we said that the top 3 teams are the only ones inside the circle. That's just what's currently going on as well. Now Georgia has an entry, now Argentina has an entry too, but the first 3 inside, even phase 7, have been the top 3 teams. You can see how center-heavy and how centralized these top teams are playing and how that works, actually. Even for Argentina, that's exactly what's been working for them so far.
There's Brunei. I talked about how their position isn't even as good as it looks on paper. They're very boxed in, and Turkey can always swing around. Turkey can always find angles around them. Now Hansi, though, he's down to half HP. I'm not sure if Brunei is aware, but they just need to connect 1 or 2 bullets onto him. They don't. He makes it down below them. He makes it into safety. And now it's a hard solution to be found here for Brunei. They have to get down the hillsides. They have to get down there so quick. No util in the hands of Chewy either.
I feel like that's a good play from Turkey going down there.
Absolutely.
But it might just be a second too early, depending on how well Argentina has sidelines on them. But we'll have to take a second and look back at it. I mean, they do have a pretty good car for, and that's been the last play of Brunei as well, so no one's going to worry them from down south. Maybe I'll take it back, maybe, depending on the ridge lines that Argentina has, because they still have a lot of time to make something happen. First of all, it's going to be Romania, though. Carvajal with a great knock-on towards Octi, opening things up.
They're working together right now. They're working together versus Argentina. Kalsi find one as well. It's not looking good for the South American squad. They're getting torn apart right now. Hamzi goes down to Kyrgyzstan. It's absolute carnage on every part of the circle. Nobody's staying alive except for who else than Kyrgyzstan in the center. Remember the 1v3 from Flyke. It's brought them into this position, and they're looking poised to win another game here. Turkey has to get the res back up. They have to deal with Argentina on the high ground. Nexus, yes, they're in a good position, but they need to deal with Georgia. If there's a lot of utility on that squad, if there's a lot of nades raining in, that could be a real issue. Kyrgyzstan sitting pretty, holding the center, waiting to take another chicken dinner.
Yes, they are, and they're looking primed to do so. I think at this point, it's getting ridiculous. If they would take this win again, man, someone's got to stop them tomorrow with a miraculous performance, something we have never seen in any of the international tournaments. Breaking that point difference, I don't know. We'll see. Romania, first of all, is trying to use that ridge line to the fullest, kind of spread out as much as they can. Interestingly enough, they're not focusing enough on Georgia, in my opinion, as much as they should be, because that's the clear kill potential they have in this round. So far, I really only see Redox focusing on it. Now they're realizing this. Okay, I'll take it all back. Now they're realizing this, and they full focus on towards that western side.
They will make sure to clean that up. They will make sure to claim the space and get themselves in position for the late game. Similar moves coming out for Turkey. Argentina has been dealt with. Turkey swinging back around, reclaiming all of that space. And now there's the chance where maybe sitting in the concrete is not going to be enough for Kyrgyzstan, but they've already gotten themselves a top 3, 5 eliminations. They've already just made that 6 in the last few seconds. They're already looking good this game, even if they don't win it, even if they get a 3rd place here and they get no more points. They've already kind of done the job. They're slowing down the approach from all these other teams. They're not letting anyone get close, and any more players dying while Kyrgyzstan is alive is a disaster for everybody else.
Yes, it is. 8 eliminations for Romania, 6 for Turkey, 6 for Kyrgyzstan. 3 teams remaining have gotten the majority of eliminations in this round. Now Turkey's going to be in big trouble. Let's see how much util they still have left, because getting up to this point, they already needed like massive amounts of it. Now the cars are coming in. Flyke's going to be the first to greet them. That's a headshot through the window. What is this? But are the knocks are coming in as well. At the moment, doesn't look like it. Not is being taken down. Raising up from Romania as well.
Beautiful.
These 2 teams are taking each other down by force.
Beautiful entry, beautifully played. The timings work out so well for Turkey. They Flyke down and out. Siric, last one up, half HP, gets the first 8 through. Trying to hold on, trying to delay. Silas down as well. Not a whole lot going on from the sides of Turkey as Nexus is sweeping around every single angle. Look at the minimap, they're covering every exit. They're not gonna let anyone come outside this compound alive. Turkey might get another res. No way Kyrgyzstan gets one. This is looking Romania all over.
Yes, it does. And I love what Romania is doing. They need all of these frags in order to catch up. They are not confident they're not content. Let's say it like that. They're not content with the 3rd place. They need all of these remaining frags as well. They know they're going to get them if they just play aggressive fear. Don't wait for this. Get the nades in. Get the angles in. Find the remaining solo players. At this point, they know it's only 2 players left alive. So where are they? Redox is just running around with the DBS. He hasn't found them so far, though.
He's looking. He keeps looking. They have to not overstep here, though. I know they want all these kills. I know they want everything. Blow up the car. Yes, that's the play. But don't get into DBS range. There it is. Siric taken out. They know they just have one to deal with. One single member. They know he's on the top floor now. They take him out as well. And Romania, in the last game of the day, we hear them screaming. You should too. Absolutely clapping down that game.
It is not going to get any better than this. If Kyrgyzstan would have gone out early, maybe they would have been better for the total leaderboard, sure. But all of these top 3 teams, again, in the late game, all of these 3 teams playing kind of centralized, all of these three teams fragging out again.
Yeah.
That is absolutely sensational. I mean, that just goes to show you how consistent these teams at the top are, and Romania with the perfect timing to make that push happen. Still though, for Turkey to even have a chance, rotating in with 2 buggies, no smokes, no utility, to even have a chance against Kyrgyzstan is insane as well.
They played that super well, and that's exactly what I was trying to talk about. That's exactly what I was trying to say. These concretes, they give you a lot of hard cover. They're very safe. But once you're in there, you don't have a whole lot of windows to be peeking out of. You don't have a lot of avenues of approach when everybody comes your way. And utility can absolutely ruin you. Well played by Turkey there. Beautiful clear. Beautiful clear. They get stopped by Romania in the end. They don't let them finish their thing. No. It is a 2v1 in the end. And Romania beautifully... I'm saying that word so much because, oh my...
It is beautiful, though. It is beautiful to see.
It's really, really good what they're doing there. Taking the chance when they get it and cleaning up the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a look at these statistics. Don't leave the stream just yet. We will be back after a quick 3-minute break, so stay tuned.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul esportului în țara asta.
One last time, we're going to look at the total leaderboard. We're going to see what that match did to the stats. You've just been able to watch the highlights. You've just been able to relive the 1v3 at the start for Kyrgyzstan that brought them into that position.
Yes.
And, well, they couldn't close it out. It is Nexus, Romania, whatever you want to call them in the end, that gets the chicken dinner. We want to look at the stats. We want to look at the scoreboard to see what happened to the scores, because that's all that matters coming into tomorrow.
Oh, yes, it does. Let's see. Kyrgyzstan is ahead by just about, let me do quick math. 38. You are faster. Yes, you are. 38 points. Kyrgyzstan is taking the lead by storm. Turkey is not that far behind. I would have expected that to be a little bit bigger, but due to the fact that all of the top 3 teams did massive amounts of points in just the last game, that's totally fine. Romania, though, coming close by 5 points. That is crazy, though. With that win, they have solidified themselves in the top 3 position. And down there, Argentina, Morocco, and Georgia, all of them being at least 20 points. Morocco and Georgia almost even having half of the points of Turkey.
Crazy.
Are playing catch-up, but more than that.
So the thing is, right, we are going to have 2 games tomorrow. We're going to have the top 3 trying to catch up to first place. We're going to have Turkey and Romania. Like you said, 38 points in 6 games, completely doable. 60 points that were almost in contention earlier, that wouldn't have been a thing. 38 points, absolutely doable. Romania as well, they're still in reach. They need a banger game, they need a banger day. But I'm going to say, especially below Argentina, you are not playing for first place anymore. Argentina would have to go crazy, and I just don't trust them enough with their current late games to catch up to Kyrgyzstan. They can still absolutely rock in there, be consistent, get into late games all the time, and claim a second place here. Claim $24,000 and a silver medal for their national.
Yeah, looking further back down, it's going to be Egypt on 61 points, Philippines, Brunei. I think all of these teams, we have, especially Egypt, we've missed today. Philippines and Brunei, not so much. They've kind of caught back up.
They've come back today.
I expect them to do well tomorrow as well. Maybe get into a top 4, top 5 position. Kazakhstan, Colombia, Serbia, same for them.
Yeah.
They've had their ups and downs. Not being able to pull through. And Armenia, Algeria, Chile. I mean, what's going to be the goal for them? Maybe grab a top 8?
Yeah, I mean, you still want to perform well. You still want to end up on somewhere at the top, towards the top signs of the leaderboard, and that is still absolutely in reach. I'm going to say the cutoff is around the 60 points, where you can actually still play for third place. So some of these teams, 35, 33, they're not going to be competing for prize pool anymore. You still, do you want to be 14th or do you want to be 7th? No. Obviously, you're still playing for everything here. You're here for another few games, make it count.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, this tournament is about representing your nation. So even the difference between 14th and 15th will be something that you want to have, right? You don't want to finish in the last place, for example. Someone's going to be, but even then, I mean, it's about supporting your team, and it's about being here, it's about representation, it's about unity as well, and all these values that we want to share together here at the Iesf and here at the World Esports Championship. So at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. And still, though, top levels, I mean, I would still, at this point, if I'm Kyrgyzstan going home tonight, if I lose this at the end of the 18 games, I would be pissed, because right now they have to be on cloud 7.
You're opening a whole another whole kind of worms, because what is the mentality when you've been so far ahead and people keep creeping up to you? People keep getting closer. You die early. You have to watch Turkey. You have to watch Turkey getting a 15-kill win. You died early. Oh my God! You know, there can be nerves coming in. There can be bad feelings coming in. Still, they had that today. They had teams catching up today, and they weren't shook. They didn't have a problem with it.
No, they weren't. They performed kind of the same way that they have been throughout the last
they have their pop-offs.
6 games.
They're not the most consistent team, but they have the best pop-offs in the lobby. That's going to be us done for today, though. 7 games of PUBG Mobile for you guys at home. Thanks for supporting. Thanks everybody for watching. And I think we'll see you tomorrow, 2 hours earlier. We're starting 2 hours earlier for the final 6 games of PUBG Mobile. Looking like we have some
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the Pantheon of Champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sper să fiu nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game itself, right, there's a lot of fighting games out there. This is the 1, 2, 3D fighting game.